Hello everyone, welcome to the start of another stream. Glad to have you back. We're live. I am barely on time, but on time nonetheless. Had to get woken up, had to get cleaned up. Now I had to get started up. And here we are. Hope you had a nice one day off from the marathon that is Europa Universalis 5. And I think preceding that was Crusader Kings 3 for a few days. So it has been Grand Strategy City here. For like the last at least 10 streams, maybe more. I don't even remember what we did before that. Hoping that today is the day we finally break the ice on somebody finding us. If not, then, you know, that's technically a good thing because we have more time to develop. But I am, like many of you, probably curious to see what's gonna happen. I honestly didn't expect it to take this long, but knowing myself, I perhaps should have. There's a lot that you can micromanage if you want to, and I do enjoy micromanaging. To a degree. There's always a ceiling. There's always a roof. Sometimes we hit that ceiling faster. I can definitely see Europa 5 having some of the same issues is a strong word that Hearts of Iron 4 late game has. There comes a point in like the mid to late Hearts of Iron campaign where you just need to be on 4x speed perma and just click everything as fast as you can. Pop-ups, click, 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 click. Move this army here. Okay, queue up this building. All right. And you don't really have time to sit there and pore over the details. You just gotta go. I could definitely see this kind of getting to that point. Faster, maybe? Well, faster related to how long the campaign is, slower in objective time, because the Hearts of Iron campaign would have been over in through 2 to 3 days for me. But you know what I mean. Anyway, I hope one day off was enough for you to catch up on whatever you wanted to catch up on, whether that be gaming, watching VOD, watching whatever you watch, because we're back and ready to hop in. So thanks for jumping in here at the start. Any new Valve hardware thoughts? I only know what they showed in their little trailer. I like my Steam Deck, and I'm intrigued by the idea that their little, as the internet is calling it, the Gabe Cube, is supposedly 6 times stronger than that. Having like a little mobile PC that's not a laptop is pretty interesting to me. So I think I would actually be potentially a target audience for the Gabe Cube. That way I could just have a permanent PC attached to my TV, because I have some games that my Steam Deck can't handle, and I don't want to stream them from my computer because I don't like the game streaming. The input lag is actually very noticeable to me no matter what service it is. But yeah, I think they all look interesting. The one I'm actually most, I would say, disappointed by is actually the controller, which is very specific to me. The reason is controllers that have the thumbsticks very close together, like the PlayStation controller, mess up how I hold a controller. My left thumb overlaps the thumbstick. So the closer you put the thumbsticks together, the more likely I'm doing this and just like fighting for real estate there. For example, here is a controller. Here's the PlayStation controller, yes? Most people probably hold it where their thumbs are just on the thumbsticks and it's no problem. I hold it like where the left thumb goes over the thumbstick, so that way I have more articulation when I'm like moving the thumbstick around so that my thumb doesn't slide off of the thumbstick. because I think that's how you lose at like multiplayer games and stuff like that. Is you're playing and your thumb like kind of falls off and you have to like get it back on the middle. So because I kind of like overlap, I think their thumbsticks look at least as close as the PlayStation, but even closer almost in the pictures. So I'm just worried it's gonna be like two thumbs just like banging on each other. Other than that, it's very interesting because their haptic touchpads on the Steam Deck are great. I love the haptic touchpads. They look funny on the controller. If chat doesn't know, we're talking about Steam announced 3 new products today. I guess I should have prefaced with that. Shipping in early 2026, they say. So I don't know if they've announced a price yet, but they've got a new VR headset. They got the VR headset. There's a new Steam controller. This is the controller. 2 haptic touchpads. There it is, right there. It looks like kind of a meatball of a controller. Like, it looks like the original Xbox controller, to be honest. I think that's the only way that you can fit 2 haptic touchpads on there. But it looks about as good as it could. I saw that there was a rumor of a new PlayStation Portable. I don't think it was true, but it was a rumor, and the concept that they had for that controller looked terrible. This looks way better than that. But the haptic touchpads are like the best part of the Steam Deck, no doubt. This is for playing like PC games on your couch, so that you have dual thumb haptic tracking. And then this is the Steam Machine, which is basically just a small computer. But they said that it's 6 times more powerful than the Steam Deck. So the Steam Deck is not very strong. So I'm curious what this is actually capable of. It does have, they said it had what, 4K, I don't remember what the frame rate support was. And then this is a wireless VR headset that actually had some interesting functionality. Namely because it is a wireless VR headset that is capable of using a bespoke Wi-Fi 6 signal to receive streamed games from your computer directly to the headset. So, some interesting stuff. I think in order of... And it also has room for memory cards, so you can have games locally stored on it. But I don't know how it gets its power. Like, how does it get its hardware power? Is it really just that compact in there? Maybe. Anyway, I think for me, it's number 1. Number 2, I'm over VR. I'm over it. Name, chat, question, can you name one VR game this year? And that's my point. I'm not really caring about VR because the functionality that they have on it is beyond a pure VR game. They showed someone kind of chilling on their couch.
Hey everyone!
Ah! Why do you start on max volume, you psychopaths? Chill, Steam. There's no need to default to max volume on any video player. All right, anyways, they did have like this functionality, which is silly, but also makes sense at the same time.
Same magnetic thumbsticks as Steam Controller for responsiveness and longevity. Steam Frame also pairs seamlessly with the new Steam Controller, a great companion for playing.
So basically, like, the idea is you're wearing the VR headset wirelessly. You have the Steam controller with mouse support via the haptic feedback, and the VR is just projecting a 2D imaginary screen onto your environment. So you sort of don't need a TV, I guess, would be the because the TV's on your eyeballs that you're looking at. So that is interesting, and then the fact that it like can sort of project the games from the Wi-Fi signal. I don't really understand what the cameras are. Something about cameras, because like if you have I have the Steam VR Valve Index. I have the Index, and it's a pain in the ass because it needs so much setup. You have to have like 4 pylons around your office or room. You have to have those configured for max distance that you're allowed to walk so you don't bump into stuff. You've got to have the headset, of course, which is wired, and it has to stretch the cable all the way down to plug into your computer, right? So this is cleaning up all of that. That's kind of the idea of it. So I don't even bother with the Index because it is just so much of a hassle. And then these little cameras are supposed to somehow help you replace the pylon situation. But not sure on the controllers. I haven't held a VR controller set that I actually like. But anyway, I don't really care about this. Not really my speed, not really my scene. Give me the Steam Machine -- 1. Give me this number 2. I'm definitely going to buy it. I just don't know if I'm going to like it. If there's new tech, I have to buy it. Those are the rules. I just don't think I have any use case in my life for another VR headset. So I think VR personally is doomed to fail until we manage to compress that technology into like something that is like Google Glass or contacts. I think VR's doomed. It's a dead end tech. In 5 to 10 years, you can refer back to this and make fun of me for being so wrong. It needs to be as absurdly usable as in Ready Player One. Probably. It's a cool novelty. If you've never done VR before, it is worth doing. But it is a novel. It is the same as riding a roller coaster, is what I say. If you go on the same roller coaster 100 times, it's getting less interesting every time you ride it. Okay, that's what VR is. It's just a novelty attraction that, like, the first few times that you get to enjoy it are breathtaking experiences that are very, very fun and entertaining and fascinating, and the tech is cool and it's fun to show other people, which is another kind of pro of having the wireless headset, is you can pass it around, let the family check it out. It's cool for all those reasons. But for something that you sit down and want to do every day when you get home from work, it's not there. There's nothing there. And I say that as an owner of a VR headset. I don't think it's doomed, it's just niche like simulator wheels and joysticks. It is on a different planet from simulator wheels and joysticks. If you gave the option to play a flight sim game and you said you can either have a VR headset or you can have flight sticks, they're picking flight sticks 100 out of 100 of those times. 100 out of 100. They are not even equivalent. But anyway, VR is very uncomfortable also. It just gives me a headache after an hour and a half. My Valve Index is in the box under the bed for the past 3 years. Yep. Same. Big same. But anyway, I think the Steam Machine, or the GabeCube, that's actually what I'm most interested in. I just want to have a PC, like a small compact PC that's not a laptop, that's just there to attach to the TV, or possibly take on a trip, or just to move between different rooms or something like that. I think that's actually my number one. I'm a little skeptical of the controller, but I'll buy it for sure. All right, what's up? Welcome back. Let's hop in. We covered the game news, the Gabe news. I need to get some different music on, and I'm muting the game until it does that big chunk that it does on load. I'm not unmuting you till after. So you can wait. It's thinking really hard. Big flashbang. All right. We in here. We out there. We're different places. Let me get some music. Let's just try this. I think it's been a while since we listened to the soundtrack. It is not medieval. We've done all the medieval things. If you can come up with a medieval game that isn't Age of Empires, Henry's Come to See Us, Manor Lords, that isn't an action combat game, that has like actual chill music, then I'm all ears. That is not combat music. There was actually a soundtrack I was listening to before, and I was gonna write it down, and then I forgot, and now it's gone forever. It's too bad. But anyway, we're just gonna listen to some of this. It'll be chill. How are things going with Ark? I've actually played some Ark last night, and I had a thrilling 10 out of 10 experience the entire time, and it was a lot of fun. So, going pretty well, but I'm pretty casual. I only play like once or twice a week. I wonder why I only play a couple times a week. Could it have anything to do with 12-hour strategy game streams? And then I know there's a whole controversy with that now. Also, there's to be fair, is anything without controversy these days? I am anti AI, and I like Ark. So if that makes me a hypocrite, then so be it. I'll wear it. I personally believe that there has to be shades of gray in the AI discourse, and that there is no world in which there is a 100% ban on artificial intelligence. I think you got to have a little nuance. And in the case of Ark Raiders, I personally don't see any problem. Other people might. That's their right. You never say anything controversial. I never say anything that's considered a hot take. I don't blame, but here's the thing though. I don't blame anybody who has a problem with it and doesn't want to support it and doesn't want to play it. Like, everybody's got to choose their own path. You know, and if that goes against your morals, then stick to your morals. So, if that's how you feel about it, I don't blame you. Because it reminds me in a vague way of when people watch a movie, and then that movie, you know, 10 years later is revealed to have had, like, the director did something bad, or like one of the actors did something bad. Like, should you be allowed to watch this is an apples to orange comparison. This is apples to orange, okay? We're not finding out 5-10 years later that Ark did something bad. I don't even think they're doing anything bad right now, personally. But like, it reminds me of, I'm not saying it's a one-to-one scenario, okay? Just preface. It reminds me of The Expanse. And like after the Expanse TV show was done, you find out one of the actors did some bad shit and had to get fired and killed off of the show. And it's like, well, I'm not gonna boycott the rest. I'm not gonna never watch The Expanse again because one of the actors was shitty. You know, like there was one part of it that was not good. I'm not just gonna like abandon the entire show as a result of that. But I don't think that's an apples to apples comparison, but it's like if you do and you feel better not watching it or consuming it, then don't consume it. I think that's fair. I think everybody has to decide in their own mind what in different media is and is not acceptable to them and then stick to that. That's fine. Because like I'll watch The Expanse again, but I won't watch certain other things again. Like I'll never watch Harry Potter again because fuck J.K. Rowling. Like that's how I feel. But if other people want to watch it because it was part of their childhood and they feel nostalgic about it, then that's fine too. I'm not gonna blame them for not totally ejecting part of their growing up because of what I think about the creator of the source material. Will you watch the remake of Harry Potter? Hell no. I have no interest in that whatsoever. So, anyway, that's how I feel. I think you just have to decide for yourself. Now, again, to reiterate, I don't think those things are even close to the same as like paying someone to use their voice to make an AI voice in your game to when it's not, the voice acting is not even an important part of Arc Raiders. It is zero importance. It's just a guy going, I have a rubber duck, and that's it. About 1,000 different objects in the game. So I don't think that those are equivalent. I'm just trying to stir some thoughts. Yeah, like Penology, they Arc Raiders paid people for the rights to use their voice in text to speech. And by all accounts, the people that they paid knew what they were getting paid to do and signed up for it. So people are upset because they think that that is just taking jobs away from other voice actors. And I don't know, I'm not an expert on the subject, but it seems morally fine to me. Because if you paid a different voice actor, then aren't you taking a job away from the people that they did pay to use their voice? Like, to me, it's kind of the same thing. If they were paid, what's the problem? Yeah, as far as we know, nothing was stolen. There are no assets that have been stolen. They use generative AI apparently to program like the enemy artificial intelligence who are supposed to be evil AI in universe dynamically use generative AI to try to figure out how to kill the player. So the AI enemies are using AI to try to kill you with AI. That's the other bit, which actually is really fun because they're so funny. Last night we were getting chased by a Rocketeer, which if you don't play Arc Raiders is basically a giant hulking mass in the sky that is extremely menacing and hostile, and if it catches sight of you, it starts just shooting rockets at you, hence Rocketeer. And we went and hid inside of a giant hangar, and it used its AI to figure out how to dynamically, like it shot at us. None of them hit. It realized that it wasn't hitting us. And then it repositioned and lowered itself at the level of the hangar and then flew into the hangar in like full AI sandbox. It was like puzzling out how to get to us so that it could shoot us. And it was just kind of fascinating to watch. So I think the future of that kind of tech is off the charts what games need. Like, games need more we've had like 40 years to figure out how to make compelling AI for our enemies, and the best we've got is like, oh, Fear 1 was really good. Yo, Fear 1 AI is unmatched, bro. Like, it's time to admit that maybe we're not going to figure out how to code super intelligent enemies in our games. So I don't know. I don't have a problem with that personally, but I think those are the only two aspects that are like generative AI, the voices and the artificial intelligence of the enemies. There's not like art assets or other audio they don't have the rights to. I don't know. So I don't really have a problem with it at all. Anywho, since those are the two things that are coming up, those are my thoughts. Steam games and then Ark controversy, because I'm playing Ark. Give me smart AI and strategy games and I'm happy. That'd be sick. That would be sick. I think when the times are changing, it's scary and it's hard. It's easier to have sort of an opinion that all of X is bad because it just simplifies your own thought process. Oh wait, when I said X, I meant a variable, but I do agree that all of Twitter is bad, for the record. Just kidding. There's still like a couple tiny innocent niches that are spared somehow, but they're few and far between. It's just easier to block an entire category in your mind and then not have to think about distinction between things under the same umbrella without having to rationalize where the line is, because the line is always moving. It's not just in a static place. Life's more complicated than that. But that's my thoughts anyway. I know many will disagree. Now there are exceptions to every rule. Like, I would say all war is bad, for example. And I don't think that that would ever be something that anyone could find. Okay, but what if aliens start coming in on Atlas 3I, okay, and they send off scouting parties and we gotta shoot them out of the sky? That's all we get. First strike. Do not give them the chance. So only if there was a world-ending threat in our skies from different solar systems, then it might be okay. Commodore, thank you for 32 months. I appreciate the sub. Why are my notifications not working? There are no recent events. Okay, I think it's just not working. My Twitch events are working. Make1B is also here. Thank you, Make1B. Welcome back. Appreciate the alien sub. Fitting, very fitting. Shy Waffle, hello to you as well. Hi, Shy Waffle. And Wuggles is also in here. Howdy, Wuggles. All right, this has been 30 minutes of yapping at the beginning of stream, but you have one day off, and that's what happens. You come back, and suddenly there's a lot to talk about. Suddenly there's a lot of gaming news. To be honest, there's just a deluge of stuff. It is feast or famine in the entertainment sphere. Have you seen the new Predator movie? No, but I want to. That's what I'm talking about. It's feast or famine. I got the Predator movie I want to watch. I need to watch Pluribus, the new show from the Breaking Bad creator on Apple Plus. I've been still trying to finish. I got to finish Final Fantasy X before I start any new games off stream. I'm getting close to the end. Then you got the new Anno game is like out, basically. I don't know when I'm going to play that or try it. I had one or two other games that I had bought that aren't new, but I wanted to play. And then you've got the new Mountain Blade DLCs like in a couple weeks or something like that. It's just suddenly a deluge. The floodgates have opened. And then if you're into like shooters, I like the shooter games off stream for the most part. So like Battlefield 6 RedSec is really fun, but like Arc Raiders is out. I'm not gonna play Tarkov, but Tarkov 1.0 is coming out simultaneously, and it's just like, where are all these games coming from suddenly after months of nothing? No media, no games, and then bam, November, somebody just opened it. They're starting to just fall out of the sky. Ooh, anywho, all right. What are we doing? What the heck am I doing? Let's clear some notifications first. I got unmarried kiddos who are not, no one wants to marry. The eternal conundrum of my family line dying. Literally, I've just been letting their family lines die off because they will not get married to anyone on their own. So our entire family tree is going extinct because I am not going to sit here and babysit them. But even if I was going to babysit them, it would actually be impossible. Let me show you why. So yeah, my family tree is very wide, but it's not going to go very deep, which is kind of crazy. Let me show you why. So if we got people in our family that need to get married, like our kiddos, right? We have 2 sons. So our family line is officially dead after this character. However, we're a monarchy now. So this actually saved our family line. Oh yeah, because we're not a matriarchy anymore. We don't have the clan mothers. So we're actually gonna pass to, who's the heir? Why is our ruler's older brother the heir? I do not understand this succession line at all. I have to, where's our laws? No laws available. What is going on? Okay, there are the laws. What? Where's succession? We don't have a succession law? Is it all just made up? I don't know. I'm confused. Anywho, what I'm trying to get at is, if I wanted to get some arranged marriages, I can't, because there's no one who will arrange a royal marriage, okay? That's the free one. To marry them to a lowborn costs me legitimacy and prestige, which is finite. We only have 84 legitimacy. To marry a noble is 10 legitimacy, so it's less legitimacy to marry your family off to lowborns than it is to nobles, which I don't understand at all. Secondly, I only have 84 legitimacy, so I could only afford to marry if I had to force marry 84 divided by 5, which is 16-ish. Close to 16, right? So I could only get 16 of my family members married, and I would tank the crown's legitimacy to 0. So I would get none of the benefits of having high legitimacy, which a lot of events need legitimacy, a lot of actions you take need legitimacy, so you can't afford to just use this as a get your family married currency. So it just doesn't work, right? So I've decided, don't even think about it and just let entire families die, I guess. No children, no spouses, just a bunch of gray portrait frames, I guess. So that's kind of where we're at. Maybe, I hope that'll be fixed in the future and like have them actually marry people on their own, because who cares who your second cousin is marrying at a certain point? Or you have to have more characters. Those are the only 2 choices. There's no characters. There's no one for them to marry. There's no royalty around here. So I'm just letting them go off on their own. We are a bunch of celibates, apparently. We got a lot of money. Diplomatic actions possible? I don't think so. I don't think so. We can't use trade capacity. Parliament's possible, that's good. RGO's missing employees, those will fill in over time. Buildings are not profitable. The building's missing input screen, I just close it because it doesn't mean anything. because this is lying to me. It's like, oh, 4 of your buildings don't have tools. So I'm thinking maybe I should panic. Do I not have enough tools? But wait, the 4 buildings are lumber mills. I have closed those lumber mills, so they have no employees. So it's showing me the inputs missing for buildings that aren't open, which is strange. Quite strange. And unnecessary. To be honest, I forgot, what was that building? Oh, it's the market warehouse. Yeah, I turned the market warehouse off. But yeah, that thing doesn't mean anything either. All right, so when we finished yesterday, day before yesterday, time is escaping me. We had just got to 1487, so we are almost 150 years post-game launch, and we were going a little crazy in the last couple hours of the stream because I was just in we were in 5 times game speed, just straight cruising, trying to progress. Things are just kind of happening on their own. We're making big money. We got like 13.5 gold a month. We had 3 colonial charters. Now we got 2. We were kind of just doing mass colonial charters, but I'm thinking of doing another 1 or 2 and just sprawl. We're just gonna sprawl and then try and infrastructure the pieces up behind us. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, right? But I think that just doing some land grab is good. I think it's good. So we got Lehigh and Wyoming, not the state, going in right now. And there's gonna be some nasty gaps. So if we want to fill those gaps, we have to get ass and pink, I guess. Ass and pink is, it's more legumes and iron. I have elected not to use the iron bug voluntarily. There is a bug if you settle a tile that has iron, you automatically get a level 1 RGO and start mining iron, even though technologically we do not have the capacity to mine iron. So it feels like that is a bug, so I've elected not to use the bug. And if it's not a bug, then it's a bizarre gameplay decision, because it would not be consistent with the start of the game where another tribe had iron and it has a level 0 RGO. So if it was intended, I would think that this would be a level 1 RGO for the original Kayenta tribe. So I've voluntarily removed the bugged RG at level 1 RGO from my iron. That way we don't have to do it, because it makes me feel better. Anywho, the other space that we should be looking at, well, that's a funky one. Look at this. Can you see that highlight? It's very, very faint, but it's like a dolphin. Little dolphin colonial charter. That goes so far to the southwest. There's no shot we can control any of those. So it kind of feels like we should maybe ignore that one for now, perhaps. That one's really far out. And that one's really far out. This one actually might benefit us, if only because it puts us closer to the Cahokia market. So I wonder if expanding the border toward them will change their market distance from us, or if it's just the distance between 2 markets. Speaking of, moving a market is insanely expensive. I was looking into that before. I want to say it was like 1,800, 1,000 gold, something like that. Let me see. Where my market at? I literally saw the button to move it, and now I don't remember where it is, because that is most of the gameplay in Europa Universalis is knowing that you can do something, but not remembering where the overly specific button is to do it. I know it's 1,200 gold plus more population to make a town into a city. And then... I don't remember if it was one of these buttons or not. You have to right-click it. Oh, I thought I did. I thought I already right-clicked it, and nothing happened. I had to right-click it twice. Relocate market is 800 Gs, so I was right. It was 800. Big money. Big money. And then if I want to expand to the east, but yeah, I was thinking about moving the market over to the capital instead of the capital to the market, because there's more that we want to move down left than up right, I think. And the market is positioned to kind of go further east, which, you know, there's good stuff there, but anyway, I have a list of buildings. I kind of just yesterday decided to just take a look at the game. I didn't unpause it or anything. I just looked at it, kind of figure out what we need to do. And there's a list of at least like a dozen different things that I need to do. There's a lot. Anyone who has a question mark at the end of their chat message is being ignored, because it's been 45 minutes and I am not going to answer all of your questions immediately back to back. Question marks are now banned. So, we got 2 colonial progresses. We're converting the east. We are increasing control in our market to get more money. And we've got the construction of a granary here in our brand new town. We just got a brand new town. In the town of Mistahai Sepik. I don't know who named this one. Someone named it. Someone named it. We need to get a road over there ASAP, because there's very little control. And we just got this at the end of the stream as a result of Parliament. Parliament was very, very keen on making a new town. So I said, sure. And it made sense to get one into the west and basically have a little bit of access to the eastern Lake Erie basin. And it looked like a pretty good town to build a future stockade in, because it will have, if it were built into a castle, it would have good reach on going around through this little inlet, you know, area of control. And it kind of like covers the territory that our existing stockade doesn't. So it kind of just all made sense. Is this where Buffalo is? Maybe, yeah. We're right on the border with Canada. So at this point, I'm sort of gonna try and bolster infrastructure. I kind of have to balance that with building a bunch of new buildings. We need glass makers, we need jewelry, we need stone, fiber crops, wineries, dye makers. There's a lot. There's a lot. So we are about to pump the economy. Unfortunately, we have 300 manpower because we converted into a monarchy. That's a good thing. The unfortunate thing is that we can't use that manpower to explore. So we explored like once. Now we cannot explore. The only place that we can explore with manpower is the West Virginia area, and it says no location is available to construct the exploration, which is a strange turn of phrase. And then the others would require sailors that we don't have. So if the option becomes available, we will. Elsewise, we probably need to start stealing some more maps. So I'm going to build a spy network again in our enemies. These are kind of our enemies. They have 13,000 people. They're neighboring us to the east over Lake Champlain. But that might mean we need... Do I need to spend more on diplomats? Or are we good? Looks like we're good. Oh, no, it went to 0. But we can leave it where it is for now to save money. And then tax-wise, I want to lift the nobility slightly. The burghers slightly, and we might need to give the commoners another benefit, because their 66% happiness is okay. But if we pleased everybody, we could get better control, I think. And the reason I think that is because their average satisfaction is debuffing our max control across the nation. So if we get average satisfaction for everyone higher, it will buff prosperity and control. Prosperity is already 100%. So making people happy could help. For many years, our policies have motivated a majority of our population to dutifully attend the expected religious ceremonies. The clergy have shown its thanks by making supportive comments about the government, gain 12 stability, and they get happier. Okay, well, in that case, we are max stability. Sick. And then we have somebody in the cabinet who is stabilizing. They can do something else. I'd say go back to development. Let's go develop the capital. Development takes a very long time. Very long. It ticks up very slowly, but it's very important. I bought this and was trying out a tribe as well. I saw the option for Settle Frontier and sent my court guy to go. Classic mistake. Classic. You just fell into the trap. You got noob trapped. Are the British coming yet? We don't know who's coming. We don't know. There is no song command, Bazzola, but very optimistic of you to think there is. It's marketing director on the Red Strings Club soundtrack. It's probably the best song on the soundtrack, actually. I don't know who's gonna show up first. It'll be fun to find out, though. Let me see how much a road is going to cost to go all the way west. $180? It's not bad. 174. Gotta jam out to this track since we just talked about it. Got a little granary, trying to get some food capacity stockpiled for everybody in case of future emergencies. I think I'm just gonna go ham with the roads. Don't need a census. Development is good in the capital. Don't need wild game. Don't need lumber to be upgraded. Don't need the salt or sand. We do want the gravel discount. Do I get a refund because my territory got renamed? Which was your territory? Was it so generic? This is why we're not going to do this again. I'll keep doing it for now, but we're not. Next run, we're not doing names because of all this confusion. We're just going to leave them as they are. Dosham. All right, I might have renamed it. I apologize. All right, I'll just put a Dosham as something else. Which was it? Dosham. Where was it? Drosham. Did you just misspell your own territory? Which one is it? The town, if I recall. This town? Okay. Hold on. Is it Drosham or Dosham? Are you trying to do something? How about a pop-up? We're all waiting. Type on your phone faster. We're all waiting on you. Which one is it? Drosham. Okay. Now I gotta, hang on. Before we do this, I gotta do the other name or I'm gonna forget. Because that was another chatter's name. I don't know if I have a territory. They're gonna be upset that their town, everyone's town is getting renamed and everyone's upset. There's no way Ponacussing is a chatter name. There's no way. I don't remember. Loyal Sock. That's not a chatter name, but I think we were gonna keep it. Tanga Sutak. I don't know anymore. I don't know who to rename. Ponacussing can't be a chatter name. I don't think it is. All right, this is gonna be the other one, but it doesn't make any sense because it was like a lake name. But that's their fault because it's supposed to be made up words, not Cree words. So it's their fault for making a Cree word that means by water or something like that. I did one, but I wasn't around to see if it ever happened. Which one did you do? Suddenly, Glormenglop isn't so stupid now, is it? No, I can tell that was a chatter name for sure. Konyagong Tiatorin. Character, head of the cabinet. We did make them head of the cabinet, which is a 25% bonus efficiency in their cabinet duties. Their spending habits have raised some eyebrows. They've been spending large amounts of money, way more than they should have access to, giving it to the nobility in his home region to improve local infrastructure. An investigation revealed the facts. Rather than serving the queen, he's been funneling state funds to to what is now Drosham. The townspeople have been very confused as to the name of their town in order to boost his popularity there. While this has been a boon to the local economy, such practice could prove damaging to the state if tolerated. Turn a blind eye or kill that guy. That's the head of my cabinet. You are not, just turn a blind eye. Minus 10 legitimacy. And we add 0.5. 0.5 development is worth it in a new town? Come on. Of course I want that. I'd have to go back and look. If you don't remember what you wanted to name a town with channel points, then maybe the truth will never come out. If you don't remember, then does it really matter? all this naming drama. All this naming drama. Now, we'll save a little bit more money. We desperately need a road that goes from Ibaleep to Volugop. I mistakenly didn't build it last time when I thought that I did. And that one's gonna cost a whopping 165 Gs. Kukuchi has reached the age of 16. She is our ruler's niece. Well, there's at least 100 Kukuchis in this civilization. It's kind of crazy. Does anyone else think I should colonize some more land just to try to stop Border Gore? And that's the, is that a good enough reason to just expand your borders just because of Border Gore alone? Because here's the issue, right? If I go, see how we have all this down here? If I get these, then we have to get this because this is all by itself and that's so far away I can't possibly use it. We don't need more fish or lumber. Like, I don't need this land. This is triple fish that I really don't need. Yeah, we're in New Jersey territory. We are in New Jersey territory. We are also in Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Vermont territory, some Rhode Island. The small ones that nobody can pinpoint on a map. Ask any European where Rhode Island is and watch them squirm. They're like, well, that's not shaped like Texas or Florida. How am I supposed to remember that one? Delaware gotta be up there somewhere. Delaware gotta be up there somewhere. I like how the game even is just like, ah, yes. The locations of Massachusetts and southern New England. Not even the devs know what's here. It's a secret. Connecticut. Connecticut. Yep, Connecticut and Rhode Island. Connecticut. I just like saying Connecticut because it looks weird. And then we got to get up in that Maine territory. Nah, I don't think I want to go up there. The ad's about to play already because it's been an hour. We haven't accomplished anything, which is typical for the first hour of any stream after a day off. So after this ad break, which I'm going to keep the game paused for and keep yapping so you don't miss anything if you watch ads. Just warning you, 3 minutes of ads starting to keep the pre-rolls down. Then the real game begins. This is all just set up. You got it. It's like a small snowball rolling down a peak. You know, we got to pick up steam. We got to pick up more snow, and then by the end, we're zooming. I'm easily distractible. As someone born in Maine, fair. I still want to know what's up there, so I'm going to steal a map for Maine. Does anyone else always forget where New Hampshire is? I only remember it because I can recognize Vermont, and I know what Vermont looks like, but then I'm like, oh, it's next to Vermont, therefore it's New Hampshire. I don't know why I remember Vermont first. And then, of course, Rhode Island and Connecticut are sneaky cheeky. And Delaware. It is crazy when you just look at like the US map, seeing how far up pokey like Maine gets. It's just like poking way out there. I think most non-Americans think of New York as the most northeastern United States for some reason and just totally ignore the rest. I only know they're one of the two tall ones, 50-50 on which is which. Yeah, that's how it feels with Connecticut and Rhode Island. Okay, gun to my head. Rhode Island's on the right, Connecticut's on the left. Massachusetts on top. Final answer. Let's go down to Florida. You guys want to go to Florida? All right. State knowledge quiz. State knowledge quiz. The Virginias, West Virginia. Scott, that's West Virginia, Virginia. Then the Carolinas, Kentucky. There's Kentucky. So Tennessee. And we haven't revealed anything else down here. No, I'm from Florida. I'd rather not. Okay, fair enough. Who wants to go to Ohio? You guys want to go to Ohio? And Illinois? No. No. Okay. Just skip to Illinois. We can go to Michigan. Michigan right there. In real life, did Canada make a is it possible to make a bridge between these two or nah? What is this? Nachimo winning? Nachimo winning. Manitoulin. Great Lakes are crazy, man. The Great Lakes are hella deep. How deep is the deepest Great Lake? Lake Superior is the big boy. I don't trust AI. I'm going to Wikipedia. Max depth is up to 1,300 feet. Whew. I don't think you'll reach the bottom. You won't be able to touch the bottom there. Max depth of Lake Superior is 406 meters, 1,333 feet. That's ridiculous. Interesting little side story about Lake Superior. The SS Edmund Fitzgerald was a Great Lakes freighter that sank in Lake Superior during a storm in 1975. The loss of the entire crew of 29 men. The reason why it's interesting is because they did like a search afterward for them. Monday was the 50th anniversary? Really? They did like a wreck discovery using a magnetic anomaly detector in Canadian waters close to the international boundary. And did a bunch of underwater surveys with the US Navy, sending in unmanned submersibles to find it in two pieces in 160 meter deep water. Oh wait, no, hold on. I think I'm reading this wrong. In 1980, during a Lake Superior research dive, marine explorer Jean-Michel Cousteau, the son of Jacques Cousteau, sent two divers from RV Calypso in the first manned submersible dive to the Edmund Fitzgerald. The dive team drew no final conclusions. Sorry, I just got sidetracked again. Anyway, they did some really deep dives in Superior. Welcome back from the ad. We were just looking at Wikipedia. So, don't worry about it. All right, where am I going to put roads? In our new territory, we got fruit and lumber. Okay, we also got coal. Ooh, the coal RGO. That's brand new. That is a first. Wait, we lack the advances required for it. Oh no, that's part of the iron. So by law, yeah, we just got. Okay, well, delete this. Delete that. I'm trying to play an honest game of bug-free, exploit-free tribal gaming. Delete that one. Do we have any more iron? I don't think we do. The coal RGO will be useful later. We got some furs. Then we got the double tobacco and fruit. I wonder how much money I should save up before getting some roads. I mean, before getting the parliament to meet for roads. It stands to reason that corn is always good. And more of it is always good. Control here is quite low. But higher than I expected. Market access is way higher than I expected. It might want to build a road all the way down here, even though we can't use this territory yet to its fullest. This is the road view. I also, like, part of me just wants to connect these up. I don't know if it matters. This would give these areas better market access for now. How much would this cost? $389. That's honestly not bad for, like, 3 separate roads. 500 gold for 4 separate roads. Would also give our military some faster northern travels. I say let's save up another couple months and then run Parliament, because Parliament also will give us some centralization. But first, let me start another little excursion. Yeah, let's do this colonial charter right here, in my opinion. For the future iron. The problem is it's 1.4 gold. Yeah. 1.4 gold a month. It's kind of a lot. Distance is 0.02, no matter where we go. All right. So let's send out the people from Onondaga. There's 48,000 people there for some reason. Have them migrate down to Asupink. Asupink. Because the other colonial charter is 99.77% done anyways. It'd be nice to just have a second one. Speaking of, one of our colonies, the Haudenosaunee colony of Lehigh, has received a surge of immigrants seeking their fortune in the colonies. It'll become a self-supporting city, providing much wealth to our realm. I don't think it's going to be a real city, though, is it? Tachikon. Tachikon gets 100 peasants. This is good to see. The charter we founded to colonize Wyoming, not the state, has now fulfilled its role and has become a fully functional colony. Now, we need to decide how to handle it. Excellent news. Excellent. So the charter literally just finished as I started the next one. So I think this is a good pace for us. I don't want to go too fast, too crazy, too quick. I don't want like 4 separate charters going simultaneously, but maybe that is the correct way to do it, and just land grab as much as you can and just worry about organizing it later. I don't know. 13 gold a month is not that much, and I have about 50 buildings I need to make after these roads, so. But yeah, this little piece jutting out here. So did we just get Lehigh then? That must be the location that we just got. But there's 2 more after it. So I don't remember which of these names were chat names and which ones are not chat names at this point. I need to open the viewer rewards and then search. Review the requests. Let me see if... I don't think Tangasutak is a chat one. Loyal Sock is definitely not. Atrakawi is not. And I don't think Susquehannock is either. So if chat redeems some names, I can get those going in. But it has to be made up names. We built a rural cloth maker in Droppydam. Why did we make that? I didn't make that. I suppose it's fine though. I will leave it open. Lehigh and Atrakawi are now part of our matrimony. We will defend them to the last drop of blood. Of peasant blood. Classy Doggo, I am not gonna name a colony Licka My Booty. Okay? Every day, I get this much closer. It's historical. Okay, well then how come when I search Google for Licka My Booty, there's only 2 results, and it's actress from Japan, whose name is Laika Minamoto. Okay, and those are the only 2 searches on all of Google. So what history book are you reading? Every time I try to interact with chat, it just slows the rest of the stream down. We are at a snail's pace right now. Okay, we already did this name. All right. Well, you know what? After seeing feng shui's, you know what? We're just gonna turn off. And after the next one, we're just gonna turn off. Delete it. I don't feel like dealing with this. It's just gonna make me in a bad mood for the rest of the stream. Disabled. Mars to Pants, you can keep yours. Since you got yours in at the end. The rest of you are losing your channel points. You can't do this again. Okay. You gotta read the instructions. All right, here you go. Not licking my booty. Nope. Nope-em. Outta here. There were instructions? Yeah, if you actually like clicked on the redemption, that's what it said. All right, that's just one headache removed. One headache removed. The other historical ones will stay. Channel point redemptions are historically always a headache to me. And it is staying consistent. That's why they will all get disabled in time except for delete channel points. It seems as if the commoners are moving out of the hinterlands of Pojinpalo and aim to earn a living in Sinakta Wombo. This is creating turmoil in the countryside, but the capital may benefit in the long run. We have to accept this. The commoners belong on their turf. The pop there will lose 15% satisfaction. More pops will migrate to Onondaga. We change societal values toward centralization. One loses development, the other gains development. Or the commoners belong on their turf. Commoners are unhappy. Nobility is way happy. The following will occur blank. Okay. We change societal values by 5 towards serfdom. We lose stability. If they're moving out of Pojapalo, that's good, because this is not a city or a town or anything. It's just a bunch of peasants. But 400 a month is crazy for 5 months. That's like 2,000 peasants moving out of this place. I think I am going to want a town here eventually, though. But it does buff development in the capital. And it gives us some centralization, which we like. But it makes the pop unhappy there. Well, I'm going to accept it. They want to move out, then let them move out. Okay. We got 433 gold. It's Parliament time. Parliament time. Expand the gravel road network. Gives us 20% off build gravel road costs. Faster road building time. If the debate passes, we move towards centralization, and we'll move towards centralization while we're having Parliament in the capital simultaneously. So it just does a lot of good things for us. Just got to make sure it actually passes. There might be an event that gives us an extra like 5%. Possibly. Support of spiritualist ideas. We lose 5 prestige. We move towards spiritualism. Nobility nobility get unhappy, but we get 18% support. That's perfect. Help the clergy out, hook them up. All right, so now it'll pass for the centralization buff. Now it's time to get those roads. So Drosham is first up on the list. So we've already got a road from the capital to Perrinvale. So it's gonna go Perrinvale to Mokonomo. The Mokonomo to Drosham, our new town, to help bolster our effective control and therefore the tax rate of this burgeoning town. All right, and with the rest of the money, we need to keep spending. I've been wanting to have a road from Ibelip into this mountainous Volugop tile. Yeah, it wants to go through Volugop. That's 128 gold. From here to here. Okay, we have 208 left. Our nephew is a bit older now. I really need to get some roads in here because these places have extremely low control, but it's still not the top of my to-do list. Not sure if it's a good idea, but I like having roads on the coast for if we decide to go kind of further down to these in the future, and also connecting up the maize, because I think maize is going to be a big profit for us, as well as salt. There's not a lot of salt options. It's like boom, 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 and boom. The trick is if I go here, it kind of follows our existing road. If I go here, it wants to create an entirely new road, which that's a little too much. It's going here to here to here to here. So if I've already got a road into the copper, then I'm just going to put 2 roads down to the coast. So we're only 1 step away from salt. Salt's not huge right now for us. And then with the rest of my money, I want to figure out where the most important resource is here. Or where would I put a town? Where would I put a town in this section? If I was going just based on raw resources, then I don't think it would hurt to put it on top of a lumber spot. Just because we have so many lumber spots that lowering its RGO with a town doesn't really matter. You could also pick wild game. There's not that many peasants here right now, but there could be in the future, I guess. I think we just need a road. Parliament agrees to expand the gravel road network. Shit, I didn't finish building the roads. I didn't realize how much time passed. Whoops. All right, we're going to be paying a little more for these roads if I want to build them, or I could just save my money and build the other buildings and wait for another parliament, which would also be fine. I couldn't decide. If I can't decide, then maybe it's not worth spending the money. It would kind of just be arbitrary expenditures that I'll just save now. We move towards centralization even more. Okie dokie. So we're currently 38 towards centralization. We have more crown power. We have lower proximity costs for all of our locations. I think if we don't have anybody living here yet, then it's not really worth going ham on the roads there yet. Okay, yeah, there's other things to build. So forget about the roads. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 roads going? And we just already finished one? Okay, I think that's good. Now, onto the massive building list. We need... Oh, I got an idea. Let's take a look at towns by population. Because I want to build some more market towns. Gene Toga has not got a town. But it has so many people in it. But there's no one spare. Wow, it's crazy. So there's 14,000 people here. There's 7,000 people working in the clay. The lumber mill's closed. The tar kiln is closed. I don't know why there's a fruit orchard. Okay, close the fruit orchard. That'll free up 1,000 people. And we already have, why do we have forest villages again? They just make leather. We can make leather with a tannery. At a much better rate if we want. I guess I'm just gonna leave them for now. And then we have a market village. All right, market village is good. It's making glass. We don't have a ton of glass. I'm gonna up their market village here to a level 3, because I think that's our best way to make glass at the moment, actually. I want to just do a bunch of building updates real quick. Ponderonius. Hethelfreet would actually make the most money. Hethelfreet, what are you making? You're making weapons, actually. Which we can use a weaponsmith for. Okay, let's flip this around. Stop making weapons out of wood. Start making glass out of sand. We got a sand RGO. It's only a level 2 out of 7. Up the sand RGO to accommodate for the new glassware. Then start building some weaponsmiths. Kind of sorting by potential profit. Bim Bim Bop is actually kind of goated little town location here. Good market access, good control. They got a lot of peasants to promote as well. All right, get the weaponsmith in, because we actually can have a military now. Just need to make sure that they're using stone plus lumber to equal weapons, and make sure that our stone works can handle this. Can stone handle this? We are low on stone. All right, well, we're gotta hammer some nails. There's a lot of nails just sticking up. So I want to open the RGO builder and see. Plumpet is the next best one. There's not that much stone here, eh? Plumpet is almost full as well. All right, there we go. Lots of buildings coming up. Let it ride, let it ride. Spend all my money. All right, I want to name some of these locations. I will just name them myself. The old-fashioned way. Chat, give me a letter. Have there been any major disease breakouts? No, keep watching the stream. I'm sure you'll see one eventually. E. Okay. This is going to be known as the location of Inglewart. Inglewart. Okay, then we need... We're keeping Loyal Sock. I don't think this is anyone from chat. Give me a lowercase letter. That way I know who heard me say that and wrote a different letter in a different V. 2 V's in a row. All right. Velgan Grafferty. Velgan Grafferty. I'll put a dash in there. I don't think this is a chat one. You can do a better name than Inglewart. You're named after Tylenol, brother. So maybe we don't throw stones in glass houses. H. Frockelvin. Frockelvin. Or Hrocklevin. Actually, yeah, I guess you could read it either way, huh? Okay, this... I gotta change this slightly. Fraka. Hrockaden. There you go. Hrockaden. And then is Adawandi chat? There's no way you guys did Adawandi. Right? No, you did. That was Dudley Manlove. Adawanati. That was you guys. I think that's all of them. I think that's all of them. We built a gravel road. Hey. Hey, look at that beautiful contiguous road. Finally, we've had this territory for a while and they haven't gotten anything, but now they've got a town, they've got a gravel connection back up to civilization. We got 5,000 peasants who want to jump in here. Let me get another market village somewhere. Judged by how many peasants there are? Where does the game think I can make the most money? Honestly, Naganafalfriet? Or Naganafalfriet? There's like 3,600 people there. They don't have much going on except for market villages. And it's just under Gene Toga. What's their tax base? Not very high. And what is this one making? It's weird that you can't click on it while it's being constructed to dictate what... Oh, there we go. You have to click on this, not the picture, the bottom part. Okay, you pick on the bottom part, then you can change what it makes. I think we need more jewelry from the market villages, which also takes stone, because I'm making a weaponsmith. We about to be no stone. That's going to be the issue. But we have negative jewelry. We're gonna be out of stone. Let's start another stonework just to make sure that we don't have negative stone. What happens when you run out? Can't afford 33.5. I need to borrow 1 gold. The nobility and the burghers of the kingdom have decided to reward our good governance by making generous donations. They heard me? Microphone support is enabled? Put that into the treasury. 78 G's. 78 G's. All right, I hear you. I'm listening. .69% control in Perrinvale. Look at that control going up. 46 to 57. More taxes, baby. 27 to 50. That's gonna be nice. Much, much nicer. We built a new gravel road between Shambhalamba and Elemental P. Elemental P doesn't seem to be benefiting from control. But it's good to have. Yeah, this... It's not great. 18% control. The distance is crazy. Well, it is what it is. Who built a farming village up here? Did I do that? I might have done that. Just to get some cattle, some livestock. I don't remember doing it, but I probably did. Anyway, I think good things are happening, but I just need to keep building buildings. So let's get, yeah, keep pumping the stone RGOs. We got both stone RGOs going up. Pwampets is going up right now. You can now get more stone from Pwampet. We need 6,000 employees. It's a lot of peasants. You can now get more sand from Jalpi Dam. I love it. We expanding, man. We are expanding. Okay, then the stone's going to continue to be an issue. Let me get fiber crop RGOs. I took some notes on things that I think would be beneficial. It's basically everything. It's just build everything is the short version of it, because we have negative fiber crops. Ooh. So one thing that we need to be using more that I have not really been using over the last 7 streams is the RGO builder. So if we go to goods and RGO builder, you can kind of see at a glance where the game thinks that you can make more profits by upgrading an RGO. Now, whether that will actually make profits is TBD, because in some cases we have a big surplus and I don't really want to flood the market with salt in this case. So I still don't recommend just blindly clicking. But I can tell here that we got a deficit of fiber crops. We still got a big surplus of marble. Got a big surplus of wood, so I wouldn't just blindly click these, but it still can give you an idea of what to look for. And then if I click on fiber crops, we can open the RGO builder from fiber crops, and that will give me a game suggestion of where they think the most money comes from upgrading that fiber crops. So right now it's Hayahihi Sawi, which makes total sense because it's got the best position between our capital, which is here, and our market, which is over here. So that seems like the ideal. Each level is going to be 1.2 output. And we got 3,200 peasants who can be upgraded there. So I'm just checking those things to kind of see whether it can support those fiber crops. In this case, this is going to be our fiber crop capital. So I'm actually just going to double pump it and just let it go back to back. And then, but yeah, the RGO builder screen is nice, and I need to be using it a bit more than I am at the moment. Chat, you guys ask so many questions. So many questions. What? Italics, I probably missed it, but did you have a look at the distance to the other native market to see if it changed? We did. We looked like 5 times. We can't reach it. Maybe later. Does being a provincial capital have any mechanical benefits to a town? I actually do not know. I have no idea. If I had to guess, it would be a victory points thing for wars. I do not know anything outside of that. Could be. The clergy seek our help, claiming that in accordance with our censorship laws, we should remove outdated religious text in circulation. Recently, it was found that decades of small tweaks and deviations in new versions of our holy text have led to a divide between those who preach the old word and the new. The rift is minimal, but the very idea of holy texts deviating from one another is revolting to the clergy. As such, they have asked us to purge the older copies, which could lead to instability on account of having to destroy the old and relished copies of local temples. Why wouldn't you keep the older copies and purge the newer ones? If you're in a religious clergy, aren't the older texts the ones that you want to preserve, and the newer ones are the bad ones? No deviancy can be allowed. Lose stability. Allow the old books to phase out naturally. Gain stability. I need to spend some more money on stability, but... they're at 50. Yeah, they're like 55. Give me the stability buff. Man, look at all these simultaneous constructions. Are we super short on anything besides fiber crops and stone? There's a little stone tweak after the RGO. Starting to kick on. Got a weaponry shortage, but we're working on a weaponsmith. We got a winery shortage. Let me build. The reason we didn't build that many wineries is because of tools. Looks like Flapalapatopa is the best place to build the winery. Wonder why it's getting that bonus. Because we actually get we're gonna want it in Sanoctawambo as well, because Sanoctawambo has fruit there. So if the primary ingredients are present inside the province, you get a production output bonus to the buildings that use those raw materials if they're located in the same province. The location of Shoyokil is now considered part of our matrimony. Chat, give me a letter. Okay. How about Chrysolimus? Chrysolimus. I like how the censorship law has been in place since they developed the written alphabet. They wasted no time. They went straight for the throat there. Also, my notifications aren't working for some reason. Rotanamod, thank you for resubbing. And appreciate you dropping the prime. Hello, T and Leadfoot for 119 freaking months. Thank you so much, T and Leadfoot, for sticking around so long. Aku as well. 1 sub for every hour of the tutorials. 71 months. That's true. That's true. Poison BL, thank you for gifting a sub to Kashin. Enjoy your gift sub, Kashin. Classy Doggo with the E sub for 62 months. Retrograde Motion approaching big 100. Hello, Retrograde. Thank you for resubbing again for many months. Fervis with the new sub. Hi, Fervis. And I saw Make1B and Commodore. Thanks, Make1B and Commodore. Appreciate you guys. Shy Waffles back for 64 months. Wuggles in here. Hi, Wuggles. I think I got those two at the beginning, maybe. But thank you. Sorry, notifications are busted today for some reason. So many things to build, man. How much does a winery make? It's like 0.73. How much short are we? Thinking about just building another winery. The problem, I guess, is the tool usage, but... Oh! The reason it's not telling me the money is because I haven't built one in Sanoctawambo. Yeah, it's suggesting I can make more money in Sanoctawambo. So my first instinct was correct. And I wonder if I get my money back if I take this away. I do. I got my money back. Thank you, devs, for giving me my money back. Yeah, build it in the capital where we have the fruit. We're gonna make more money there. 0.67 instead of 0.55. I was like, huh, yeah, there's fruit here. You use the fruit in the wine. It just makes sense. Level 3 Market Village. See, now we have too much glass. We won't in the future going forward, and that's our best way to make glass. We can get more stone from Husenfurs. Husenfurs! Yeah, we're sprawling out, man. We are going too far. Some have said. I'm just gonna keep upping stone. You can't really have enough stone. We built a new weaponsmith in Bibimbap. So that is gonna be configurable. We don't want to use coal. Unfortunately, we want to use the stone, which again is gonna go very fast, but that should take care of the weaponry shortage and create a stone shortage. Now, I noticed that in our stone to the east, we have a problem called I don't know what music soundtrack this is. Okay, now I know what soundtrack it is. We have a problem called zero proximity. So we've recently gotten territory that is so far away from the capital that even if there's a gravel road, it cannot reach. Now, granted, there is a more efficient gravel path that could reach out there. That would cost us 280 gold to connect up. That goes down to Volugop. And then a connecting Volugop to Gimigami. And then over. So we might be able to get some control. But we have a fix for that. We have a way to solve it. Or at least alleviate it and get some tax money there. Finally, a reason to build a bailiff. So a bailiff is your solution to 0 proximity. It cannot stack with capital proximity. But if you have no capital proximity, it gives you plus 20 to local proximity source. It is a source of proximity. It's a way to exert power over territory that is far removed from your capital. And it consumes a steady amount of tools, stone, weapons, and paper. The population left to their own devices is just a nest of wickedness and laziness. As such, the rule of the country needs to be imposed via local representatives tasked with keeping law and order. The problem is it costs 200 to build. So it is very expensive, prohibitively expensive. 166 after discount. So it might, is it better to just try and build a road out here first and just see what the control gets to with a road that doesn't zigzag all the way to the capital? Maybe. Or is it better to just save up and get the bailiff? Right now, their tax base is not high enough to justify getting the bailiff. And it would only be these 2 locations that would benefit from it. So 200 gold for those 2 is a bit rough. We're still getting 100% of the stone RGO that's feeding into the other production buildings. We're just not getting like the profit on the taxes from those areas, but it's not very much yet. Are you doing something? Here's some pop-ups. The Midu faithful have watched the rise of Namumpum Nantucket with interest and enthusiasm. To many, she is proof that it's possible for someone to do well within our state despite not belonging to the state religion. Our pops that follow that religion are happier. We gain 7 satisfaction, or stability rather. Well, that's all well and good, but that just reminds me I need to convert them. We are converting them actually. Because we've had some issues where the queen is the wrong religion, which is crazy because our religion is like insanely disproportionately favoring us culturally. Why is the game unpaused? Pause the game. How do I even... Religion breakdown. Yeah, we're 97% majority of Arendism. Why are people going in the background? Why are they doing that? Did you guys hear that? Am I crazy? But anyway, they 97%. Fiber crops are the future, man. Fiber crops are the future. Spinners Guild, naval supplies, paper makers, apothecary, cloth makers. Spinners Guild is it just not just better than a rural cloth maker, or am I crazy? It's a 1 input to 0.8 output. No, it's the same. Rural cloth maker's the same, it just uses more people. The Spinners Guild is 200 people, cloth maker's 1,000. So if your rural place has peasants, then it's fine to give them a job. Okay. It doesn't, you don't actually lose efficiency though. That's cool. That is cool. So, there's so many more buildings. We got the wineries coming in, or a winery coming in. Bridges. Maybe bridges. Bridges to enhance movement speed of armies and reduce proximity costs. Oh, yeah, like this one in our new town. How many peasants are here? 5,000. Oh yeah. They need 250 to actually work the bridge. But it'll give us a small control buff from reducing the proximity cost. And then we could do the same leading into the south. And the way that it works is if you were in a location in the far south down here, and it's tracking how long the path is to get back to the capital, it tracks it per tile. So if we're reducing the proximity cost of this tile and this tile and this tile, they're additive. They kind of like help each other. It counts everyone individually along the way. So it behooves you to kind of, if you want control down here, then you want to update all the paths between here and your capital for control. New Market Village. Making jewelry. Damn, 0.89 stone is crazy. I think stone is actually our biggest issue. Let me look at the stone situation. We might need to expand more east just to grab the RGOs. We can also go southwest, but it would take a lot of junk that I don't need right now. Coal, saltpeter, useless to us. And more furs just to get one stone grab. They're so spread out. It's either like this one in Nehentuk, or we go northeast. We've got a few more levels of RGO before we panic, so there's still 3 levels on Husenfers. So it's not the end of the world yet or anything. Good advice is sometimes hard to come by these days, but the number of people coming forward to advise us is increasing nicely. This gives us more choice than ever before. By the way, we've blazed past 450,000 people in our town, in our civilization, hurtling toward 500K, 500,000. Good advice for 10 years, 10% cabinet efficiency for a decade. Very nice, very nice. Okay, back to bridges. Back to some bridges. Give me a bridge in Ebeleep. Gonna take some masonry and lumber. We get more stone from Husenfers. We can upgrade this again, but they need time for the peasantry to promote into laborers to actually work it. So that's going to take a bit, and we might be stuck with a supply deficit until then. Let me just take a look at this. Stone tool makers and weapon makers, oof. And the rural jewelers from the market, yeah, they're eating it up. And bridges eat it up too. We need faster pop promotion out here, that's for sure. We're at 1263 and just going up at 26, 27 a month. Those rural jewelers. Can't do a jeweler's guild though. We barely have a surplus though. All right, I guess take this one off. Just to try to save some stone. And then I think making weapons with the wood is still good. Don't mind me just going back until I see the thing I'm looking for and then deciding I can't find it. Back button, forward button on your mouse is your best shortcut friend, by the way. Helps a bunch. I think we want to reduce the operating costs in Sea-Mile Butts, because there's some tax base up there with the maze. So reducing proximity cost with the bridges is good. Do they have enough people? Do they have enough peasants? They have 1,500. That's not a lot. We could just get rid of the farming village if we need to in the future. All right, fiber crops are maxed. They're just gonna take some time to fill in. Shrimple as Dad has like 1,800 people. We can get maize from other places though. I think that's the key. It's 1490. Soon it will be 1492. Which doesn't really mean anything in this necessarily, but you know, it's a relevant historical date. Ugh. You have more than 3 buttons on your mouse? I do. I have back, forward. I have 2 buttons next to my left mouse button that are to the tappable from that, and then I have a thumb button as well. I got the Logitech G502 wireless. It's been a very good mouse, but it's broken. So, and it's only lasted like 2.5 years. So that's not really great. That's not really what you want. And it's like a $130 mouse. The back button now double taps back through no click of my own. So every time I click back, 50% of the time it goes back 2 spaces instead of 1. And then I have to press forward again, so it gets very chaotic. It's not the best for build quality. But also, it's a comfortable mouse, and I like it, so I'm just gonna keep using it. Winery in Sonoctawambo, I think, is what just came up. Can I pause for a sec? We're going a little fast for me. Trying to keep up with supply and demand here. 0.94 wine, so good little surplus there. Should be some good town profit. Tax base in Sonoctawambo is stacked and cracked compared to everywhere else. I think it's kind of become the actual center of commerce, even though it's not the market home. Ad starting soon. Chat, how's it been another hour already? What the heck? It started right now? All right, well, I guess I'm gonna go get a drink real quick. It's been 2 hours? What? I can't believe this. I need to catch up on my little news feed. And possibly start another colonial charter, since the other one's at like 84%. Maybe. Just keep growing. All right, I'll be back in just a minute. Thanks for watching. Yo. Perfect timing, back from the ad. Man, it feels like I love the winter vibes. I hate the sun is already down and it's not even 5. I hate that. But other than that, I like the angle of the sun in winter as the earth tilts on its axis. It reminds me of playing like football with my friends from the neighborhood or something after school. It reminds me of just going home, chilling, getting cozy under a blanket and playing some like Tekken or something like that, playing some Roller Coaster Tycoon. Best time of the year. I always hear that like depression goes up in the winter. For me, it's the opposite, man. I get like, yeah, I'm feeling good. Let's game, let's ball. Everything's great. It's cold outside. And then when it gets really hot in the summer in Vegas, that's when I'm like, oh my God, I am exhausted. However, it feels like that everywhere except my office because it's not cold enough to overpower the heat coming out of my PC trying to run this gargantuan world simulation in Europa. So it just gets sweaty in here. So every time I go on like a quick BRB, I open my door and I'm like, whoo, that's what it's supposed to feel like. It's nice out here. And then I come back in here and I'm just like, why am I sweaty? I can't turn on the air condition because it'll freeze the entire rest of the house. Soon enough, hopefully. It's already like mid-November though, and let's see, what's the temp in Vegas? It's like cool, but not cold yet. It's 67. That's just like nice to be outside. So it's not cold enough yet to actually be like, ooh, break out the heater. That's what I'm ready for it to get to. Okay. What was I doing? Clicking buttons, of course. Location rapidly depopulating. There's just nothing going on here, to be honest. We have no control. There's like one fruit RGO, 1,200 peasants. They got nothing going on there. I was building bridges. Even though they take more resources that we don't really have in the form of stone. We cannot build another bridge. There can only be one bridge. Well, I don't want to build it there, you dingus. I want to build it up here. Here's the question, right? Is there even a point to building a bridge here? Because if I build a bridge in Seamob Butts, then that bridge should give the adjacency bonus to Shrimpolosdat, right? When they're crossing from Shrimpolosdat to here, or only when they're crossing from here to here? I guess I could just let it build and then click on it and find out. I think it will only work if you start here. I don't know. It's very confusing, actually, the way that they set that up. I'm just going to build it going southeast since we have very little connection down here, and we want Defara, which has a road going through it and some firs, to make the path into, what is this? Gaitoff Malawan. Get off Malawan. And then further into the south have lower proximity debuffs. Is Civ 7 trash? I don't know if it's trash, but I didn't really enjoy it beyond one stream. We played it for 8 hours. That was it. This is nothing like Civ, though. So if you're trying to compare the two, they're different worlds. Different worlds. Like for me, I would pick Civ 6 over Civ 7, but I wouldn't really compare Civ 7 to this. All right, we got a bunch of infrastructure going in. We just built a new gravel road down in here into Scram Bample Wham. Okay. Well, towards it. It's actually in Tiki Wall a Bing Bong. Chat, this is why we tell. Good names, I guess. But yeah, we got a bunch of bridges going down here to try to reduce. I'm gonna actually see. So Elemental P, no, this is the most distant one. -4 and 12. -4 and 12. -4, 12. -4, 12. I want to see what those become after the bridges are done. We gained a core. Where's that? Oh, I already named it. Trying to catch up on my little news thing. Nothing crazy. Kind of just trying to see what bridges do. That's still going up to 50% control slowly. Maybe we should build bridges over to this stone area, especially here in Gimigami, because that's actually like a town. And then we'll chill on the bridges for a bit. Curious if it'll reduce the proximity enough for these fringe territories to do anything. Every little bit helps. Massive bridge infrastructure play. All right, after bridges, we want temples in towns. Temples are great. They do have upkeep costs associated with them that we can't fully fulfill because we don't have beeswax. We do have copper now, which is great. So they're mostly working compared to previous. You also get some literacy rates for the clergy up so that they can read more, equals more research speed. And then the flat buff of max control +5, I think is really good and worth. So I'm trying to have a temple in every town. We don't necessarily need one in the capital just because control is already 100%, but the literacy rate, you know, still trickles up a little bit. So let's get the new town, Drosham, to get a temple over there and give it some development since it's pretty new. Our ruler's niece. I'm not getting all these people married. I do not care about their family lines. All their family lines will die. The only family line I need to survive is my own. We are not gonna mess around with that. Is trade automation a bad idea? Well, we have no one to trade with, so we're just not trading with anybody. Trade automation, from what I've read, is fine if your goal is just to try to make profit with extra resources. But if you're trying to set up complex supply chains between other nations and your own, you need to do that yourself. From what I've read. The AI doesn't know how to handle supply chains where you're depending on resources from other nations to sustain buildings in your territory. And vice versa. All right, bridge in Seamal Butts. We built a toll castle. I did not do that. Toll castles are something that the nobles build on their own to tax people going through the territory. It's sort of a negative building that we don't really have control over. Is our heir married? Nope, no one wants to marry them. But it appears that after enough time passes, then someone will want to marry them because that's what happened to all previous heirs. The whole heir marriage thing is very random. But if you just check again after a little time goes by, then they might. A combination of just the correct people in our cabinet can create conditions for a nice little boost in tax income. Everyone in the country will be pleased to hear this just happened. 10 years of 10% cabinet efficiency. Okay, I'm down with that. Anyway, our heir is someone else anyways. Our ruler's older brother, for some godforsaken reason, who does have children. But I have no idea why my older brother is the heir. We have cognatic primogeniture, in which the heir is the oldest male child of the current ruler. That's clearly not true, because we have a male child, and that's not him. Today I learned you can click on this button to change your succession. Did not realize that. Absolute cognatic primogeniture, favored son, matrilineal non-exclusive, youngest son, and then ones I can't click. Matrilineal Salic, partition, Salic, and semi-Salic. Holy. I don't even know what most of these are. After playing CK2 and 3 and other such. Because why would succession laws be in the laws tab? That's a fantastic question. Why would they? I wouldn't mind switching to absolute cognatic. Just the oldest child. Matrilineal non-exclusive. They are the most capable person in the dynasty of the previous ruler. And then I can't click on any of these. The problem is it would take 50 stability and 50 legitimacy, which is really going to eat into the budget. He's the same heir either way. I assume the reason that he is the heir is because both of our children are Midu for some reason, which is again a like 2 to 3% minority religion. So I have no idea how they got that religion or how to change it. And we currently have a law that says the heir has to be of our correct religion. So they're screwed. They are screwed. That's why we can't royal marriage. Because they're not even in line for the throne. So it's very strange. So I'm just going to let it roll out however it goes. She is the last matrilineal queen, unfortunately. Queen Lawananki Atsuningo. Terrible stats. Architectural, visionary, and kind-hearted. Their line ended, the stupidity line is ending after 150 years, I guess. All right, I need to keep building stuff. I'm building a temple. We need stockades and granaries and dye makers and all sorts of stuff. I think granary is a good idea. Oh, they can have like higher level granaries. Ooh. Let's get everyone to level 2 granary first so we can have more food storage in case of emergencies. And then, of course, the little passive buffs in the form of population growth in those areas. I haven't found any reason to turn stability down on the funding page. Well, once you get it to 100, that's a good reason to turn it down. So I would say getting it maxed out is a good reason. I hate that it forces you out of matrilineal when you upgrade government. Feels like an oversight. Yeah, that's going to be the case for a lot. I would say many such cases is what I would say. New bridge in Defara. All right, we'll check on. I want to see what that did to the control here in a second. Get the other granary queued up. Wait for the other bridge to go. So I think it was like 12 and -4. Was that what it was before? Or nah? I don't know. Stability starts to get very expensive as you grow. Are you telling me you can't just pay the same price to keep a single province stable as an empire? It's crazy. Next thing you're gonna tell me is that it's more expensive to maintain the army the larger the army gets. We built a new bridge in Gitolf, Malawan. All right, now that both of those are in, now it's 13 and -4. Okay, it really didn't change it that much, did it? Did it make us feel good to build the bridge? Was it worth building the... I don't know. I think bridges suck, personally. Unless you want faster military movement to specific edges of your territory. That's the best reason for it. The problem is the enemy can use them too, right? So if everyone's faster, no one is kind of the thing. But in your own territory, the defender always has the speed advantage because it takes time to siege. So like the enemy will stop somewhere to siege, so you're the one using your roads to lift the siege at that point. So I mean, I think it still is defender advantage for move speed. But the proximity reduction is so small that I don't even think is worth it. It's like -3 and 13. So two bridges gave us 1% proximity, basically. It's not a lot. Army move speed is the larger bonus, in my opinion. Okay, we got some funkiness going on here. We're gonna have this stupid slice of uncivilized territory right here. Right here. And I don't know what to do with it. Because it's like that dolphin-shaped land. And it's just gonna go so far to the southwest that I don't know what to do. We can either suffer and have this pocket of territory gapped into our land, or we can go really far, too far southwest. I'm trying to see what kind of colonial charters. Double maize, triple legumes. Right now, legumes are nothing, but in the future, they might be something. Because we originally wanted to go around Lake Ontario, but the more I look at it, the less important it seems. It's like one more sand. That's going to become the most important thing eventually. There's 0. Those are the only 2 sand pits until you get all the way west. So for future proofing, it's good. For right now, not so good. We don't need the fish. We don't need the legumes. We don't need the tobacco. We don't need more legumes. So it feels weird to like try and grab all these. We don't have any beaches, man. Oh. In my opinion, did I ask your opinion? You definitely want those iron RGOs, and colonizing makes them level 1. No, it doesn't, because I'm deleting the level 1 RGOs because I'm not using bugs or exploits. Would they be higher control being by the lake? They would allow us to use maritime bonuses to increase the control of those areas slightly. I'm not sure how much it'll go up. Based on our little boats that we have. Based and stone-pilled. What is this one? This one is double corn, fruit, and fiber crops. It's not bad. It is a little far. But we've actually got control into these two territories at like, not bad, 62%, 63 market access. Had no idea it was a bug exploit. Well, I have to assume it's a bug because the iron that you start with in the game is 0. So if they intended you to be able to tap a level 1 at all, this one would be level 1. So one of the two things is bugged. Either this iron should start at a level 1 when you start the game instead of 0, or the ones that automatically go to level 1 but can't be expanded should be level 0 too. The odds are that the developers just, you know, it's many such cases. Many such cases. This is clearly the best one, right? Stone, copper, fruit. Oh, we got to get the one in front of it. Oof. Doesn't really matter that it's super far away. I know we're just getting too much land, but what is the punishment for getting too much land? That other people will take it? That's gonna happen anyway, right? I'd say let's just hop on the sand train for the future, but we are gonna kill the fish market. I'm surprised people don't want more fish. There are no additional needs except for pop needs and food. I think the downside is you're moving your pops from productive land to unproductive. Well, that's true. That is true. But it assumes that you have things to make your pops do in the productive land, right? Like we've got thousands of pops with no jobs because we don't have any other jobs to give them, as it were, necessarily. Sure, there's more things I can build still, but we don't have enough jobs for 30, 40, 50,000 peasants, which is kind of how many spare we have right around here. So they may as well go somewhere else and kind of stake a claim. Isn't that crazy though? Like think about how little sense this makes for a tribe. This is not urbanized land. There's like 5 little towns scattered across all of New York and some of the greater New York area in this case. And we're telling them, hey, leave your grass to go to this grass. It's better. It's like, man, there's nothing. Why would you move? Like, you're already fine chilling where you are. It's not going to be any different over there, except you got even less shit than you have if you just stay over here. Like, the only thing is people do want to move away, technically speaking, from the towns, right? Because, let's see, where's migration? Which one of these is migration? Burb? No, that's diplomacy. Tactical areas. They don't, like, the red is sort of undesirable for some reason, and the green is the most desirable. They do want to spread out. Anyway, I'm gonna lock this sand down before some Europeans do, since this is literally the only other one in the entire area. We don't have enough money. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. And now you have to promote to laborer and work in an RGO, but you make money and you can buy goods then. What's the most advanced tech in your nation? Canoes? Stickball? Liquor? Liquor, beer, and tobacco. Smoking tobacco. Gravel tech is pretty good. Yep, gravel tech is pretty good. Kinte. We're going to Kinte. We're going to Kinte, and we're taking people from not the capital. Probably the Dirondacks. There's nothing up there. There's just a bunch of people up there, but there's nothing up there. We have this crazy population, but nobody does anything, I don't think. All right, new colonial charter going in. Trying to get further around Ontario. While many traders are known for lying about the quality of their goods and making fraudulent promises to foreigners and countrymen alike, the Haudenosaunee merchants are well known to be trustworthy, if competitive. Although our merchants may sometimes cut deals that benefit themselves and not their trade partners, they rarely lie or take bribes. This has made us the first choice for traders around the world. We live in a dreamland. We are the #1 traders in our own imagination. It's a shame, though, because these events, even though there's no choice here to make, are written better than in Crusader Kings 3, but have no contextual relevance to anything that's happening here. 9 years of plus 10% trade advantage. Well, I mean, I guess we'll power it into existence. Yeah, we're a legend in our own mind. That's so funny. Amongst all the people we know, we are the best at buying and selling. God. All right, we built the spy network up enough to steal some maps, which is going to in turn piss off everyone else around us for some reason we can't figure out. We have built a temple in Drosham. That is excellent news. 50 people in the clergy will work there. We don't have any beeswax, but for the most part, that's going to raise control even higher. Yeah, 55 instead of 50% is still going up. I like temples. The temple control buff is really nice for the towns. Okay, anyway. What map do we want to steal? I feel like we just gotta steal one of the Virginias. Like going up, like we could steal the main map also, but it feels like we just need this one. Like West Virginia. We need kind of both the Virginias, to be honest. Let's just do the coast first. Do the coast and then move in. Our spies have managed to gain access to the maps of Virginia. What's crazy is the tribes people, every tribe except for us, knows where everything is. Only we do not have the knowledge of where anything is in the Americas. So if you steal maps from a tribe, they know where every single location is and what resources it has. Which is clearly not functioning as intended. Clearly not functioning. Holy moly. Is that lead? A new resource? And Gigastone? Gigastone, there's 5 stones here. We got maize, tobacco, the normal stuff, some more copper, there's some sand. We were just talking about that. Some iron, some coal. Virginia is pretty solid. They got fish, they got legumes, they got furs above them. Virginia looks pretty solid. They got a nice balance of everything except, well, they got iron too. Yeah, they got like 4 iron nodes. Going down there is really tough. Real tough. Ding, ding. Okay. Anyway. Nice to know. Good to know. Good to know. I've noticed a chatter says we need to find 10, so I have to make the alarm again that I do not want to know where any resource in the game is, so that I can actually explore it and find it for myself before someone responds to that chatter, and then... So, gotta make a stipulation declaration each time. We did steal maps, got the new temple, got the new colonial charter, got the bridge built. What else do we need to build? Let's see. We're actually doing great. We have no deficits on anything that we can make. 0 deficits. Colony growth looking pretty good. Maybe we increase control back in the west for a little bit. Our cabinet has been assigned to increase province control. That's what I did. I remember last stream struggling with keeping up with dye demand. We have 0.16. We can make more. It just takes wood. Wood to make dyes. Dyes are popular. You have to click so many buildings. So many buttons to get here. Bibimbap and Flopalapatopa have the best profit margins. Bibimbap has more people. So I'll upgrade that dye maker. Trying to just keep reinvesting in the economy. Colonies are costing us 5 gold a month. Buildings are almost 5 gold in maintenance. Court is 4.22. We're back to like 89 legitimacy, so I'll take a few notches off. Conflict and protests with merchants over taxes, port duties, navy requisitions, trade laws, and customs are becoming frequent and having a counterproductive effect on the economy. 2 years of low trade efficiency. That'll do nothing, so take that. That one. Take the one that does nothing. Max spending on colonies. I need to spend a little bit on Diplo. Diplo's kind of expensive while you're building a spy network, to be honest. How did you make money? Fulfilling demands. People want to buy stuff. So the higher that they are promoted within your sort of caste-based society, the more money they spend, because the more things they want. So you create jobs for nobles. People become nobles. Nobles want to buy fancy stuff. And you create the infrastructure that make fine cloth, fur, salt, jewelry, whatever they want, and they buy it, stimulates the economy, and we tax all the profits from all those transactions based on our control. So we just keep building up civilization, and we keep making more money. We built a new granary. All right, level 2 granary. I think everyone has a level 2. We have a few places we could get a level 3. Probably best to put one in the capital. He's already back. It's 1492. We did it. But yeah, highest level granary in the capital makes sense. A local assembly. That's for the peasants. I didn't build that. That gives the peasants power. Disaster has struck one of your colonies. Many settlers died and more returned home. This is a disaster. It can't be helped. 265 people are dead. Or we spend 3 gold. 3.76 gold? Spare no effort in aiding this colony. Give them whatever they need, a blank check for 3.76 gold. Panic. Can you build multiple markets? You can. I don't know if I want to or need to. I don't think that I need to. Think I'm good with how things are going right now. Because then a second market has to have, it still have to have control exerted over it to be able to, like the market will only, like we have so much market coverage that I don't know what a second market would really do, because our market access is not the problem, our control's the problem. A second market would probably just increase the output of buildings that produce goods, but it wouldn't do anything else at the moment. There's only 2 markets, and we cannot reach this one. Unfortunately, they are out of range by a whopping 23 something. 23 units. We have 1,300 range, they're 1,323 away. It's very sad. They're almost there. Does decentralization increase control range? The opposite, actually. Centralization increases it. Because you're centralizing even your distant places, bringing them closer together, aka more control. Hey, that gravel road took forever. Decentralization means you have less control because you're decentralizing from the government. Therefore, less control over the people on the fringes. But yeah, that road took forever. I guess it's because of the mountains, but now we have a land connection, a little gravel connection between capital, Ibalip, mountains of Volugop, into the south. So it's kind of a big deal. I think it should be. Maybe it's not. I don't know. It was a big deal in my head, man. feel like it should have had more of a big deal because now we don't have to go through Bibimbap to get the Volugop, so I don't know how control didn't go up. We built a granary. Keep building granaries and stockpiling food. See, I want to save up some money now for some defensive buildings. Because I like to put a little defensive anti-siege building on each of our towns. So I think let's just hoard some money for that. Because the stockades are going to cost like over 140. Give or take. So let that roll out. Is this game really good? I don't know. No idea. Everyone has to decide that for themselves. But that question gets asked a lot. I don't know if I like or love the game, but I'm compelled to play it, so that says something. You guys are asking weird questions. Did we take over Minnesota? No! We haven't even taken over Michigan. Do you know where Minnesota is? Is Cahokia going to be our buddies? I don't know. Chat, stop asking childlike questions for 10 minutes. Challenge level impossible.
Are they going to be our best friends? Do we have Minnesota? Have we captured Wyoming? Do we take over Texas yet? Can you fish in this game? Is this game good?
Jesus Christ. Just back to back.
Why is the sky blue?
He guessed my voice perfectly. It's like I can hear you right now. It's like I can hear you speaking through your text. I think Bibimbap is going to become a big city at some point. I just need to figure out what all to put in it. I'm going to chill though, and I'm going to build some stockades first. Keep up with the defense. We already got 3 colonial charters going. That's a lot of money going in. We'll let Lehigh finish. It's almost done. 1 spot left. They're shifting in. There are 3,200 tribes people, 2,100 peasants. They're trying to share. Does anyone else think colonizing in this is a bit too easy? Was it really like this in real life? People just are like, yep, I'm moving in. All right, let's go, guys. No problem, no troubles, not even that much money. Nobody's dying. There's no failed colonies. Nobody ever gets abandoned due to lack of supplies or abundance of demand for quality of life or living. They're just like, yep, auto success. Easy. There's thousands of tribes people there. Who cares? We're going to coexist. In fact, they're going to become peasants willingly. Hey, we had to pay $4 whole to bail out that last colony. Does each level you build increase the output? Yeah, it's linear as far as I can tell. But your output is determined by your market access for buildings. So the further away that building is from the market, the lower its output is going to be. and input, I guess. Differing opinions and interests over religious and secular matters between the government and the clergy have spilled over and become a source of conflict. The clergy are now making demands for changes in policy. They will withdraw their support if refused. Well, just take my prestige. I agree to your demands, clergy. It's easy as that. We just got a new territory. Chat, I need a letter. Let's go with slow down. I'm trying to do something, game. Vrishelforta. Vrishelforta. The location of Vrishelforta is now considered part of our matrimony. Well, it's not a matrimony anymore, I guess. It kind of is the patriarchy now. We built a new granary in the capital, so that should be a level 3 granary, yes? This is taking 0.49 masonry. Okay, so granaries take masonry. Why does it say using wheat granaries? We don't have wheat. 600 food capacity. There's 18,000 people here with 173,000 population cap. It's pretty good. Still 6,200 peasants here that could get a job. Where's the pop growth? 0.56. So large food storage in province is 0.06 growth. That's not a ton, but it does add up, you know? That's more than the fertility god is doing for us right now. Cheap food helps about the same as that. Why is this song so anxious? Like, the last 3 or 4 of the soundtracks on the Europa 5 soundtrack are just like, gotta go, make anxiety inducing. We are 4X gaming. How is it Parliament time already? Promote the clergy. Naval infrastructure. That would actually give like a bunch of our locations free development, but we changed toward naval tradition. That's weird. The development's good though. Fund the fruit farms and legumes. More gravel. Expand the sand and salt. Expand the forests. Establish new wild game. Or bolster the government for 10 years. To be honest, none of these. The clergy seek our help. Wow, they're trying to remove other texts. We just saw this literally an hour ago. Here it is again. Clergy, just take the satisfaction hit instead of losing stability. They keep rewriting the books. Yeah, they just keep rewriting the books over and over again for some reason. Okay, stockade time. I need to build it on our towns. We don't have one on Bibimbap or in Drosham. And I realize that they do overlap with the market, but we don't actually get area of control unless we can build a castle. We can't build a castle yet, so it's still helpful to slow down any sieges that might hit our town. So let's give them a stockade. Yeah, I don't really know what to do with this parliament. Now we have much fewer options. Did I pick something else? No, there's just fewer options. Where do the other options go? Do they change over time? I have no idea. None of these are good for us at the moment, so I think we just chill on it. Oh, maybe the clergy being unhappy slightly altered what's available? Possibly. The Ebolip bridge is done. It would be cool if bridge was an actual visual that you could see, but these bridges are here no matter if you have a bridge or not. But it would be sick if you could actually like see the bridge that you built. They got a lot of bridges throughout here. Did we just grab a new spot? We did. Ashupink. Ashenpink. Let's go with... Primble Yerp. Primble Yerp. It's a good strong name. Primble Yerp is now considered part of our patrimony. We will defend it to the last drop of peasant blood. And that is legumes. Wild game, lumber, some fur, more lumber. So we got lumber coming out of our eyeballs at this point. I wonder when this is going to really kick up. We haven't manually upgraded lumber the whole game except for like, okay, the very, very beginning. We have like a level 2. Since then, we've just had a huge surplus for the rest of the game. I still feel terrified of going like 5 times speed, like I'm forgetting something. We could actually explore Quebec with sailors, I believe. Also, North Carolina, the East Coast with 100 Gs. However, I can spy. I have already spied, and I will now steal more maps, I suppose. I need to get West Virginia in here. So let's do that. We now have access to the West Virginia maps. What do we got? Holy coal. Coal, stone, fur, saltpeter. Some wild game. That's pretty much it. The saltpeter is going to be huge for the people who come over, for sure, but we can't use that. That is coal territory right there. So how does that change the geopolitics scale? Explore the East Coast? Maine? North Carolina? Maybe we just send our dudes to North Carolina. Go a little further down. And then I want to check Maine after that, I think. Or the coast. I kind of want to see what happens when you try to explore the coast, because it's currently like shrouded in fog of war, and I kind of just want to see why, and use our brave sailors to go on an adventure, and just see what happens. Oh, so maybe I will. I don't know if leaving in the winter is the smartest play, but let's send it. 29 months. Find out what happens. Scrambample Wham will be where we depart from. And who is going to lead such an expedition? It kind of seems like Onaha is the best. Keeps costs down, primarily. Prep time modifier is kind of small. Exploration progress kind of small. He can do it on the cheap. This is our ruler's son. Well, he's not going to get to rule, so may as well lead an expedition into the unknown. All right. Wait, no, we already figured out that we can't do this. Didn't we figure out we can't do this because we had to have sailor gear? Wait, no. Now it's working with just cloth and liquor. What was the thing that we did that required sailor gear? This one's working. Yeah, this one's working. I don't know what the difference is. I guess they're just walking, but they're sailors. $250 sailors. It's working, I guess. So let it ride. I was a sailor and can confirm that liquor and clothes on my back is sufficient. Oh wait, right click. If you right click your cabinet actions from the overlay, I mean the outliner, if you left click, it changes their job. If you right click, it continues their job in whatever location you select. So it's a nice little shortcut to realign what your, if you want them to stay doing the same job but in a different place. Little pro tip that we learned. Oh, baby. As we look to centralize the kingdom, we inevitably infringe on the autonomy of the urban dwellers, who've existed under a different code of rules than their rural brethren. Deny them their old rights, or grant them formal guilds. Deny them they never had those rights. The only rights they have are the ones I give them. And they would do well to remember that. They're just making it up. They got the right to work and pay taxes. Damn right. Chat, I don't want to alarm you, but it's almost 5.5 years from 1500 and a new century will begin. We're gonna hit 500,000 population soon. I'm getting scared. I've been scared. I don't know how long I'm gonna have to be scared for. Is kind of what it comes down to. And we're cooking at 4x speed now. Because we pretty much got no market demand for anything new. Except, like, I do want to build, like, a library and up some more tools guilds. Oh, yeah. Built a stockade in Bim Bim Bop. There it is right there, actually. Helping to buy us some time if we get sieged by somebody. And then I want to build another one in our western town of Drosham. All right, do we have a reason to hold Parliament? Legume and fruit farms, road network. Maybe I just take the sand and salt. It's kind of simple. How are we doing on salt? We have too much of it. We do have too much of it. I'm sure that won't last. Are there enough peasants there? Yeah, plenty of peasants. Plenty of peasants for both. Can anyone give me a good reason why, if you click on the picture of the good, it makes a noise as if a developer intended for it to be clickable, but they forgot to link it to the page that opens if you click the icon in this page? Like, why is clicking the button not open the page on the left? They just never, like, connected those two wires together. So now you have to mouse over it, then click on the button, then open the page. Come on. It takes like 2 to 3 times as long. Anyway, I'm just gonna do that. In the capital, expand the salt and sand ops. Parliament is in sesh. You know what else is in sesh? 3 minutes of ads right now. Turn your volume down. It's been an hour to keep the pre-rolls dead. I'm gonna pause it. Oh, they can't hear me anymore. But we're gonna just chill here for a sec. I can hear you. No, you can't. He's saying really mean things, I can tell. Many people are saying this. Chat, those of you that have been playing Europa Universalis 5 for the past week plus now, do you still feel as confused as when you first started? Or do you feel like you're getting the hang of things? I missed a lot. Love the look of your new confederation. Well, it's not a confederation anymore. We're just a great nation, a monarchy. I understand more now. I'm definitely getting the hang of it, yes. How many of you think you know what's going on, but you're being lulled into a false sense of security and there's actually dozens, if not hundreds, of hidden tooltips that you haven't found yet to lull you into that sensation that you know what's going on? Slowly cluing in. You think you do, but you don't. I'm getting stuff figured out faster than I'm finding new things to be confused about. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. You do kind of hit a point where the equilibrium shifts from you don't know how to click buttons to you can play on 3, 4, even 5 times speed, and sort of you may not know how to deal with combat, right? But then you can just kind of pause, figure out what the combat mechanics are, and it doesn't feel like there's 1,000 things that you need to do that for. There's just like one thing that pops up and you need to just kind of chew into that for a bit instead. Market and trading is still a blank page for me. Yeah, I got to figure out the whole market situation. I was trying to trade with Cahokia, but we just couldn't reach them. I'm gonna maybe make an attempt. I don't know how much business they would do anyways. Their economy's not huge. I want to see about moving my borders more southwest, and we're going to do science on whether that changes our range or if it's purely my market to their market. I feel like my market to their market makes sense, but we'll see. All right, welcome back from the ad. We just yapping? Keeping it paused. Keeping it paused. The colony of Lehigh, the charter we founded to colonize Lehigh, is fulfilled, and it is now a functional colony with a few thousand people living out here in these fingies. We're currently trying to get these 2 territories kind of back capped, and then these ones are going to be just all on their own for now, unfortunately. That was Tachikon. I kind of like Tachikon. That was a good name. I don't know why I'm changing it then. Tachi. What about just Tochi Mochi? That'll be fun to say at least. It seems that the parliament members of Name Not Found, those staunch supporters of our cause a bit ago, have changed their stance. -5 parliament support. We got another one with fish. Tochi Mochi is fruit. Let's go. Bragamando. Bragamando. More fish. Man, we're gonna just drown the fish market, unfortunately, doing this. But it is what it is. Tochi Mochi changes stance. Perhaps their greed got the better of them. Another 5% support. They just joined. Their opinion doesn't matter. They're brand new, man. The nobility want 5 years of fewer taxes. All right, we're gonna lose money. You got it. They got 51% support. 5 years of tax breaks for the nobility. That clergy one. Change policy. We enact the monogamous marriage policy. I don't think we really care. These are tough, man, because I would like to ask for a law change and change our succession law for basically free, but it's not free if I have to keep doing stuff. So I'm going to piss off the clergy by like 15%, delete their spiritual retreats that are increasing their local power and food consumption. The serfdom movement. Wow, we're going to make the clergy really upset. We move towards serfdom, which we do want. Lose 5 prestige and piss off the clergy. And then I'm going to do this. And change. It's not a law. Succession is not a law. It's a separate entity. Okay. Well, do I want to change any other law while I'm here? Not really. We just went over all of those. I guess I'll just ask for taxes. 1 year of taxes. for 50% parliament support. And then move toward serfdom. Wow, we are really pissing off the clergy here, brother. I have 47%. I need a good event. I need one positive 5% event so I can have my cake and eat it too. I need mo. All right, peasants, prepare to be unhappy for 1 year, dude. Prepare to pump the coffers up for just a year. All right, just heavy taxes for like a year. $21 gold a month is crazy. We're almost at 500,000 pop. I just need I just need someone to come out and support. I know they're not going to since I just taxed the hell out of them. And now the whole clergy is like at 29%. Our explorers have completed their preparations and are setting off into the unknown and exploring the American East Coast. I am really curious to see what that does and what that looks like out here. So how much is that costing me? Exploration's like 7.6 gold a month. Whew, spicy. Big money, big money, big money. That's 16 gold a month with all of that. So the sailors actually got to set off and go do their thing, man. You know what's cool is actually... No, never mind. We're exploring everywhere we can explore right now. They're all sailors, no more manpower. I was gonna say, we have enough manpower to do some exploring as well. But they don't have an option. I want to finish the stockades. One more stockade, please. At our new town of Josham. Get some siege protection for the cities and the towns. And I think every town will have one at that point. Every current town anyways. Town demands seat in parliament. Okay, this could be good. This is it. Town of Bibimbap has grown rich and prosperous, and the people are disappointed they aren't chosen to be the seat of parliament. They demand compensation and a guarantee. If you give it to them, you get 25% parliament support. Well, here's your parliament seat. Burghers are going to get more power. I don't know what a parliament seat yes even means. We've asked this question 6 times and haven't found the answer to it. Determines if a location gets more power in the parliament or not. Doesn't mean anything to me. But demand books and fine cloth. Fine by me. Take it. And now we'll pass. I haven't noticed any difference. We held parliament in a place where it had a parliament seat and nothing changed. So who knows? Who knows? Really curious to see what this exploration result is. That's going to be fun. It apparently makes it so you get more starting support when you hold parliament there. Interesting. But that also decentralizes our government. If we hold it in the capital, we're centralizing, which is what we want. But Droppy Dam gets a new sand gathering RGO level, and Perrinvale gets a new salt field level. It's an increased maximum, which works for me. Give the peasants something to do. So after stockade building, maybe libraries or a mission? Can we build a mission? Is there a point in building a mission? Games say no. Or at least, like, there doesn't seem to be any reason to build a mission. Let's convert Wyoming to our religion. How are we doing on culture? 94% of Nandagega? It's pretty good. Well, we are almost in 1495. Wonder what we'll find exploring the coast. Where is that library? Library is cultural influence locally, pop promote faster, better literacy, higher literacy for those people. And one day we can use institution growth. I don't know if we have enough books or paper, but that's a problem for future me. I only want to build one at a time because it'll take 2 books to build a library. Which, if you say it out loud, sounds really funny. That's a hell of a library. I mean, to be fair, when your population has an average literacy rate of 9%, 2 books, if you have more than 1 book anywhere, that's a library, I think. So it makes perfect sense. Unhappiness among the commoners. Conflicts and protests with the commoners over tax, landlord cruelty, expropriation, serfdom, and custom policies have recently become even more frequent than usual. If we don't manage to solve these, the consequences could be dire. Commoners are unhappy, or we lose 95 gold? We rule as we see fit or try to improve their situation. We don't even have 95 gold. This is the first time I've actually had an event that wants me to give more money than we have. We rule as we see fit, commoners. You guys will be fine. Just keep paying your taxes, and we'll keep improving your quality of life. We're giving you guys defense via stockades. We're giving you books. We're giving you libraries, okay? We're giving you all kinds of new resources. What else do you want? Burgers, 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 burgers. Burger, 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 burger. I don't really want innovative. I still don't want the monthly development is still cool, but satisfaction, equilibrium, and stability investment is so much more useful to us right now than max literacy. I think it's unclear how useful max literacy is. We're researching nothing. So if our pops can read and write, and it primarily impacts the research progress of your nation, and can increase the impact from the market price of their needs on pop satisfaction. So the only other thing it can do is if they have cheap goods, it makes them happier. That's it. So giving up, if we don't have any, we have research 0 because we're full, we've researched everything we can until we can embrace something. Then I think stability, investment, cost, and equilibrium's better. So it's hard to give up monthly development. Unless I can offset that innovative to traditionals somewhere else. That'd be the only way. What else do they have? I like the maritime presence one. 5% to their equilibrium for 5% maritime presence. That can actually help with control up here around the lakes in the future, and it doesn't really give them much. I don't think we want to do capital economy yet either. Capital economy is kind of interesting because you either traditional, you make more raw materials, or you can switch to capital and make more output materials. Like not the inputs, the outputs go up. make a lot less food, and buildings are cheaper. There's definitely some benefits. We can't do plutocracy. We have no gold or minting. We have no trade. We don't want to lower max RGO size. Yeah, I'm just going to take maritime presence. Maritime trade is a valuable source of revenue for the treasury. By granting exclusive contracts to the burghers, we can regulate the commerce while ensuring consistent tax income. That'll upset the nobility, but they've had it too good for too long. Also the clergy. I am kind of dogging on the clergy right now. I don't know if I can give the clergy anything. We like communalism, right? Individualism, everyone's unhappy. But they migrate faster, whereas this is like a 7.5% estate satisfaction swing, which is huge. And it's way cheaper to take their privileges away. That one's not bad. But it doesn't make them any happier. But it does... 10% pop conversion speed is not anything to sneeze at, I don't think. Clergy levy size. Do we even have any clergy levy? 5% down on army levy size, not so good. Screw the tax exemption. Strengthen faith, tolerance of heretical beliefs. That's going to hurt us in the future when the other people show up. Yeah, I don't really know how to make the clergy happier. They'll be fine. They're going to trend back up to normal. I'm going to take the pop conversion speed, though. They have a lot of perks here. There's probably some that are bad that I just forget about. No, they actually all make sense. Pop assimilation speed up. No, they all actually make sense. I like them. I think it was this first burger one that we didn't like. Lowers the max tax for burgers, lowers inflation, which we don't have, and it progresses innovative, which we don't want. So I need to remove that. But it's gonna, the burgers are gonna be very unhappy. But I just gave them something, so you give something, you take something away. You give something, you take something away. Being able to tax them another 10% is huge, I think. It's gonna lower 18 stability, and they're gonna be 40% less happy. So maybe we give them something else. Is there something, was there something else? We just looked at all these. If we don't have any ships, does it matter if we just give them shipwright contracts? Plus development now that we just got rid of a different innovative? I guess. Here's what I'm thinking. We just got rid of minus 10% max tax for burgers. So if we give them a tax break of 5%, we still get a 5% net gain and 10% to all tax efficiency, and we take the innovative there. So we're just getting 10% more taxes from everyone, which is a pretty big money jump. And we still get to tax them 5% more. Bank interest doesn't matter. If we found something to offset another innovative and do traditionalist, then we could do both, but I don't know if there is one. I'm gonna give them treasury rights first, because that tax efficiency could be huge. Let me see how much we're getting. 3.09, 3.71, 6.4, 24, 24. That's gonna go down after the year is up, because we're taxing them more because of the parliament thing. I can't mouse wheel down. My game's frozen? There we go. Yeah, that one seems solid. Now, can I find a traditionalist one? Production efficiency -4 to all outputs. That one. That one is a little spicy. There are no traditionalists in the nobility. And there are no traditionalists in the clergy. Okay, so if you want plus traditionalist, it's give the commoners the means of production and lower production efficiency. I'm taking it. Let's make the commoners happier. We lose a little production efficiency and we compensate for traditional economy. What about the tribes? I'll check. No. The tribes ones are weird. Because we don't really have that many tribes people. So their things don't seem to do much. Like, tribal land rights is literally blank. It's literally blank. It's 5% happiness plus 25. I don't know if this page... Allow gatherings is also blank. They have 0% power, so 0 plus 25 is still 0. So I feel like this page never got looked at again after the first developer put it in the game and put a note in the code that probably said, like, take a look at this before launch. Because none of them do anything. Actually, they have 0.02% power. All right, I'm giving the commoners means of production. The upper classes are vultures devouring the fruits of hard peasant labor and contributing nothing. By seizing the means of production, we'll place the future of our nation and its people into our own hands. We're gonna have to revoke this eventually, but I think it's good right now. The clergy are about to rebel, though. A communist monarchy. Oh, God. Oh, the clergy are actually about to rebel. Okay, so now that we did that, since we added more traditional, we can take the innovative to cancel it out and get the free 0.001 monthly development to every single location in the entire map. Urban development grants for the burghers. It's become clear to us that the future will dawn within city walls. To promote and usher in this new era of urbanization, city dwellers will be given several grants to promote urbanization. It's going to cost me some more legitimacy. We are throwing rights and privileges around like candy. And everyone's confused. Nobody knows what's going on. I'm gonna bribe the clergy, 98 gold, just to bring them up 10% satisfaction, I think. So that they're not red Engie, okay? And then tax them more to compensate. We're gonna tax all of them more to try to make that money back real quick, basically. Wow, the nobility had a lot of room for more taxes. And then we're gonna need to rebuild some stability. And we need to rebuild some legitimacy. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Woo! Huge changes. Economic stimulus. That was an economic stimulus package, actually. Kinda was. The nobility were the only ones who didn't get anything. The clergy got a new one, the burghers got a new one, and the commoners got a new one. The nobility ones just kind of suck. The progress to serfdom is pretty good, but 5% lower control sucks. Decentralization sucks. Levy size and max tax down sucks. We don't have artists. Piss off everyone. Primacy of nobility is the only one that's good, but it's plus 100% nobility power. Or we could do royal marriage rights. Efficiency of the cabinet plus 5%. We could just throw them a bone too. The nobility of our country are considered peers to our rulers, therefore they are eligible to marry into the ruling family, subsequently increasing their influence and power as well as in the government. So does that actually mean that if I go look at my kids, that if I marry a noble, there's no penalties? Oh my God, there's no penalties now. Why isn't that written in the effects instead of the flavor text? Put it in the list of what it will do after you do it instead of having to read the flavor text to find out what it does. It's crazy. Our ruler's third cousin. These are all of our family members. We're just gonna be inbreeding, bro. Oh, the only nobility are our like niece, our third cousin. There's no other nobility. It's only our family members. The Hodino Habsburgs. Who's this? Our niece? Well, so that's our son's first cousin. We don't have any third cousins who are younger because we never continued their family line. Yeah, it's only first cousins. Well, send it. Manatahakwa. It's either that or marry nobody. Those are the two choices. Wait, is this the same person? No, different person. Nibidashka Kochi Sasipi. I'm sure this will be fine. Our sons haven't been able to marry anyone. Okay. Who is alive that needs to get married? Our niece. Okay, marry a noble. Who's this? Our ruler's distant cousin. We gotta get some of these family lines back up. At least temporarily. You can sort by unmarried family in the People's tab, which I found very helpful. Well, these are the only people who will marry this person who is a noble, so how would that change anything? These are the only people. The People tab is not going to show other people that can marry our children. Unless there's a filter on that's only filtering to our family. There are literally only like 4 women in their 20s in our entire family. So they're just gonna have to figure out how to make all this work. But then, wait a second, there's other people, 19 here. She was not on the list before. Our ruler's distant cousin. Man, this whole system sucks. This whole system sucks. Easily the worst part about the game. Did I just give that dude 2 spouses? We gotta spread this around. I didn't mean to give that guy 2 spouses. I'm sorry. I forgot that they could even do that. You're not old enough. You're married already. You're married already. You're married already. Okay, you guys have fun. Let you find love in your old age. And then wait. Yeah. I'm just clicking buttons now. Chill music. Chill, chill, chill. Okay. That's better than it was. Better than it was. Ay. Craziness. Are any of our states gonna rebel? The clergy almost are about to rebel. We just passed out so many rights. I did not know nobility marriage rights was gonna be a thing. They hate other people getting rights. I gave every class except for the tribes a right. There's no reason why they should be trying to rebel and such. What was that? Victoria 3? Melodies for the masses. Okay. We can listen to it. Yeah, I think that's true. The clergy are just pissed that we gave people that are not them rights. Accurate. How pissed are the burgers? 50? All right, we can tax them more. Let's say 40%. Commoners are getting max taxed. Our year of taxes are about to be over soon. And then we're gonna have not nearly as much money because until this exploration of the American East Coast is over. So we're just gonna kinda only spend the money on stuff that'll directly benefit us and stimulate the economy. Namely, if we're building a library, we're gonna need more books. So let's just check. Our scriptoriums. Like, what does a library take? Library 0.25 books. How much does a scriptorium make per level? 0.3. So another scriptorium would probably be good. That'll put demand up for paper, lumber, and dye. Okay, okay. We built the stockade in Drosham. A little bit of defense. I don't think it's gonna do much against the cannon gunpowder gods, but it is nice to have a stockade in case we piss off other tribes or just a small force just to buy us some time to get some troops in, which we're gonna need to train some actual troops soonish as well. Scriptorium. Most profitable scriptorium location according to the game is in Bibimbap. So let's do that. Then we'll have level 2, level 2, level 2, level 2. No scriptorium in Gimigami or Drosham. How is the paper supply to feed? Negative 0.27 right now. But building the library is a -1, so that's the big thing. The location of Ganius is now considered part of our patrimony. Okay, okay. This starts with a G? How about Grati? Gratiolapia. Gratiolapia. Well, that's what we're going with. Yeah, we're getting too much fish, brother. That's fish. I just went up here to kind of claim this sand. Did we give up on chat? I gave up on chat, yep. I gave up on chat. After getting, Lick My Booty and Glad This Is Not Florida back to back. So it's just faster and easier this way. Okay, the library's been built. We're back to positive supply of tools. You can never have too many tools though, right? Bin Bin Bop has got its brand new library. Spreading some max literacy around. Scriptorium will fix the book shortage. Wouldn't mind upping the Papermaker Guild just to stay in front of it. Let's add that to Bim Bim Bop as well. I think Bim Bim Bop kind of flourishing though. Did that click the button? There it is. It lagged. Because there's lumber here. Lumber goes into paper. So since the paper making building is in the same province that lumber is, it'll get a bonus to its output. Which is very good. Oh, taxes just cratered, huh? Taxes just cratered. Nobility have 5 years of tax breaks, so we're gonna have to wait a while before that sort of fixes itself. Unfortunately. We had to do it. Clergy insurgents, they're starting to think of a religious revolution here. Hopefully they just chill a little bit. Okay, tools. Oh yeah, we actually got room. So Noctawambo's got room for level 3? That's huge. And there's stone inside the territory, so that should be a tool bonus too. Our policy of letting philosophers, administrators, and scientists pursue knowledge unfettered by government or religious restrictions has led to a burst of activity. 10 years of faster research. Am I a joke to you, game? Am I a joke? We don't have a single research that we are capable of pursuing right now. So you so-called free thinkers should start putting your 2 brain cells together until they generate enough friction to come up with a new idea. How upset are the clergy? They're going up 0.4 a month. It's probably going to be fine. We can afford to go 4x because we're just not getting any money right now. 3 months until the American East Coast is hopefully explored, and I'm curious what that's going to do. We're going to find out because we're only getting like 5 gold monthly income right now, so we may as well just cruise. 500,000 population. We just dinged 500,000 people in the Haudenosaunee Kingdom. Huge milestone. Lots of people. I need to start making some new settlements in all these areas that we have colonized as well. But I don't know if I want to do that until after we get some money back here from the exploration finishing up. So they built another toll castle. All right. Can you get married to a noble? Well, your choices are 65 years old, 60 years old, 57 years old, and 60. If I do a lowborn, it's going to be 5 legitimacy. This is just our nephew. I see. Started with 6K, now we're here. I think it's like the population growth is going swimmingly. Oh my God, there's water out there. Onaha Tsuningo has returned. Our sun is back with a clear and detailed map of the American East Coast. There's freaking water out there, boys. Who knew? What's on the land next to that water? We don't know. But we have knowledge of the water. This is the biggest lake I've ever seen. We've been living adjacent to it all this time, but nobody thought to look out. And what's going on out there? Well, that'll boost our income. Okay, so with the boosted income, let's get some settlements cracking. Shouldn't be that many. Primble Europe. All right, Primble Europe needs one. Inglewart needs one. Chrysolimus needs one. Where's this? She sells seashells? That's an old one. Did I never build one there, or did it? Is there not just there's not enough people? There's peasants there. What happened to it? Just never built one. Curious. Most curious. So if someone asked the other day what the one means, one just means there is one already built there. There might have been one and then they lost population. Maybe they delete the settlement after population hits a certain threshold. That'd be my guess. Like it auto deletes, and then if the population goes back down too far, you can build it again. We built a scriptorium in Bibimbap. Level 2. Still short on books, but almost break even. So if we're still short on books, then let's build another one. Tools Guild in Sanoctawambo. Very cool. One of our first level 3s. Nice tool surplus for once in our lives. Okay, get the scriptorium settled first. Flopalapatopa. Make some more books. They're learning how to write. What's our literacy rate? 9.26%. There was a time where we hadn't invented an alphabet, and now we have almost 10% literacy. I mean, that's higher than it was by far. The charter we founded to colonize Quinte has now fulfilled its role and is a fully functional colony. Now, how do we handle it? That means we just got Ganaraska with legumes. We're kind of snaking around the Bay of Quinte now. I didn't know it had an actual bay name. That's cool. Lake Ontario. I don't know if I want to keep going yet. I'm curious how control looks over here. Bad. Not good. Let me see the proximity. How do you use maritime presence to increase control and proximity? Or like, how do you see it represented? I know we have low maritime, but it's still a positive number, 14.05. Do lakes have maritime? They do. They are water. There were battles fought in Lake Ontario, historically speaking. Mare Nostrum around the Great Lakes. Fishing villages are what are pumping out the sailors. A wharf would do the same, but we don't have naval supplies. It's not possible. So fishing village is the only one, which unfortunately produces fish, which we don't need because of the RGOs. So probably just doing the best we can. We're gonna want a road up there, but it's not entirely necessary right now. Okay, that means there's only one charter at the moment. Only one. At what point have we chartered too much? This one right here, sprawling southwest, the dolphin shape, is the one I'm the least sure about. Grindelfrier. Grindelfrier. Growth of Sanoctawambo attracts the commoners. The commoners are moving out of Mamdania and into Sanoctawambo. There's not that many there. Keep them on their own turf. They lose 10% of state satisfaction, the nobility get to be happier. We move towards serfdom a little bit. Or we move towards centralization and let them migrate. 453 pops a month for the next 5 months. That's everyone. That's just abandoning this whole tile. We can't do that. Cannot afford to do that. I want to spend a bit more on stability. A little more on cost at court. Go back to making my settlements. Okay. Expansion-wise, what should I do? Stop? Continue? We are a little ambitious here, I think. Not like there's much more to do than grow. Yeah, we're just not really able to capitalize on it because we don't have control over those areas. When aristocrats warned us of the secret societies, oh god, secret societies. We either kill this guy, who's already 62 but is goated administrator, or we lose 7 stability. I mean, he's already 62. How much longer does he have to live in this society? Their disloyalty will be punished. Kill that guy. Destroy him. Well, I think our son... Yeah, we don't have that many good choices. That 99 or 95 administrative was pretty sick. That lady was goated, but we can't... She's too old. If I grant her cabinet rights, we lose 20 legitimacy, and then she just dies in a few years anyways. But yeah, 100 military, 81 diplomacy, 98 administrative. We never get rulers like that. We get rulers with 18 administrative, 19 diplomacy, and 39 military. Our third cousin should have been the true leader. Sadly. Anyway, this is gonna have to be the new guy, I guess. They kinda all suck now, to be honest. Increasing a little development is better than increasing no development. So if I was going to expand, we know we need more stone, right? We know we need more stone. There is a stone down here to the southeast, but it's like we'd have to do the fruit double lumber to get copper. The copper's good. We don't have to, but we're leaving this gap, and we're just inviting trouble. And then that kind of moves toward a lot more stone, but also fish. Or we do a little science experiment. And we move the borders closer to Cahokia to see whether it's a border issue or a market location issue. To see if we can reach their market. But it's, any territory over here is going to be hella far from the market, so we're not going to get any taxes. We'll get a little control. I want to move the market over here anyways, kind of. You could argue that you should just keep going down the coast, which I think also makes sense, but it's just like, how much fish do we need? Because, yeah, I think grabbing this clay is also nice. We do have 3 clay now. This is a learning campaign. This is a learning campaign. We do both. We'll do both. Let's start with this. Let's just move the borders toward the coal and toward the other people. They have... How many people are in this area? How do you, like, click on a whole province? I think if you just mouse over this, it'll say what their population is. Yeah, it's 7,500. We need 60 gold to start a charter. Yeah, it just tells you on the pop out. This coal's gonna be like so useful in 200 years. I know, right? No, our outliner is starting to get a little crazy, isn't it? The clergy insurgents are up to 20%. Ooh, spy network, the map. We need to see what's in Maine. We've explored more this way than any other way. And to the west as well. I'm gonna say Maine, then check out Michigan. Time to piss off all the local tribes. Show me Maine. What maps do you have? They have maps of wood and fur. Maine is kind of just Canada, but American Canada, if you will. All fur, all wood, all wild game. Some sand. Nothing that we really need to go out of our way to get. Lore accurate. Several families of the nobility have been caught sponsoring the creation of illicit art, which clearly violates the ordinances set by our religious censorship laws. The clergy are enraged in asking that the collection be confiscated and subsequently destroyed. The nobility, on the other hand, are asking for mercy and permission to draw boobies, as their collections are private and kept away from the public's eye. They have even offered to donate funds to the clergy for the creation of admissible art in order to appease them. Confiscate their collections? Our nobility lose 20% estate satisfaction. They're at 70. They're too pleased anyways. Show mercy in exchange for funds. What? The nobility lose 44 gold. The clergy gain 44. What does it even do for me? I've never even seen this before. They have funds? I don't know. I guess they have funds. I don't know how many funds they have. Where do you even see their funds? You just hover over their icons? Well, I know what their income after taxes is, but that's just like their collective. Well, where's their stockpile of money? You can just see how much they make a month. Ducats equals their fund. Okay, so they have 69. I never even knew, like, what? They have 103. So, like, they could be, how do you control whether they're rich or poor? You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you do? The commoners have 237 ducats. The tribes people have none. So if you're just overtaxing them, then they don't have enough money. But how do you know when you're reaching that threshold? I don't know. Complicated. The burgers are broke. The burgers are pretty broke, yeah. They have nothing. They're spending it all on booze. Maybe. Fine cloth and fur, more like. Anywho, I'm just going to confiscate their collection. They're far too pleased with themselves anyways. What's the benefit of increasing your crown power? For me, nothing except the perks that are under estate power of the crown. For other people, there's possibly other gameplay mechanics. But for me, it just makes it better equilibrium for happiness, better cabinet efficiency, more trade income, if I had any base parliament support, so on. We built a new settlement in Primbleyurp. Good old Primbleyurp. But yeah, for other groups, there might be more of a delicate balance of back and forth. I haven't noticed any change with my crown power going up or down, though, primarily. I'll be so glad for these 5 years of nobility tax breaks to be done. She sells. Got a new settlement too. I'm gonna start a brand new colonial charter toward Cahokia, the only other nation we know. It shouldn't be terribly expensive. Let's send it from Gaiagahano, because there's no town there. There might be in the future, though. Onondaga has a town. Onondaga is capital. Yeah, you guys go over. You're pretty close anyways. In Erie. All right, new colonial charter of Erie. It's not a very good one. It's like more lumber, more medicaments, more wild game. The double maize and fruit are the only things I could see being useful. But we have a lot of fruit right now. I think you can never have too much corn, though. Papermaker Guild in Bibimbap. We are paper positive. Are we book positive? No, but I'm building another scriptorium somewhere. Flopalapatopa? What is our tax base at this point? Like, our whole tax base is 77.8, and it's just been going up, historically speaking. Straight line up. Capital is the best. Hiahihi Sawi is actually second. The market itself is third. Our stone capital, Alabama Slamma, is fourth. Perrinvale, I think, is where all the livestock come from. And then Bibimbap is our newest city, and it's been growing, or one of our newer cities. It's been growing very fast. There's the scriptorium and fiber crop farms. We don't need that. You're just wasting tools. I'm just gonna delete it so I don't forget about it. Humble beginnings at 0.84. 0.84 to 84. We've 100x'd since the game start. Still want to build some settlements. In different areas as fast as we can. Yeah, let's just sail across the Atlantic and colonize Europe. That's a good idea. Do towns ever become cities? They can. We have to pay for them. It's very expensive, and they require a minimum population. I think it's 30,000 pop in the city itself. Bragamando has got a new settlement. Okay, so like Sonoctawambo, for example, is at 19K. I think it's the highest population center we have. But you need 30,000 or greater pop, and then almost 1,300 gold. So it's quite pricey. The location of Tochi Mochi is now part of our patrimony. Didn't we have that a while ago? It just took a long time. Our emphasis on a strong aristocracy has given the nobility the means to serve in the army. They are devoting more of their attention to the military. Gain 10% satisfaction, and we gain some army and navy tradition. Cool. Also, ad is about to start in like 10 seconds. Turn your volume down. I'm going to take a BRB. Somehow it's been 4 hours already. It's almost 1,500. We're just building settlements, building buildings, expanding our holdings, sprawling out, balling out. Just moving on through. Cruising. Getting new maps, doing some exploration. Maybe we can do another sailor exploration, discover some water. See what's around. All right, I'll be right back. Thanks for watching. Hello, thank you for waiting. All right, Alice just got back with some groceries. So I had a few chicken wings. Got some water. Feeling refreshed. And I have returned. And we're back. Also, my notifications have not been working today, so I can't even see who subbed. They're all broken. I think the only one I missed was War of the Worlds. War of the Worlds, thank you for another gift sub. To Hard Drive 81. If you're out there, Hard Drive 81, enjoy your gift sub. How long is the waiting list for place names? Eternal. Because I removed it. I'm just naming them myself because it's making the stream go a lot faster, and I don't have to make people change their name from Lick My Booty anymore. So we are everyone except for 2 people got their name in the game. They know who they are. Okay, I think we just have these 3 potential settlement spots left to increase population growth. And then make sure that the clergy don't actually stage an uprising. One way to help with that is instead of converting, we can do a rebel crackdown. When you click rebel crackdown, the game presents information as if there's nothing to crack down, but that's not true. You just have to click out of these stupid filters, and then you can see the possible threats. So there's not that many of them, but there's some commoner insurgents. Actually, I think they just dissipated as soon as I did that. Like this month? No, it's just unhappy estates. They're fine. Never mind. They're good. But we should just convert somewhere else. Start converting the province over since they don't really tolerate heresies over here. $6,500 people last month. Was that from a colony? It had to be, right? Muscat Netkong. I definitely didn't name that one, so that must be new. From Asupink. All right, this is gonna be Brigadilly. Our newest location, Brigadilly, next to Tochimochi. They handle legumes. We got 2 charters at the moment. What do I need to do another sea-based exploration? 250 sailors. We're kind of getting there. We could get more if I made some more fishing villages. But this is all right. Oh, and the final settlements are queued. All right, everywhere that can have a settlement is getting one right now to try to promote population growth. Ingleworts just got done being built. It is December 1498. I'm scared. It's almost a new century. I like how there's a pop-up about weather and there's no bad weather, so it's like fine. New settlement in Chrysolimus. Let me check the nobility taxes. It still hasn't been 5 years. Ooh, it's map time! Oh yeah, map time. I got enough to steal another map from my enemies. Stealing maps is OP. I'm going to Michigan. Let's see it. Show me Michigan! From the Mazip Skoyak. Here they are. The Michigonians are not really hiding much. Some salt, some sand, 2 sand, a bunch of furs, a bunch of lumber, a little corn. I don't remember if this clay was revealed before, but maybe some clay. Nothing crazy, you know, but eventually salt, sand, and furs are going to be useful, but we're going to have so much fur that it won't matter. So from there, we probably just want to keep going south. Can reveal some Kentuckians, some Carolinians. Hopefully not Carolingians, but Carolinians, yes. Great news, our focus on traditional economics has quite literally borne fruit. This year we reap the benefits of tradition as the fields provide greater bounty than expected. This will help the commoners 5 years of bonus wheat, maize, and rice output, none of which help me, but we do get some 5% to all food production and some stability. Children can have a better education. Not yet, you little gremlin. Not yet. Dude, our population growth is pretty cracked right now. Look at this chart. It's definitely not just a straight diagonal line. Like, it is going parabolic. We're in the early stages of going parabolic. Give us another 200 years and that's gonna be like, just straight up and right, you know? But I think all the settlements plus everything else is accelerating it. Not to mention colonizing and sort of converting the tribes that live there. I assume that's how that works. The location of Brigadilli is now considered part of the patrimony. Okay, we already knew that. We built another new settlement. We're almost kind of done with like all constructions. We're falling in great power by a lot. We were 104, now we're 235. It's getting kind of sad. But I don't know how to get more power, to be honest. Who's ready for another colonial charter, eh? Part of me thinks I should be going up and just kind of gathering Massachusetts and Rhode Island and Connecticut just to lock down this coast. And by lockdown, I mean hold gingerly until somebody pries it from my dead hands. Or are we gonna just focus on like Maryland and Delaware and all that? if nobody shows up, it's more about picking which ones we want to do first, right? Because we're just playing chicken with whoever the first colonizers that show up and start land grab, because they're going to land grab everything. I was watching Shin stream from the other day, and I think he had like 18 colonial charters going at the same time across the world. You know what I mean? So like once they show up, it's going to be like... So I'm just having to prioritize, like, which one would I not want to lose under any circumstances, and do that one first. And then if we can keep going, then we keep going. But it's just they're so far away, we have zero control eventually. What year do they show up again? Stick around and find out, why don't you? It's called a video game. They have what's called this newfangled artificial intelligence that allows them to make decisions that are not bound to such things as time. So anyway, where do we want to go first? That's what we're trying to figure out. Where is if they colonized right next to us, where would we be the most upset? And the answer is probably just the coast, right? Like that. That's just how it would be. I don't really care if we lose this triple fish. I just don't really care about losing 3 fish tiles. I don't know if I want to waste a whole colonial charter trying to get the longest island. For 1.3 gold a month. Is there, I guess, yeah, there is a land bridge right there. It's kind of a small icon. It's going to be valuable real estate in 150 years. Maybe more than that. What about the lead? The lead is hella far. It's on the other, it may as well be on the other side of the world. I'd say snag, is this Delaware? Or is this, the Maryland-Delaware border confuses me. That's, am I in Jersey, then Maryland? Where's Delaware? I know Delaware is for sure here. It's in this square. Is it here? Am I not where I think I am? Hold on, there's an easy way to fix this. That's a region, that's not what I want. I want an area. Yeah, it's right, okay, it's right here. It's right here. I was right. I mean, I wasn't, I'm right enough. Close enough. It's so, dude, a map with no borders drawn on it, like if the borders are drawn on it, I'm like, bam, 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 here's all the states, easy peasy. If the borders are not drawn, suddenly my brain is wiped clean and I stare at a shape I've never contemplated before. You know what I mean? Anyway, Delaware's got clay, tobacco, and fiber crops, which this is a pretty nice little tile, actually. All right, here's what we do. We go grab this colonial charter first. We'll take Connecticut first, and Vermont. I mean, not Vermont. Let's get Massachusetts. Let's get Connecticut. We need them all. We need them all. This spot kind of sucks, though. All right, Kani and Kahana, you guys go out. Roll out. Autobots. Time to spend money. for a third colonial. I think 3 colonial charters is as much as I want simultaneously. We're going this direction, we're going this direction, and we're finishing up this little pocket right here simultaneously. We're at least a few decades ahead of Europe in liquor production. We can start an opium trade style colonization if they show up. Here's some drugs. You guys want tobacco? Tobacco is a pretty prime new world resource, you know? We got a monopoly on tobacco right now. Is Parliament time already? We conducting a census? Probably not, no. Are we developing the interior? Probably not, no. Are we making road networks? I'd like to, actually, but we don't have any money. What the hell are we doing? I think we're either getting the free development for the capital or just saving Parliament until we have enough money to build some roads, I think. Yo, it's September 1499. We're almost in the new century. What's up, Vin? What in the multiple PhDs required is this game? It's less that you need multiple PhDs, and it's more like you need to be extremely adept at interpreting and inferring the intention of the author. I would say like the degrees that would benefit you the most would be like an English degree, because you'd be reading tooltips and it will not tell you anything that you actually needed to know, and you have to infer the author's intent to try to figure out what they intended you to do and how they intended you to play. Because none of it is spelled out for you. The tutorial was one of the most egregious tutorials I've ever played, I would say. I had to rage quit the tutorial because it was actively confusing me more. And so I just set out on my own, and we spent, I don't know, chat, what, 7 hours just reading tooltips? I think, on day one. Day one was just mousing over shit, mousing over other shit, trying to figure out what the hell they were talking about, and then we literally went over every single resource icon in the game, went through every single tab, all tabs, sub-tabs, reading to try to figure out what each tab is supposed to do. Why are there hidden tabs? Why is there a laws page, but some of the laws are not on the laws page? And the list goes on. It's been a frustrating experience, but an oddly compelling one. I would describe it as oddly compelling. But I'm kind of in my own little world right now. We're in a bubble in North America, playing as the Haudenosaunee tribe, which is what Haudenosaunee is what the Iroquois Confederacy calls themselves. It's their preferred name and their actual name, and not the name they were given by colonizers. So we're playing as them, and we're gonna see what happens when they come knocking on our door. Probably nothing good, but it should be any time now. It's been 7+ streams. This is stream 8, and the only people we discovered are the Cahokia, which we can't really interact with because they're too far away over there in Illinois. Oh, what's up, dude? Thank you for subbing. Thank you for subbing. I don't know if this is your kind of game, Ben. Do you play grand strategy games? What have you been playing? You were last seen just chatting. You talk on stream? You speak on stream? I've known Vin to chat from time to time, to talk into a microphone. Many of us do, many such cases. What have you been gaming on, dude? Bro, he doesn't stop talking. Me neither. We have that in common. I've been crazy into Anno lately. Okay, so if Anno was a board game and Europa Universalis 5 was a board game, Anno would be Hi-Ho Cheerio. And Europa Universalis 5 would be Twilight Imperium. Did I get that? Chad, do you agree with that? Some of you guys are like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm looking to play Anno as well. It looks fun. I hope it is fun. I don't know either of those, but I feel insulted nonetheless. You don't know Hi-Ho Cheerio? Are you a millennial or a zoomer? Hi-Ho Cheerio. I just pronounced it Cheerio because that's what I said when I was a kid. Hi-Ho Cheerio is like still being made by Hasbro. Don't you have children? You need to get familiar with children's board games at Target. That's one of them. Tic-Tac-Toe versus Axis and Allies. Is that like Sorry? I think I've only played Sorry like once. And we didn't understand the rules. We just moved the pieces around. Connect 4 is not a game for children. Connect 4 is a hard game. If you actually know what you're doing. Connect 4 is kind of like tic-tac-toe adjacent though. Like if you have two people who are experts, I think you can just tie Connect 4 and run out of pieces each time though. Okay, how about this? New analogy. I don't know. The thing is, the average person doesn't know what board games are besides like chess and Catan. You know what I mean? So you wouldn't understand. Twilight Imperium is a board game that has a reputation for taking like 8 to 10 hours to complete in like a single sitting. So you could say, okay, Anno is like the game of life, and Europa Universalis 5 is like a game with a 50-page rulebook. Which would probably be like how many pages is Twilight Imperium's rulebook? It's 44 pages. Ah, that's pretty close. Pretty close. I tried playing this earlier, skipped the tutorial, declared war, didn't realize it was a naval superiority declaration, and found that I had no ports and only fishing boats. That sounds about right. If this is completely true. I've played for almost 80 hours now, and I am still in the actual, like, I'm in the metaphorical tutorial, but it's very real that I haven't experienced at least like 40% of the mechanics in the game yet. And I'm still trying to figure out how to do anything. A 50-page rulebook that was run through Google Translate. Kind of, yeah. Good luck, brother. If you stick with it, good luck. There are fun things to do. There are fun things to be had, but it's like a very economy-driven game. It's like logistics. It's micromanagement. All right, they're just finishing up settlements. Yeah, 2 settlements and a local assembly. Trying to figure out how to make the pieces go where you want them to has been a weirdly compelling challenge that has also been extremely rage-inducing at different points. I genuinely think skipping the tutorial is the best way to do it, though. So, no fault there. The tutorial does not make anything easier. I tried the tutorial for 2 hours, and it only served to deepen my confusion until I finally gave up and went off into my own little world of isolation up here in North America to figure out how the basics work. And I think I've got a handle on the fundamentals, the actual like core non-combat, non-diplomacy fundamentals. Like how do you make money? How do you stimulate the economy? How do you keep the people in check? How do you manage the budget? That kind of stuff. Like I got all that down. Ooh, the 5 years is up so we can tax the nobles again. Let's go. Increase the money. Stability's looking pretty good. We're over 90 stability. I'm gonna take some of that down. Cost of court, we got legitimacy's up a little higher. Take that down. Kind of scrape some pennies together. I don't know what we're listening to. Victoria 2 soundtrack is not where I intended to go with this. How about... Let's just confuse everybody. I'm trying to find new soundtracks. I'm tired of listening to the same songs over and over and over again. Because we've listened to Manor Lords, we've listened to Henry's Come to See Us, we listened to Europa 4, Europa 3, Europa 5, Victoria 3, Ghost of Yote, I think we listened to Crusader Kings 2 even. Since the government of our kingdom officially began encouraging worship and focusing life on the Arindis faith, our people feel more secure. Plus 12 stability. Don't mind if I do, all right? Take stability spending down. War Thunder has oddly chill music. Okay. Let's see. We will test that. Okay. I'm listening. How are we negative fiber crops again? Spinners Guild, pulp paper, and cloth makers. All right, we can fix that though. Go to the RGO builder. See where we make the most profit. Hayahihi Sawi, my favorite fiber crop capital of our entire nation. And then Mokonomo. All right, we'll get both of those going at the same time. Try and catch up on our output here. Next to Drosham. Some good fiber crops. 4,000 peasants there ready to work. Building the fiber crop fields now. Let's take a look at the capital. How's the capital look? It's definitely developing. Got the fort in there. Is that the library? That's a sergeantry. Cool. The little fruit orchards. All the stoneworks in Alabama Slamma. Rip Royal Garden, yeah. Too bad. No gold. What is that? That's a market village. We built that a long time ago. Sand up in Droppy Dam. I guess I could save money for roads and do that. We might have a small weapon deficit. Not sure why it thinks it would make so much money more so than in the capital. But if I build this, I'll run out of stone. Classic. All right, here you go. Weaponsmith in the market center. And then show me the stone RGO builder. Ooh, Alabama Slamma has developed enough to get a 7th level. How did we get this much? What is it dependent on? Max is due to 7. Population plus 315. Development plus 1,000. Average literacy 1%. Rural settlement plus 100. Mills clearing. Terrain partial yield. Minus 10%. Whose estate privilege is this? Is this the peasants? Why did you give the peasants plus free subject plus wild game output? They must have started that way. We can now get more fiber crops from Mokonomos. Sick nasty. How can I take this away? They already have a 70% satisfaction equilibrium. Maybe I just take it. Max RGO size and rural down 10% is not good. We don't want free subjects anyways. We want serfs. All right, delete it. Goodbye, partial yield. 25% estate satisfaction, 10 stability. No worries. For the better of our country, we had to revoke partial yield from the commoners. Get that out of here. All right, now I do need to save my money. Our children are gregarious. Diplomatic ability up. All right, I'm just going to train them in diplomacy. More children? Ambitious, diplomatic, and administrative. We always want administrative when possible. And then we're chilling. Have your values crossed into serfdom? I don't think so. I don't think we're even close. Look at this tax base, man. 11.74 potential tax base. Whew! That might be the highest in the entire nation because the fiber crops are going ham. 7,000 people gonna work in fiber crops. I just don't know how to increase control there. What's crazy is it's only 2 locations removed from the capital. So I have no idea how to get this. Like, just going from the capital from 1 to here is like devastating on proximity for some reason. Probably just because of the forest. We have roads. I don't reckon there's anything else I could build right now that has any control. Literally just a temple. So that might be the best we can do. Without boosting control via a cabinet member. Yeah, you can only do so much. You can only do so much with gravel roads for now, I think. I think the forests do not help. Stop building toll castles in Tiki Walla Bing Bong. Very cruel. Have you been doing frontier expansion? Of course. Do you think we started this big? Do you think our nation began as this massive, gargantuan 500,000 pop unit? And we've just been sitting here? We got 3. You can see on the right, we got current charters. 3 separate current charters. One of them's almost done. Those are all the expansions. I meant the settlement option in the council. No, because I value not draining my entire population to 0 for a long period of time. Charter colonization is the way to go. You just better off ignoring that entire option. It's a noob trap. I'm not sure why they put it in the game in its current form. Just pretend it doesn't exist until you can get the ability to colonize. I believe it's just Age of Traditions. Can colonize? Yes. And you're set. In the first age. And you are golden. And then you just go geopolitics, colonies tab, and it'll show you your options. Or you can click on an individual unowned area, and there'll be a rectangle bar right here that you can click to start the colonization process if you want to do it that way. We can get more stone from Alabama Slamma, level 7. Stoneworks, the stone capital of the Haudenosaunee. It's good stuff. 1501! I didn't even realize we were in the new century, man. It's 1501. A new age. Not really, but a new era, perhaps. A new era is upon us at last. The 1500s have dawned. We're 2/3 through the Age of Discovery, and we can't research anything anymore, so that's kind of funny. Perhaps I should make some more fishing villages just to make settlers and not even care if they have fish or not. Or sailors, not settlers. The problem is it takes tools. Make us 0 profit, basically. Maybe just increase the one at Drop You Dam. And then build one so we can start having some boats over here. In Erie. Be me, saving up for roads, immediately find something else to spend. The burghers, representing the rising class of merchants and urban dwellers, have voiced their grievance about the clear favoritism toward the nobility. They argue that policies supporting the traditional privileges of the aristocracy come at the expense of burgeoning urban economy, stifling trade, innovation, and the growth of the cities. These complaints grow loud, with prominent members of the burghers highlighting the imbalance as a threat to the prosperity of the kingdom. As tensions rise, we must decide whether to continue appeasing the nobility or shift our policies. We're an aristocracy. I think it's pretty clear who we support. I think it's pretty clear. No pain, no gain, brother. Sorry, Bergs. But you're gonna have to deal with it. Okay. So, 3 charters, 1's almost done. Spy network coming up for more mapping. Just 3 basic constructions. I'm not sure where the next town location would kind of dictate the next road, but I think getting a road going southwest, possibly even along the coast, is a good idea. I also think getting a road that is more like down from the capital, kind of thread through these other places, would be solid. I also think advancing toward the copper, coal, and other things that we'll eventually get would be a good choice, or getting the road going like westerly from here, splintered off, Or maybe just connecting up these two to the market. I don't know, lots of good choices. I think, let's do this, hold on. Where does the game want to go to get to Who's and Furs? It wants 248 bucks. All right, let's just save up like 200 and change and then just get that road up to the other stone. That's, I think, the best I could do. We built a weaponsmith in Flapalopatopa, which I need to use mini stone for. We're dead! I'm dead! With the king! Kajiagon Atsaningo now in power. He has been planning on moving the court to a different location, as is the custom. What custom are you talking about? We've never done this before. The choices are Laterus Amundus, Arzu, and Jean Toga. Which is it? We've never even seen this custom. I don't know if this music is described as chill. Laterus Amundus, prosperity there increases, and it becomes our new capital. What the? No. Why would I move my capital somewhere that has the least? What is... Okay, anyways, sad news. Queen Lawanunki, one of the worst queens ever, has died at 70, but she did continue our expansionist tendencies and oversaw many developments generationally of the Haudenosaunee. Her memory shall forever be left in the buildings she left behind. Okay, she built a lot of buildings. The custom is I made it up. True. All right, fire the chatter that said that game. Let me look for some new soundtracks. Reddit, do you have anything for me? Okay, let's try these. This is a good idea. I think this is the game soundtrack. Though some of these might be just basic. We'll see. We'll give it a try. Ask ChatGPT. Honestly, ChatGPT to find music soundtracks is pretty good. Just because it's all I want is to parse Reddit anyways, and since it's obviously illegally trained on Reddit, and it's just gonna give me that answer faster. The queen is dead. Long live the queen. The new king has the following abilities. 75, wow, actual skills? Too bad there's 62 already. 75 administrative is good though. That's going to help our administrative cabinet bonus, crown power, cheaper to hire advisors, better proximity costs for everyone. So from our former ruler, his mother, he's basically the brother of the queen. He's the brother of the queen. So it's still in the family. Seems like his stats are not bad. Maxing the taxes, tax maxing. I do like tax maxing. Our ruler's son does not have a spouse. Well, guess what? There's only two choices. They might have to marry Lowborn. I don't know, man. There's no one. There's no one. I am not moving the capital. Lose 5 legitimacy. What is even this made up mechanic? Made up mechanic of moving the capital. What? Oh, we just got a new province. Cabinet lacks member. Someone who has just generically good stats. These, I mean, Akalasi, you're fine. 33. Our ruler's distant cousin. You will serve in the cabinet. So what, just because we had a new king, then people are a little unhappy? State officials recently discovered a stash of banned books. The clergy want us to burn them. We don't have any research to gain research progress, so burn those books, brother. Burn those books. Destroy them. The king and the Ondegega people. The ascension of the king has been very well received by sympathizers of Kintayan-a-Tonga, but many Ondegega locals view... How do we have a 98% majority of religion. How do the rulers always manage to fall into the other, like, cultures and religions? Eh? Like, statistically speaking, this is impossible. This dude is, what is he? The Kintayan? I don't even see that culture. Kintayan-a-Toga. History do be like that. Yeah, history do be like that. Well, rip 10 legitimacy, I guess. Or just lose the 7 stability that we just gained. They will learn to love him in time. Well, guess what? I won't learn to love him. Right-click, bro. Adapt to local culture. How much does that cost? 20 prestige. And then, like, the whole family embraces the Ondegega culture. Yeah, okay, that's what I want. The colony of As-U-Pink has fulfilled its role and become a fully functional colony. Fantastic. Now, give me some Costa Court. I think it's this one. Iron node. I'm gonna delete the iron node because I don't believe in using the Bogue exploits. We're not supposed to be able to mine iron, so I'm just deleting the free level 1 RGO for now. And then I want to change the name. I started with an H. Hauken Trop. Didn't change. What the hell? Am I dead? Why won't the name change? Wait, what? When it says Hapet Kong, but when I rename it, it says Haukentrop. Bug? And it says Haukentrop P. Okay, it updated. I had to unpause. Just had to unpause. We need to save up some money because I want to build some roads. I want to call Parliament and build some roads. But I also need to start another charter soon, potentially. By the way, my notifications are busted today, but I see Commander Cornflakes on my Twitch notifications. Is it the typical Paradox mess of bugs as well right now? I mean, let's put it like this. The game's mechanics are oftentimes indistinguishable from bugs. So that should answer your question. Thank you for 91 months. Many times you look at something and go, not sure if bug or feature. Many such cases. Blue Adder, thank you for 80 months as well. I appreciate the 31 months. Sorry, 80 months. What did I say? 40? I don't know what I said. I think I'm looking at two different things. Thank you for the tier 1 sub for 80 months. Hi, Blue Adder. It's more like oversights from too many game features. There's bugs too, don't get me wrong. There's bugs as well. Hello, Simcopter. What's up, dude? How you doing? We're trying to figure out how to make the Haudenosaunee peoples into Super New York. So I don't know how long we'll be playing house for. It's 1501. We gained a core. Erie. Hello, Erie. You're about to be renamed. We're moving toward the other people. We're moving toward Illinois. Food in Erie. How about food in... Evergelly. This is now Evergelly. What do they have? Maize? They got corn? How are our supplies doing? We are low on pottery. A potter's guild is doable, but requires some additional tools. Let's just put it in the capital. There's like 7,000 people who can be put to work there. How much does each one make? 1.69? That's good. A disaster struck one of the colonies. Many settlers have died. We may lose the colony. I don't think that's true. There was 19 people. They'll be fine. I'll give them 4 gold anyways, just to make them feel better, I suppose. Your country plus the lake looks like an Among Us with a tail. You just see things. You might be looking at like a Rorschach test. Because I don't see it. Hanging in there, dude. Keep hanging in there, dude. Keep hanging in there. I saw you were playing some Arc Raiders the other day. Hope you've been finding that game fun. I've been playing some off stream. Occasionally, late nights. It's been surprisingly fun. The location of Halkentrop. Oh, we already named that. I'm trying to hang in there mentally with this game. I just gotta know what happens to my brave people. I want to know if we can embrace technology and get back on the research tree path. But the Europeans haven't found me yet. The Haudenosaunee colony has suffered a run of poor harvests. It's looking less attractive. We lose 44 gold. There's not even a second choice. All right, just take the money. It's a new colony. That's actually the most harsh event that I've seen yet, but it's fine to have some that are bad. It can't just be all sunshine and rainbows when you're expanding. New fishing village in Droppy Dam is done. One of our sons has come of age. It took my money. Like, I keep finding reasons to put Parliament off. We just discovered the eastern seaboard on an exploration journey. I feel like our number of monthly sailors is going down for some reason. I needed to go up to 250. So I just built 2 fishing villages to try and like pump those numbers up. So that we can do a little bit more seaborne exploration. It looks like a Mischievous Pokemon. Kind of looks like just like a tattered flag. I wonder how if they like we moved a little closer to Cahokia, so let's see if their market and ours have changed. Nope. All right, so I'm thinking it's just the actual literal distance between 2 markets. And the borders have nothing to do with it. But at least we confirmed it scientifically instead of just believing with our hearts that something is true. I expected it to work that way, but it was worth expanding this direction just to find out. Though we may have expanded too far. Good advice is sometimes hard to come by these days, but the number of people coming forward to advise us is increasing nicely. We get 10 years of 10% cabinet efficiency. Pottery shortage should be fixed soon. I can move the market, but it'd be an insane amount of money. Insane amount of money. It's 1,200 bucks. It's actually 800 bucks. 800 bucks. We could do it. And maybe we should, but I don't know. Like, neither makes sense now. Moving the capital to here makes just as little sense as moving the market to here. It's kind of a weird hot potato caught in between situation. Like, your best case scenario is that the market capital and your nation capital are on the same tile. For cleanliness. In this case, anyway, there might be some fringe situations where having your market not aligned is good because it'll reach other people, like Cahokia. But if we were like surrounded by people and we wanted to reach them, then putting our market closer to be able to trade with them would make sense, even if we don't move our capital to go with it for control. Our ruler's distant cousin has been spending too much money, more than he should have access to, giving gifts to the nobility in his home. We've got the investigation. He's been funneling state funds to the location of Jura. Turn a blind eye to him or arrest that guy. That's our cabinet member. I don't want to arrest our cabinet member. So we're just gonna lose some legitimacy, and I'm gonna start pumping some money into the court to try and bring that back up. Wait. Why? Oh, did our cabinet member just die? A different cabinet member just died. Oh, that's unfortunate. We don't really have great cabinet members. Do we have any high characters? This 33-year-old first cousin's pretty good. 74 administrative, 100 diplomacy, 61 military, but I will have to give up even more. 20 legitimacy just to get them into the cabinet. Do it. Sign the dotted line. Gotta get the ladies in there too. Just paying legitimacy to do so. So she's gonna help continue to increase control over the market, which I could be micromanaging better. I've just chosen not to. Actually, try that for a little bit. Hello, Lady Shelob. How's it going? Were you streaming all this time? All day today? That is a long stream. I bet you're tired after all that. I actually popped in to watch for a little bit earlier. But I hope you were having a nice time, having a good stream. Thanks for coming over. Thanks for rating. We are playing Spreadsheet Simulators Economic Sim. Big time spreadsheets, lots of numbers. But thank you for joining. I hope you were having a good time playing some more Unbox the Room. I think I was there for Magical Greenhouse. I couldn't remember the name of it. Yeah, this is a much, much heavier game. That's putting it lightly. Chat, if Europa Universalis 5 was a food, would it be an extra large box of fries with extra cheese, extra chili sauce, a bunch of like carne asada, but like secretly underneath the pile of fries, there are chunks of meat that are still raw, and you have to like dig around them to try to eat the parts that you want to eat while trying not to poison yourself. That's that's how I would describe it. Do what now? You heard me. You heard me. I said what I said. Hello, Avik. How are you two? Shelob is an old guard Eve Trader Baron. This game barely counts as a document. I don't know, dude. Have you played this? Eve is easier to learn than this, I swear. Chat? I'll put it to chat. Chat, which game is easier to learn? Eve Online or Europa Universalis 5? I'd say Eve. At this point. Having played both, I played Eve too. This is a whole can. It's a can and a half of worms. It's ridiculous. I played a bunch of EU4, not 5. How does it compare? 5% overlap. The names of the places on the map are the same. It's much closer to EU3 than EU4. This is like Europa Universalis 3 plus Victoria 3 plus some Crusader Kings plus random other zombified Frankenstein games. It's like jack of all trades trying to do literally everything at once. And that's what makes it ridiculous. But yeah, I'm not exaggerating. It has almost nothing in common with EU4 other than like some very base cursory things. Oh yeah, an Imperator. An Imperator. How could I forget? It's like they tried to combine all their spreadsheet games into one game. Yeah, that's how it feels. They just shoved them all in there like a suitcase going to the airport. And they had to sit on it to get the zipper closed in time for launch. And now it's in the storage bay under the plane and it's already burst open and there's clothes everywhere. That's how it feels. An abomination made up of Vicky 3, Imperator, and the underbaked parts of Crusader Kings. That's not to say it isn't fun. It is fun. It is fun. I'm enjoying myself. It's just the obstacles that you have to go through to get to that point are obscene. As I say, woe to anyone whose first grand strategy game is Europa Universalis 5. That'd be a hell of a way to start the genre. But I am having fun, like I am. Or else I wouldn't be doing this 8 days. I think I would have preferred if it had like actual playtesters playtesting it and then another 6 to 8 months of development and patches before it released. But that's why we're here, right? That's why my Twitch tags are what they are, right? Yeah, well, I'm working for it. I'm working for it, all right. But it has some really enjoyable mechanics that focus on administrative affairs that their other grand strategy games don't, such as control. And being able to exercise control over your domain. So while we're trying to blob out and settle more land and map paint, we can't control most of it. We have 2 control here, which means we're getting 2% of the taxes that we could be getting there. So figuring out how to administrate your realm is a much greater focus in this compared to the other grand strategy games. And trying to build up infrastructure and focus on the economy and supply and demand and keeping a stockpile of different goods, many things. Some people are complaining, saying towns should give free control around them. I do think that there need to be more ways to actively affect and manipulate control, but just making towns give a radiant control is not a very fun or exciting gameplay mechanic. But I do think that there needs to be more in the early game. I'm sure there'll be more late, but it's, you know, and we're also a tribe, so I don't know what the other civilizations get, if anything. Also, I'm sorry to the people who just came over from the raid, but I used all my ad snoozes, and there's gonna be 3 minutes of mid-roll ads. I'm just giving you a warning so you can turn your volume down. I'm just gonna keep the game paused and get a water refill. You guys came in right before the break, unfortunately. So while I'm certain there's more stuff later on, I think having more measurable impact on the early games besides just building bridges would be nice. Even if you I don't want to boost them to 100. I just want to be able to like have something that boosts 5% here, 5% there, or whatever, or even like a 2.5% build, something. Just ways to feel like I am kind of lifting up each part of the empire. Like, raise the early game control ceiling, maybe lower the amount of control that roads give, and then have like at least 3 constructions that you can do, in which if all built in tandem would be more than like the gravel roads control, but it requires more investment on your part. And I think a developer would say something like, well, you're playing as a indigenous Native American tribe in North America. You're not supposed to be able to control a sprawling empire. And I'm like, yeah, that's true, but I need gameplay. You're right. However, I need things to do. And so I need ways to administrate my nation besides building a road in the early game. I have the best timing. You do. Also, the ad just started a minute ago. I will be right back. Here. Hey, I'm back. Before the ad is even done. Good timing. Hello, welcome back from the ad. Thank you for waiting. Made that one a quick one. And we are back on the road. Our only shortage is pottery. And we've got a pottery maker in the capital going up. So, I think I'm ready to do Parliament. There it is. Let's check on whether demand changes here. Or excuse me. I need that water. We have a surplus. Perfect. Keep stimulating the economy. In the 8 games so far, I haven't seen England win, but I haven't seen the 100 Years' War last more than 10. I don't know if I'll ever play over there in the main area of Europe or not. I doubt it. Norway would probably be the least agonizing to play. I disagree. I watched Shin playing Norway and it looked insanely agonizing. Because he randomly lost his personal union with Sweden in the midst of annexing them after like 50 to 100 years. And then they joined a personal union randomly with Bohemia. And there was no pop-up event or indicator in the game. The Swedish king, who also holds the PU on you, is really bad. Yeah, I keep seeing lots of complaints about personal unions. Lots of complaints. Who built a brewery down here? It does use fruit. Seems like a good build. I don't know who built it, but good job. What is this? Locations depopulating. Might be a storm or something out that way. I forgot. Oh, I know what I'm doing. I'll just hold Parliament. Hold Parliament in the capital. Expand the gravel road network. See how much support we do or don't get. Okay, I guess it's just 44. And then build the road that you want to build. $193 Gs. Gravel road from Chungalusa to Gimigami. A gravel road from Volugop to Chungalusa. Considering this is a mountain province, it's our location. It's funny how many roads I've built through it, like it's some kind of crossroads now. Poorly positioned mountain, to be honest. This, if this were flat and no forest, it'd be so much better. Lumber mountains. So yeah, from Volugop to Chungalusa, Chungalusa to Gimigami, Gimigami to what the heck is this? Biag Butte, okay, and Husenfers. Up in stone. Okay, music, why are you swelling to a crescendo? It's funny how you can really see the effect of just having even a gravel road, right? This is a town with an extra 5% buff and a gravel road. It's got 55 control. And then just one tile in either direction off the road. And it's so much worse. Like, the roads are so good. And actually just having to sit down and save up enough money to invest in them is so important. Are we chartering anything right now? You can answer your own question, because we have current charters on the Outliner, with 2, in fact. Both of them around 20 to 30% done. This year's harvest has been exceptional. Rarely in our nation's history has the earth brought forth so much of its bounty. 1 year of bounty. All right, let me check our kiddos. Try to arrange some marriages. What happened to the royal marriages? They just stopped as soon as they became a monarchy. And the only nobles we can marry are our own family. It used to include every other tribe as candidates for royal marriage. But because we're technically a monarchy now instead of a tribal kingdom, it doesn't consider other tribals to be our equivalent. Hello, this is the first EU I've played. This is also the first EU I've played. You actually can colonize. But it seems to be a trap that many people have fallen into. I imagine what happened to you was you went into your cabinet and selected the option to settle the frontier, and then you lost all your population who left your home to go to the frontier. Just don't click settle the frontier ever, I think, except for fringe situations in which you're already stable and have high population. You just want to go to your research, first age of traditions, colonies, right there. So you just have to research written alphabet, map making, colonies. And then you can go to geopolitics. And there's a colonies tab under territory. And then you can see all the land you can colonize and what it'll cost you. But you do have to supply the people who go out to settle. They need certain supplies, and it's kind of hard to find what supplies they need. Or you can click on individual, once you have colonization research, you can click on a location you don't have, and a little box here will show up that allows you to initiate a charter. So I've been colonizing extensively. Is there any other road we can build for like super duper cheap? The serfdom movement. We lose 5 prestige, move towards serfdom, clergy get unhappy. That one's worth doing. To get some support from Parliament. Is the cost per month? There is an upfront cost and a cost per month, both. Trying to figure out what the most important kind of spots to connect up to are. Stone is definitely one of them. For us. Well, that's only if you care about taxes. Let's actually just do a quick little ledger look-see. Man, Hihihisawi's crazy tax base. Effective control is 94%. Oh, I know why that is. It's because I've been increasing control there with a cabinet member. So that's given us kind of a skewed view. It's crazy that Alabama Slamma is literally right next to the capital and only has 77% control with a road. Does Gene Toga have a road? It does. I still wish there was a way to see someone's potential tax base. Where is mitochondria? Isn't it like up here? $181 gold. I'm thinking. I might just connect it down right here for now. I don't know. I just want to kind of increase road coverage throughout because that'll kind of give us a little bit more access to this little pocket, which has been all by itself for a while. What if you told you I was doing something, game? I need 96 Gs. No, the road thing is over. Now I don't get the discount. Parliament decided to pass the gravel road network. Plus 10 towards centralization. We're now 47 towards centralization. Remember when we were fully decentralized? We're getting bonus crown power, bonus to all proximity cost. We just traded estate satisfaction equilibrium, which is kind of harsh. But I think still worth. We got two roads building out of it. Can definitely tax the nobility more. Ooh, spy network. Map time. Ew, it's map time. I love stealing maps from my fellow tribes who know everything omnisciently about the North American continent, but have chosen to hide it from me. Does it even matter if we know what's going on down here in the Carolinas? Like, we'll never be able to really expand down there. We've sort of revealed everything that matters to us. I want to see what's in Kentucky. Let's just see what's in Kentucky. We have managed to gain access to maps from Kentucky. Not much. Wild game, fur, corn, salt, fiber, fruit, some stone. Nothing crazy. Oh, we have enough sailors for a possible expedition. We need 100 gold stockpiled. Okay. Get 100 gold. And let's see what we can see. So we got the Canadian coast. Ooh, that would give us a lot of visibility on the northeast. Georgia area, the east coast, the Caribbean, New Brunswick, North Carolina, east coast, Quebec, Sargasso Sea. Oh my God, we found the eels! At long last. The eels are here. Can't believe it. Let's check out the North Carolina area. 100 gold up front. Leave from the southernmost territory. Scram Bample Wham. Who's this? Battlefield Medic. I wonder why they have a skill like that. This is just very balanced character, nothing particularly great. Is that a tribes person? Okay, that's why they have it. We'll send a noble. Make them get their feet wet a little bit. Data say, our ruler's distant cousin. 258 days. Preparing an expedition to North Carolina. Off we go. Further south. Ah, it's 1503. I should probably be building like another town, right? Probably. Why build town when Parliament do trick? We got 6 towns right now. Capital's almost at 20k people. We're almost at 550k total, which is kind of crazy. Oh, we just got Shenango. More medicaments. We got a big surplus of that. Chat, Sackletooth. Give me a name for a place that has a river running through it. It's Evergelly, not Everjelly. Like, you know the words like, I guess Delta. Yeah, Delta. Bend. Bend is a good one. Sackletooth Bend. We built a new charcoal kiln in Droppy Dam. Why'd you do that? Who did that? I guess we have a coal demand. Don't we have a... Yeah, we have a charcoal building in Arzu that's just toggled off. I'll just toggle it back on. It won't be super profitable, but... it's already been built. Naval supplies are missing input. I'm sorry? Don't tell me this is one of the ones that needs naval supplies. It is. It is. What's the difference? How... Chat. Do you think there's some kind of oversight here? When you send the sailors out into the water, they just need cloth and liquor. When you send them to land, they need naval supplies. Wouldn't you need naval supplies to go out into the water? Reversed flag in the code? You think so? Just booze will do. Just booze will do. Anyway, we can't do that exploration because we don't have naval supplies. The good news is we get a refund, I think. Yeah, I think we get a full-ish refund. We didn't. I don't think we got a full refund, but it's close. This is why we steal maps. Yep. So it was like an eternal won't ever do this expedition. So we just have to go to water only with the sailors. It's kind of dopey. I don't know how to even separate the sailors ones from the other ones. They have all this graphic space and choose not to show you the information unless you mouse over it. I think these are all sailors. What happened to the manpower explorations? They're gone. Well, I would want to know, I guess what's in the coast. I want to know what's in the coast to the south and the coast to the north, right? Will we be able to see their ships there? Does this just give us line of sight somehow? So same song, different verse. And I think this one will... No, this one takes naval supplies too. So once it realizes we have none, it will become an infinite loop. I have no idea what the difference is between what we just did on the East Coast and what we're doing now. No idea. Game just decides not to give you any info. This one also takes naval supplies. All right, we're just going to cancel all of them. No more exploration, just steal maps, I guess. You can right-click on an undiscovered area to explore there if that's easier. But it's just going to start the same one that we just did that we can't do. It's identical. Same thing. So it doesn't really change anything. Whatever. Whatever, let them come to us. We have enough information to make plenty of decisions. Let them come to us. The interests of prominent merchant households are being hurt by our repressive trade policies. Ugh, we don't have anyone to trade with, you idiots. Give them a trade monopoly. No. I'm not giving them a trade monopoly. Where are the gravel roads that we just built? Chungalusa to Gimigami. This little road right here. So now we need this road to connect up to Chungalusa. But yeah, I can't do any more exploration because we don't have naval supplies and we can't do any land-based exploration anymore. So we get what we get. I want to take a look at our market. Ooh, we got some shortages that we can fill for sure. Ooh, Gene Toga's got another level of clay. That's impressive, Gene Toga. 8,000 clay workers. I'm gonna delete this lumber mill. We'll never need it. Tar kiln, who knows? Fruit orchard, never. Mason, yes. All right, that's fine. Jewelry, it's tough because it takes stone for us. Fine cloth is doable though. Sorting by profit. Flopalapatopa. Flopalapatopa. What's the input for this? Just cloth. Barely will have enough cloth, so let's just back that up. Do the entire chain. Entire chain of goods. Actually, There's not that many peasants. Or wait, yes there are. There's 3,800 is not that many actually. We're kind of running out of peasants in the market capital. I'm increasingly wanting to just move the market over to Sanakta-Wambo. But I have to save 800 gold. That's a lot of money, man. That's a lot of money for a North American tribe. All right, this is gonna take fiber crops. Yes, fiber crops. So now I need to just keep, we're just following the chain of production all the way down. Do we have a surplus or no? We do. Pretty good surplus. All right. Looks good. Let it ride. What's up, chat? Thank you for the sub. I appreciate the 13 months. A couple minutes ago. I hate ads. They do help support the stream pretty tremendously, though. So thanks to everybody who supports the stream by being here, whether you're a sub or not. Hey, what's up, Shin? How's it going, dude? Sorry, I was a little focused. Good evening, Sanakta-Wambo and friends. It's going okay. We're kind of rapidly expanding at the moment, just to do some land grabs. And we've been stealing some maps. We're back to stealing maps. Got a little bit more eyesight on our immediate surroundings. Discovered that water exists outside the lakes. And we had the death of our queen, and now we have our first ever king because the monarchy changed our inheritance law. So I got crafty and attempted to change it back by having parliament. I gained enough support in parliament to request them to change a law, only to discover that inheritance law is not a law. It is something else that the parliament has no control over. So I can change anything under the laws page via parliament except inheritance, which seems like something that is a law but apparently is not. So we learned that lesson the hard way. But this guy's actually got good administration. He was our the worst queen's older brother. And so inheritance is just turned upside down. And I'm not sure why it went to her older brother instead of her son. Because we have cognatic primogeniture, which is supposed to be the heir is the oldest male child of the current ruler, which wasn't true because we had a child who fit that bill. But I think the game is confused when it's like trying to reconcile cognatic primogeniture, which is male focused, but there's a queen who's in power. So it's not even looking at her children, even though she is the ruler. It's only looking for male rulers or something. So instead it like went up and over to her older brother. I have no idea why that is how succession went. But yeah, now it's a whole different family. The same family, but different line, different direct line, I guess. What's his first trait? That's a good question. I don't know. He's a chicken shit. This ruler is craven, desperately fearful of physical combat. Our ruler stays as far away from the battlefield as possible. Our troops cannot help but notice that they are on their own. What is with our family? We are never going to have like an actual good, solid ruler with wonderful personality traits, are we? There's always going to be some problems. Since the government of our kingdom officially began encouraging worship and focusing on the true Arindis faith, the people feel more secure in their daily lives. I don't need 12 stability, but if I did, I'd be very grateful. Trying to get the court kind of propped back up here. We need to do some more expansion, I think. We gotta keep chartering up. We only got 2 charters going right now. I like 3. 3 feels good. But yeah, we're spiraling around the Finger Lakes here. Picked up another sand for the future. Not sure I want to go all the way around it yet because it's Legume City. We did an experiment to see how market distance works and confirmed that it is market center to market center. Perhaps I should just save my money and move my market. What do you think, chat? 800 gold's a lot of gold. It's gonna take a lot of just sitting around scratching our ass. But we've been building some defensive structures. I should probably build some more just straight up towns. 16 gold a tick is not too bad though. It's not too bad. Gene Toga, the clay capital of the world. So much clay. 8,000 people working here in clay. Strategically owning more of the Jersey Shore would be better. Yeah, I mean, we can keep expanding. I need to do everything. I don't really want to mess with having multiple markets, to be honest. My theory is if market access and control are roughly analogous to one another, I guess having multiple markets, the only advantage is that you are maximizing the quantity that your buildings are outputting, while not increasing your tax percent via control. But if you're increasing your output, then maybe you have more product to tax on in total. Just trying to rationalize it in my own brain. I just don't think we're that bad off. We have pretty good market coverage across everything right now. Multiple markets is a nightmare since no half has access to the other unless you manually send shit across with trade capacity, as far as I can tell. Yeah, I don't want multiple markets. Like, we're in the light green. We're all right. We all right. We're already tapping this little area with the intention of kind of filling it in so that we can get this copper stone area. So why don't we just start there, because we know we want it. I don't want anyone to sneak up on me, but this one's expensive. They have a lot of population here in Connecticut, actually, relative to the other places, almost 20K. And we already have 2 colonial charters, so we're paying a premium. But I do think it's worth. Because that was the original reason why we were going out there anyways. And then... how many people are in? 20,000 people in these 3 areas. There's just too many people down here in Mannahatta. Marble, legumes, and maize. Yeah, let's just move them over from there. Actually, what culture and religion are they demographically? They are not the right culture. All right, let's mess with that. We've been converting religiously. But perhaps it would be better to pick some of these low cultural areas and get them caught up. Yes. Oh. Wait, what? Colonial progress. Did I click it? Did I confirm it? Oh, no. It's... how do you undo it? I think I confirmed it already. Whoops. I must have misclicked. We'll just have to fix it in post, because I don't think I can stop it once it has begun. Which is... oh, wait, yes, you can. Yes, you can. You have to do it from this menu, though. But I don't get my money back. So they just lose my money? because it costs 73 up front. I think I just gave up 73 gold. So it's interesting. If you cancel an exploration expedition, you get all your manpower back and your initial investment back. If you cancel a colonial charter, you do not get your initial investment back. So a little learning process there, I guess. Rip 73 gold. That's the price of learning. Just take the Adirondacks. I don't know. I pushed some buttons and I got confused. I pushed some buttons and then got confused immediately. But we're back to 3 charters. Now I'm just gonna save money to move the market, I think. Or to just build some towns. I want to build some towns. We built a new Tailor's Guild. All the stuff we just queued up. We're over 550,000 population. Wow. It's ballooning. 400 a month with 3 charters simultaneously. Kind of insane. The location of Punxsutawney. Home sweet home. Wild game out here. Didn't you only start with 7k pop? I did. We kept merging. We kept having babies. Groundhog Day. That is true. How about... just to confuse chat, this is now going to be Grontag. Zay. Grontag Zay. We have acquired a powerful divination artifact. My child, you're intelligent. Learn the ways of the administration of our court. 1504. No one else in sight except the Cahokians. Just the Cahokians. Let me see their market. Show me the Cahokian market. What do they do? What do they make? They make salt, legumes, corn, fiber. They have lead, which we do not. That would be a good product for us to trade. What do they demand? They demand livestock. Who doesn't? You and me both. Clay, which we do have some. They demand lumber, pottery, and stone. We could fill some of those. Wild game for sure. Beer for sure. Like, we could probably make some big bucks if I could just, you know, reach out and grab their market access. It's just slightly out of reach. I genuinely think that if we just move the market to our capital, we have equidistant control and market access plus trade range with Cahokia. But it's 800 gold. But I think is worth. We're almost at 20k pop in Sanoctawambo. Flopalopatopa is kind of languishing at 12,000, 11,000 pop. Despite all the buildings they have to work in. An exceptional year. Last year was a fine harvest and an excellent environment for traders and entrepreneurs. We have a boon from our tax base. 137 gold. Don't mind if I do. I'll take advantage of those benefits at once. That's a pretty big dump The only option that does anything. It's true. It's true, but I will take those rewards. Yes, I will. All right, I need to fix some shortages. Not many, though. Cloth. Oh, we're already building one in Flopalopatopa. I'll build another one, though. Max out Sanoctawambo. Give them some jobs. Die maker. Highest profiting one is in the Flopalopatopa market. How many burgers work in a die maker? 200 per level? Okay. Try and stimulate that economy. And then the jewelry is tough because we only can do market villages. Maybe we just build... Can you choose what product? Jewelry. What did I just click? Production method for all market village. Uh-oh. No. Wait, what? Oh, it wants me to click one to convert every market village to the same thing. No, 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 that's not what I want. Maybe just sort by available workers? There are a ton of people in Glurmenglorp. Why are there 8,000 people in Glurmenglorp? 5,600 in Flavortown. Available peasants, 3K. 2,700. You know what? Let's build it in Flavortown. It's either there. Yeah, I'm going to Flavortown. We wanted to build up Flavortown a long time ago. There's a bridge and a farming village, and that's it. Small potatoes up there. But yeah, I think things are going about as well as you could expect here. State officials have discovered some more bad books. Well, you could take research progress when we have nothing to research, or burn the books and make everyone happy. Make everybody feel good. Let's slow down just a smidgen. I want to look at the possibility of, like, taxing people. That takes decentralization. That is the opposite of more taxes. That is no tax. That is no tax and tribe. Okay, so nothing there. Our diplomat has been detected while creating a spy network, reducing the size of our spy network to 50. We can use that. Thank you for the reminder. Dun, 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 dun. All right, I forgot what I was doing. What did we make? A spinner's guild? Back to slightly positive cloth. Wouldn't hurt to make more. We'll come back to that later. And then what was there before that? Brain not work so good. Spies. The spies, the spies, the spies, the spies. You bastards. Control. Right click. There we go. Steal their maps. All right, let's go further down the coast. We gotta go to North Carolina. Maps have been stolen. No one in North Carolina as far as we know, sir. But guess what is? Cotton! Oh my God. A new resource, as of yet unseen. And a bunch of corn. Cotton has been discovered by our people. How did he get soldiers? As a native, you switch your government type to monarchy is the only way. By clicking form a new country, which is a stupid button to have to click to change your government type, because why would you click this? It doesn't do what you think it does. And then from there you can reform. So if you do everything the conditions say, you can become a monarchy, and then you can build a sergeantry, which is a building that gives you manpower, and then you can get manpower. So we have one whole sergeantry. That's all we can have. Which allows us for a max of 304 manpower. So if I start seeing some bad guys, I'm going to start training them into some logistics guys. That is exactly right, Kaznafane. For some reason, Paradox gives you a regular called a champion, who is a tribal elite soldier, but when you reform to monarchy, you lose the champion but gain the manpower. Yep. For some reason. Overlooked. Many such cases. No research options is tough. They could have done Hearts of Iron style and just made costs like 3 times for seriously non-historical texts. Yeah, they really, like, it's crazy because they don't want you to go ahistorical at all. And at the same time, everything we're doing is ahistorical. You know, so it's a bit of a cognitive dissonance. I think the way I described it the other day was that Europa Universalis players want everything to be exactly as it happened historically, except for what they're doing. And I am an agent of chaos and the complete opposite of that. I play my Hearts of Iron 4 campaigns on complete ahistorical. I want mayhem and unpredictability and wild storylines. The institution having to spread is rough. Yeah. Yeah, we just don't get anything. So we're just kind of just sitting here. We got nothing. We got enough antagonism that the other tribes are about to rise up against us. But anyway, it would be cool to be able to go down there and get some cotton and some lead. That'd be really nice. But we are very far removed from that. I have 300 gold. I have 300 gold. I have 300 gold. Our nation is surrounded by territories yet unclaimed by any rival. Our ambition to expand the lands belonging to the crown has taken root amongst the people as nationalist fervor. And a new private company has established itself with the intention of bringing settlers to the lands of Tianesta to claim the territory for glory, Gold King and company. Should we permit the expansion, they'll bring a great deal of settlers with them. This can only be good, or charge them. I mean, just let it colonize faster. Leave them be. Leave them be. We're about 30% apart, 33% apart on our current charters. We got 167, 131, the one just got started. I think that's good spacing. Pretty solid spacing. Local assembly, that's a peasant building. Gives them some power locally. Things we want to destroy eventually. But we have to have enough control to do so. Like we can delete, for example, these local assemblies. They don't cost me anything. Festival grounds. Will they get pissed if I delete these? Maybe? Like they're at 53%. They might have just lost 20%, but it didn't tell me. Well, it's gone now. But yeah, we got pretty solid Oh, speaking of population gain, I know what to spend money on. I remember what to spend money on. Yes, indeed. New Spinners Guild in Sanakta Wombo. All right, level 3 spinners, making 2. Got a little surplus. Barely staying afloat on that. Yeah, we need, you always need settlements. Delicious, bounteous settlements. There's not that many. There's only 2 that we haven't built yet. Flavortown Market Village. I think I did that to make jewelry. Barely got enough stone to go around. Always a good idea to stay ahead of the stone curve. Children can have better education, can they? Shrewd. Yes, they can. I guess administrative. When the wrong men get into the cabinet, it can be bad news for the country. Well, we gain. Oh no, we gained 2.5% inflation. Oh, our stock market is gonna crash. New location, Salkunk. I'm just gonna name this Skunkalunk because that's what I want to say. I want to be able to say Skunkalunk. I think that should be understandable. Another lumber spot that we're creeping to the west and south. The tendrils of the Haudenosaunee are ever shifting. Die maker. Man, my game lagging though. My game lagging though. A little bit of extra dye, okay. Check taxes. How about this? We're gonna curb Diplo spending. Shave just a little off stability. Shave a little off of cost of court. We got 18 gold a turn. Money number go up. Tax efficiency's up to 15%. Economy's looking juiced. We're almost to 600,000 pop. Quinnipiac. A Q name. Quixalabo. Quixalabo. Why does it just say how? 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 I don't know why it says that. The Pwumpit Stoneworks are now current maximum 7 out of 7. 1,000 peasants moving up. There's really not that many peasants left here. Every single peasant who lives in Pwumpit works stone. Etal in the 1690 census, the population of the 13 colonies was 210,000 people. Well, that's them. We're indigenous peoples, okay? There were more of us than there were of them. Until there weren't. Before them, there were more of us. After them, there were a lot less. But yeah, the stone works have been. We got another stone coming in. Those have been the hottest commodities, for sure. Just to keep the stone is making the economy flow right now. Quixalabo is now part of our beautiful nation. Man. It's getting kind of crazy. It's gonna feel so wild when we discover that we're the first and only people who've ever played Native North Americans, and for some reason, when you, the player, do, it bugs all the other AI, and they never actually explore the Americas, and we just keep waiting, and it's like 1824, and like nobody has showed up yet, and we're just like taking over. This is like the Haudenosaunee empire right here. You know what I mean? Like, how would we know if the AI bugged? We wouldn't know. We can't see any other portion of the map. That was a problem in a pre-release build. AI just never colonized? Oh no. No, they're gonna come soon, I'm pretty sure. It's just funny to think about. Ads starting now. Turn your volume down, ad watchers. It's been 6.5 hours already somehow. Good lord. We're well into the 1500s. Not well into. We just began, but we're in the 1500s. We need cow. We need cow who goes moo, and I will add more cow to the Podrimpalo cow population. I don't know if it matters whether you build farming villages for like the possible I don't really understand the benefit of possible soldiers for there. The local food capacity is fine, I guess. There are legumes here, so it might eventually matter. We'll build these legumes up first when the time comes, so maybe it'll have some impact. Because that'll be a lot of food. Built a new settlement. All right, cool. All right, I'll be right back. Bathroom break, BRB, while the ad is going. Thanks for watching. Thanks for your patience. Hello. Did you bring a snack? Nope. No snack. But I'm back. Sackletooth Bend. Where did the music go? Okay. Moment of truth. Chat, do you think I should move the market or not? What do you think? I'm leaning toward yes. I got half the money in the bank already. It's 1507. But I save first in case it's not far enough to reach Cahokia, and then I save Scum if it doesn't reach. Right? Right? Because if it doesn't reach, then I'm just gonna... Like, I don't think the game will tell me how far it reaches. If I move it. Local nobility's power grows. Through intrigue at court, skillful alliance, and plenty of opportunism, a group of local nobility have built up a strong power base in Mistahai Sepik. If we do not deal with it now, they may support one of the various pretenders to the kingdom in the hopes of greater influence. Though reducing their power will prove difficult, ignore them, curtail their power. Destroy the toll castle to lose 7 stability. I do that all day. Destroy the castle all day. I will rebuild the stability. It's fine. Is moving better than a second market? Why are the second marketers so outspoken here? Everyone seems to just cursory think a second market is somehow better. That's 10 feet away from the first market. I don't think you guys are thinking with your brain cells. Just put 2 markets, 3 locations away from each other. What could go wrong? 2's better than 1. It's a higher number, right? Who cares if they have 92% overlap and fight against each other, and now every trade has to be executed manually between the 2 networks because neither of them will automatically share with the other one in a smart and intelligent way, but only aim to make the most profit possible. Yeah, let's do that. His body has been draped by whom none know. Oh no, my son is dead? They say he was found by his horse in a clearing in the woods. His face is calm, almost serene. The courtiers reach out to touch. The cold felt by all is that of death. Our oldest son just died. He ostensibly was the heir, and of course had okay stats. So I'm assuming this is the heir now who has worse stats. Great. I'm used to this. Yeah, what's a horse? They say he was found by his horse. We don't know what that is. Onaha Garafraxa has died. If our ruler's stats are better than average, or like around average, they have to die so a weaker, worse ruler can reign instead. Those are the rules. Though, to be fair, one of their children is a prodigy, which we've never seen before. So I'm gonna start him on administrative education. Bro, or trying to organize like every single child's education. Who okayed this gameplay mechanic, you know? Who okayed it? Who allowed it? There's like one dude on the team who's just like, nah, man, you don't understand. We could totally bring in Crusader Kings 3 into this game. And they just throw him a bone. You know? Just like, just to shut him up, put the dynasty tree in there. I want to sort by surplus. We have enough surplus. There's at least like net positive for each thing. Yellow. We'll come back to you, little gremlin. No royal marriage. You have too many spouses. You have a dead spouse, but you're 64. You're too old. You have a spouse already. You have no spouse. I have 538 gold. I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it. Assimilating pops into our culture. Children are donkeys? Who is this? Our child, our ruler's great niece. She's not too smart. A donkey. I kind of stopped stealing, like, maps. It's not a very fun method of exploration, let me say. I would put the covert actions / steal maps close behind the aforementioned Crusader Kings 3 system. A new farming village in Pojan-Palo. Level 5, the highest level farming village in all the land. Huge farm. Trying to make livestock, which only exists in our imagination. Parliament is already here. Has been 5 years already. How old is our king? 69. Okay, it's too late to put points into him. Thank you for building a settlement. That's not what I'm concerned with right now. Sand and salt, no thank you. Lumber, wild game. Develop the interior. Or conduct the census. They're all kind of weak. Do you guys want to try promoting a member of the clergy or a noble just to see if it's ever worth it to spend your once in a 5 year? Because there's not really any other amazing option here. So I'm thinking about doing it because what does the game consider to be a skilled member of the clergy? I bet it's not very good and that you should never pick it. I could also just make this cabinet member better, but she's already got 100 diplomacy. All these other ones suck. Promote a member of the clergy. Show me the member of the clergy. One of the more difficult things about being a parliamentarian has less to do with debates in the capital, but more with how to sell the debates and compromises to people back home. Still, a local parliament member will have an easier time explaining a new tax than a collector sent by the central government. We gained 10% support because the parliament members from Husensikend decided that they liked us. This is now known as Kittamau. Kittamau. Our newest lumber location to the southwest. I need music. We've been listening to apparently Medieval Dynasty has some really soft soundtrack portions, which I guess this is. Hit me with... I don't know. We're kind of out of soundtracks, to be honest. I guess I'll go back to Old Familiar. There we go. Old Familiar. So do I have enough parliamentary support? It's only at 48? Oh, man. We changed societal value towards decentralization. That's the opposite of what I want. Change toward communalism. All right, that one's good. Pisses off the nobility slightly, but it's all right. Make sure it passes parliament. Hello, Acetech. Welcome back. I'm surprised it took you that long. I never got a great character, to be honest. Well, we're gonna Gamba. We're about to Gamba right now, actually. Our policies are evoking widespread discontent among the nobility. It seems they are misinterpreting them in a way contrary to our intent, to the degree our opponents hold them up as proof of the government's ill will. But we have chosen the right path. I have 0 prestige, so I will take the option that makes me lose 5 prestige. I fail to understand how your company makes like 5 different game series that all prominently feature pop-up events. And all of the pop-ups systems that you've created for those games continue to be bad iteration after iteration. Just over and over. Like, Far Cry 1, man. Just sitting on a log around a campfire. Definition of insanity speech. Just banging your head in the wall. What is your favorite aspect of the game so far? Probably the administration of your land and supply chain management, I would say. I like the board gamey resources on the different locations. All that stuff. They have passed the promote member of the clergy. A skilled member of the clergy will appear. Okay. Who do you got? Who do you got? Have they appeared? I don't even get a news thing about it? Not even like a little tooltip pointing to who it is? Our ruler's first cousin died. None of these symbols are clergy. Is it you? Surely it's not them, right? Literal court jester, babbling buffoon. Okay. That's the only clergy on this entire list. Literally the only clergy, so it kind of has to be them, right? Awful. Just awful. We're never picking that one again. I had to try. It really begs the question of, did you play that and test that even once? Did you try that option even one time? First cousins are marrying first cousins. We're doomed. We just married off 2 first cousins to each other. No, don't worry about it. That's just how it's having to go. It's almost game time. It's almost time to spend 800 gold. I'm gonna save first, though. Our whole family is weirdly intermarried. Why did you guys build another toll castle to charge the peasants? Don't charge the peasants. $800. I'm gonna make a save. Market movers. Market movers. So if we right click on our market and click relocate to a different location, the capital's got 20,000 people in it. Okay, I'm really curious how the money month to month changes from this. It probably will go, I don't know. It could stay about the same. We'll see. That's gonna let us go further west if I want. The reason I saved is because if this doesn't reach close enough to communicate with Cahokia, I'm probably not gonna do it. Because the main thing is reaching Cahokia, as well as, of course, just sort of streamlining the market with where our capital is. Wow, there's not even a confirmation button. It just goes over. It is clear that Flapalapatopa was not the ideal center for a market. Sanactawambo will serve those needs far better, they say. Did money go up yet, or did it not change at the top? I don't know if it updates until you unpause. I didn't look. So the location of the market dictates market access. This market access in general is sort of like the, well, yeah, it has an unpause. It has to unpause, I think, because it's still light where it was. But anyway, the darker the market color, the less market access it has. More market access basically increases profits, is the easiest way to describe it. It's much more complicated than that, but that's the easiest way. Music? Music's here somewhere. Might be spooky music, though. Henry has not come to see us. There we go. I think the mystery units are kilometers? Maybe. So, we couldn't reach the Cahokia market because it was slightly too far away from us. We've increased our reach dramatically using various laws. I'm trying to remember which laws in particular we were using. Why do we have Royal Court itinerant monthly progress to decentralization for the proximity cost? Maybe it was estates? Was it estates? Chat, where did I do this? I don't remember, man. That was the other day, dude. Here we go. So we got maritime law protect trade routes, which increases our trade range by 10% and makes the burgers happier. And then we also got... How do these come up for trade? Neither of these are trade. There was another one that was plus 20% somewhere. Oh, was that the crown? Yeah, it was the crown. Reformation. Plus 20% trade range. So combined, we had a 1,000 trade range by default. And because we have plus 30%, we now have a 1,300 trade range. So I just moved the trade market over. I'm gonna unpause. We're like 18.15. It might need to tick over an entire month to update the market location. Oh, it did. It did. Did you see the whole color palette just shift? And our money instantly went up an extra 2 gold, give or take. So now let's see the Cahokia market. Oh my god, it's in range, but we have the Haudenosaunee. The Haudenosaunee does not have trade capacity in the Cahokia market. We have 0 trade capacity out of 0, but we're in range. Each trade created uses trade capacity depending on the distance to the other market. Uh-oh. Oh boy. So, we're gonna have, we're gonna have some fun. Everybody just chill out! Okay? Nobody panic. You guys are too quick to just jump on random shit, okay? Just wait. There we go. You click a button, and then 3 seconds later, people are... You're on that Discord chat channel, and it says, many people are typing. That's how you know it's serious. He's got more rounds in the chamber. I haven't even looked at the trading screen before, and people are already freaking out. So let's look at the trading screen. Haven't clicked on it the whole game. Greatest surplus: salt, legumes, maize, fiber crops, and cloth. Greatest needs: livestock, clay, lumber, pottery, and tools. We could definitely get them hooked up with the pottery, the lumber, and the clay. We definitely could. Right-click to build trade capacity. Okay. Trade office. Maritime presence to owner, trade advantage, trade capacity to owner. Sick. Effect on the location for the owner. It needs a hundo burgers. An overseas trading post is an outpost of ambitious merchants who seek their luck and fortune in the business in lands far removed from their home. More trade capacity to owner. Oh, you build this in a You build this in a whole region? Or wait, I don't know. Does it I don't know why the region's highlighting there. A marketplace itself has +1 trade capacity to an owner, so a market likely has some trade capacity, one would hope. And then the market warehouse gives some, if in the market center. That reminds me. We do have a building here that is no longer functional. Did we just move the entire market over without building them? I didn't know you had to build the market. I thought that was the whole thing we were moving. So maybe let's go ahead and build the marketplace first in the new area. Because I'm assuming it isn't here. Let's take a look. It is not here. So we need to put cart before horse. Market in Flopalapatopa operating at 75% due to a lack of beeswax. So I'm going into Flopalapatopa. I'm gonna find the market. Delete. Control left click to destroy 5 buildings. Shift left click to destroy as many as possible. Kill them all. And then where is the other marketplace building? That's the urban parliament seat. Did I already delete it? I might have already deleted it. Yeah, all right, it's already gone. So we don't have to worry about that. So now, a market village. Here's a fun fact. If it costs 50 gold to build, and you need the market to make money, and you delete the market, do you soft lock yourself? I'm just gonna take out a loan. For 60 months with yearly interest of 9%. The estates have made 1,800 gold available for us to borrow. We could also ask for a loan. I didn't know we had 1,800. We took a loan of 50 gold. I didn't realize we had that much money just chilling in the bank for emergencies. It's kind of great. Okay. Now, the market. In Sanakta-Wambo. No idea how long that's gonna take. And then I think it's worth building the market warehouse after it. We'll just have to make the tools somewhere to sustain the trade capacity. Why does it just randomly have a marketplace? Oh yeah, all market goods can stockpile up to plus 200 more, which will be nice. So we'll build that. That's 200 gold. We'll build that next. So now we can kind of see stuff on the trading for suggested food imports, suggested imports for profit, suggested exports for profit. And you can see that we got 6.54 unused trade capacity in the Sanakta-Wambo market. So it's shifted over. Sanakta-Wambo Market Center, Pipo Bomimo Market. Oh, so the market villages that we built in order to craft other things are actually now suddenly contributing to our trade capacity a little bit. Our trade advantage of 27 makes us the 7th of the 19 countries trading in our market. Wait, what? How are we 7th in our own market? There's no one else even here. Who will get their exports fulfilled first? due to own locations, maritime presence, and buildings in foreign locations. Tiny tribes with big trading network. I don't even know what that means. All right, let me see these buttons. We got button number 1, no building or open buildings for this good. We got expand RGO. We got select a market to import from, select a market to export to. Okay, so some quick buttons here. We also have total production, total demand, net of the two. So we have net of plus 15. And then this is current price on the right versus normal price on the left of this arrow. So if you have an abundance of something, it lowers the price. If you have a demand for something, it raises the price. So if we go, you can see that like right now, clay is in demand. Its price might go up. Beeswax is way up and so on. So we have some things to kind of take care of. Farming villages are taking all my clay, brother. All right, then on the trade screen, I'm assuming this is just going to be the look of all of our trades. You can click this button to automate the market and kind of determine the trade capacity. If you want to do it manual, I'm going to try to do it manual and kind of see how that looks. Embargo different peoples. Check on the food supplies. Okay. Can I do this without actually having the market? I don't really want to export legumes to Cahokia. Let me see what I'm looking. What am I looking at here? So we have a market balance of legumes in Cahokia is plus 8.27. Their current price is 0.39. Projected profit per trade capacity. If they have plus 8, how are we going to profit on that? That doesn't make any sense. And then this is how much trade capacity you want to use to transport. So chat, to use all of my trade capacity, all of it, we could transport 6.9 legumes. I'm starting to think maybe we don't have enough trade capacity to do any meaningful trade at this juncture. Is that a lot? No, they have a surplus of 8 already. We can ship them 6 more. So we sort of just need to figure out what is most in demand in their market and try and export that to them to max profits. Which in this case, how do you switch to a different market view? I guess I need to pin their market, eh? There, now they're on the market screen. So like if we get export livestock, that would be pretty good money. If we could export clay, that would be pretty good money. The problem is livestock takes clay. So if I wanted to make a bunch of livestock to try to ship to them, we need to dramatically. Are we just gonna? This is a learning experience. This is a first campaign, so let's go heavy. Let's go hard in the paint. You know what I'm saying? Let's just pause for a second. It wouldn't hurt to see what the trades do on their own. We need to get the market up first. The market doesn't even exist. Can transactions still happen without a market? Because it won't finish until April 1509. Can we even do anything without the actual physical market building? Because it's funny that we have to build it again. It'll also give us +1 whole trade capacity and a trade advantage. So maybe that's why we're low on trade advantage, because we like just deleted our market. And then we've got various trade buildings now that we could get in the future, rather, because I don't think we have access to them now. Trade office needs to be a port in a foreign location. Okay. Overseas trading post needs to not be in America. Okay. So market warehouse is all we get, and it's 0.1. Well, we moved the market, yeah, so that should do a few things. Get out of here. I'm trying to do something, pop-up. Like, I remember there was a bunch of money to be possibly had in Arzu because it was making a lot of corn. Their potential tax base is 6.34. We're losing a bunch due to control. If I could raise everyone's average satisfaction, that would bring it up, but their market access should have gone up, which means profits should have likewise gone up. I wish there was a history of each location's individual potential tax base. That would be very cool. So we are much closer now to the markets from a lot of our larger... Oh god, yeah, like Hihisawi has a 13 gold tax base. It is the most important location in the entire country. It was 2 spaces away from Flapalapatopa. But what's interesting is we never built a road. Okay, so this is a teaching moment. I had a road from Hihisawi to the capital for control, but I don't think I ever built a road to the market, which would have increased, because you can see like this road down here. See how it doesn't go up into this? Or I could have just gone from this to Hethelfried and from Hethelfried to the market. So because I never probably connected that road, it was having to go around or like south to Mamdania, then over. I don't know. We could have saved ourselves a little bit by connecting it directly here, probably. And that would have raised its market access, which in turn would have raised how profitable it is based on the product it's already making, which in this case is fiber crops. So the fact that it's like 2 spaces direct away from the new market center probably just raised its income by a lot, because this is far and away our most lucrative location. And then Perrinvale. Perrinvale probably just went up because the market is now closer to it, so its market access has gone up. Why is it making so much money? It's got to be... I don't know why, actually. It just sells salt. Is salt worth a lot of money right now? Profit per level 2. That's very high. I just figured since we have a bunch of excess salt in the market that it can't be worth that much, can it? It's normally a 4... What is this, copper? What is that supposed to be? Is that gold? Why would you use a different icon up here for ducat? Why is that bronze and that's gold? This is not a ducat. That's a ducat. That's just a stack of pennies. The stack of coin changes to show relative cost. Well, it's not showing me shit because I don't know what it means. So they need to take that one back to the drawing board. Anyway, I'm confused why the game thinks we're going to make a bunch of money if I add another level when it's clearly going to drive prices down. So who knows? Our people lost in a sea of change have begun to call back to the practice of their ancestors. They seek to better harmonize rather than adapt their communities to the environment. They maintain long-held traditions, grow a great variety of non-cash crops, and explore medical practices that have been dismissed as nonsense. We don't need research progress, but we could get 9 years of trade advantage, which may or may not actually do something now. But the commoners in some rural locations will be displeased. Just make the commoners happier. That's been an issue. All right, who are you? Educate you in the administrative arts. And then kind of just chill until it looks like we're still making money. I'm just gonna pay the loan back then before it goes up too high. It is already going up. Chat, did that not say 9% yearly interest? If I borrowed 50 less than a year ago, how do I owe 70 at 9% yearly interest? It hasn't even been 6 months. Didn't read the fine print. You're penalized on your credit score for paying the loan early. Capital One S loan. That's the number that you'll pay if you don't pay it immediately. I don't know what that means. I didn't even see how much I just paid. It's the total of the loan. I don't know what that means. You guys are explaining things without explaining anything. I hope you never become teachers. You paid 49, but if you waited, it'd total to 79. If I waited till when? The 10-year principal. Why would it show me a 10-year principal on one side and tell me 9% yearly interest on the other? Number one. And number two, it doesn't even tell you when you have to pay it off by. I guess 60 months. So that's if you just let it default after 60 months? I don't know. This is confusing as hell. Add it to the list. Chalk it up to the list. Add it to the list. Why would that be the big number value for that button? No one knows. No one knows. You're supposed to know that when you click the pay debt 79 button that it's not actually going to pay 79, you idiot. That's the 60-month principal that you're actually borrowing against. So it's to threaten you so that if you don't pay in 60 months, this is how much you'll pay. You're supposed to know that you're actually going to pay a smaller amount than okay, whatever. Emboldened by religious censorship laws, the clergy have begun sponsoring the creation of art. And they gave us a statue. So nice, so lovely. All right, the marketplace has been built again. We are back. Now that the marketplace is back up, let's take a look at possibly actually trading, maybe. Suggested exports for profit, according to the game, is trading dyes, which they currently make none of. So we get big bucks, 5.88 for a unit of dye. Cattle. Dyes would actually go crazy. We could do that. 5.51. Okay, so we're basically like, if we have a trade capacity of 7, that means we can trade 7 units of something. So if I'm getting 5.5 gold a unit, then we just want to sell, we just want to use that trade capacity to give them whatever the best per item profit is. Now, on the flip side, if they only have a demand for 0.62 and we send them 6, they're not going to pay 5.88 for all those. We're going to flood the market, right? So we kind of want to start off somewhat even keeled. Step 1 is make enough of our own stuff to be able to send to them. That would be the best case scenario. It looks like they have no demand for marbles, so I'm not going to listen to that. And we have like barely even 1 cow spare, 1 livestock spare right now. But let's try and get some spare dyes first. They don't know that they want marble, but then again, neither do we. Can we send the partial numbers? Wait, are we actually exporting? What is this? What is this 1? Our merchants have begun trading lumber. No, that's not what I want. Stop that. How do you want, what did I even click? I was just clicking the plus and the minus and then it just went. I don't know how to cease. Current trades is blank. Unpause, I guess. It's not under current trades. Where did it go? Bye-bye lumber. Just a bug? Is it a bug? It might be a bug. Alt-click changes it by 0.1. Okay. But this is a stupid screen, isn't it? Like, I hate this screen. Shouldn't I just do it from the other screen? I don't know. I gotta figure it out. I need to just sit here and figure it out. Because why are they all like at 1 already? Why do they start at 1? Your trade capacity is still full. No, I have 6.05 where it's all unused. But why do they start at 1? Let's do something simple. We know they're gonna want marble if they get their hands on it, so let's start trading marble. Not that much. We only have a demand for 0.2, but just kind of like... Actually, shift... alt is 0.1. Not... Yeah, 0.1. Let's just send them like 0.1 marble just to get just to give them a taste. We don't have enough jewelry. We do have enough cows right now. Okay, send them like... 0.5 livestock. Okay. Send them... Why is it 0.8? How do you Our merchants have begun trading dyes. Why is that popping? Have they? Okay, no, they did. They did. What? What? Our merchants have begun trading livestock. What is this UI? Okay, don't give them all the livestock. Just give them, like, some. This whole interface is ultra tedious because if there are other players in the market, you need to readjust this every month. Well, I mean, if I'm just going for profit, I'll automate it. I guess. But we'll just look at it. I can see how it would be tedious though, because the thing you're actually looking for is down here, and then it goes up here, and then it's yeah. I could see how it'd be tedious. Cahokia really wants tools. They don't know that they want drugs yet. So we'll send them like a tiny bit of drugs just to let them know what the tobacco do. Okay, they have a demand for tar as well. Kaoki is 0.64. Why does it do like a 0.49? Bro. You're killing me, game, and then it disappears. Why not do a whole number? Why not? Is there a way to go down by 0.01 or up by 0.01? Also, ads starting right now. Turn your volume down, ad watchers. How's it been another hour already? Just trying to figure this out. I'm never gonna get to see the Europeans at this rate. I want this to not be 0.79. I want it to be 0.6, 0.5, 0.4. But you can't. It's either point something 9 or 0. Killing me, dude. Do you need to click the marble? Yes, I'm still clicking buttons. I'm not done clicking buttons. Everyone just wait. So now I have like 4.75 out of 6.05. I love the UI frustrations contrast with jaunty music. It is a constant battle against the UI. A constant. This isn't even the worst that we've had. This is just almost doable. We'll see how it is when you actually unpause and the trades begin, though. The narco state arc begins. Realistically, tobacco's a way better product for canoe portage than a cow. I mean, I guess we could take a canoe east to west on Lake Erie. If we didn't want to walk it, but then we got to walk the rest of the way. Across a lot of states. It's a lot of states. All right, I got a minute and 20-second ad. I'm gonna get water. Yo. I got the water. All right. Where was I? Trying to figure doing an experiment. Why don't we just start with this and see what happens? Why don't we just start here? The teeniest bit of dye, livestock, marble, tobacco, and tar. The tiniest bit, just to test. Trade income is 0.66 so far, but obviously we're just kind of figuring it out. So, go back to the screen. What am I looking at here? What is this? Why is this crate 0.1? This one's 0.05. Amount of marble traded last month, 0.05. Desired amount to trade, 0.05. But this is 0.1 trade capacity. So, okay, so certain materials take more trade capacity per unit. All right, that makes sense. Depending on how heavy they are and whatnot. So it's like double trade capacity for livestock and marble compared to what you're actually sending them. Okay. I see, I see. So it's sort of like a loose, very lightweight simulation. Does it tell you the trade capacity per good anywhere? I think you just have to infer it by looking at 1 and then looking over here at 0.52 or some such. I don't know why it's not exactly half. With 1 trade capacity, we can ship 0.52 due to each lumber requires 1 and distance is times 1.89. So it's a distance modifier basically. Based on that tooltip. Well, we know what they need. We know that they want cow. Mini cow. And we know that they want tools. Who doesn't? Cows and tools. Okay, so let's start working on that. I did like that it kind of gives you a line, like a trade line. We're going to Jean Toga and then up and then over to Drosham, which is a town now. And then they actually take the lake and then just hoof it all the way over, I guess. That's crazy. So let's start focusing on pumping up some supply. All right, each die maker is going to make like 0.37, 0.4. How much do they want to die? 0.4. So let's make like 2 die makers just for trade only. Capital Laterus Amundus. I mean, we barely have a surplus. Let's just do all three. Just do all three and start spooling it up. Let's see what the trader does if they do automated trading. Out of curiosity. Oh, you can lock certain trades, so automated trade cannot modify it or remove it. Interesting. That's what this little button is on the left. So I have allowed it to go full chaos mode. We'll see what it does. I am curious. Okay. Is it trading at all? Is there a faster way to remove a trade other than right-clicking OK on everything? I'm confused. Did we just lose a bunch of money? No, never mind. We lost profit because of the lack of trades. What is going on? Okay, where does it even show you what trades that it made? It says we have 6.38 unused. Right click and then C to confirm it's at least a little bit faster. There's no trade profit from income. The charter we founded to colonize Erie has fulfilled its role and it's become a fully functional colony. Now we have to decide how to handle it. Click automate on the trading tab. This is automate. It says automate trade. I already clicked it, brother. It's on. Manual trade capacity 0. The rest of trade will be used for automated trades. No, hover over the trading tab. I will strangle you. So what's this for? Also, Crimson King, you're not helpful, brother. Why does this say automate trade in this market? Left click. You can automate individual markets instead of all trade. Okay, but chat, sit with me for a second. Non-subs, I implore you, sit with me for a second and listen. Turn your ear to my words. If I am a developer of a game and I'm making a UI, would you, if you wanted to individually manage some trading markets, not select the umbrella that governs all markets and just click the automation button to automate specific markets instead of right-clicking this cog to turn trade on, then left-clicking this one's just stuck on now. So what happens if you turn this off, and then turn that governs this button? What is going on? You cannot automate this if this is not clicked? Is that what you're telling me? So, but you can't turn this off if this is on. So how do you individually trade in this market? If I wanna automate some markets, but manual others, how do I do that? Then turn off the trading tab. That doesn't make... And turn on this market. That's what I did! That's how it was! And you guys are telling me to turn on the button here! That's exactly what I just did! What the hell are you talking about? This is the situation that I just had. This is off, this is on. This was maxed also. I had maxed this before. Right now you're automating the Sanoctawambo market rather than the Cahokia one. But it says Sanoctawambo to Cahokia. Current trade. Tobacco. I didn't do that. I didn't click that. It decided to use 0.4 trade capacity to try to make some profit. I didn't do that. I regret moving my market now. But only because there are so many chatters who don't know what the hell's going on either. Nobody knows. Everybody just thinks they do. It's crazy. What are you actually trying to do? Nothing that you could help with. Stream the memes. Okay. You did it right the first time. It just didn't work like it's supposed to, and I don't know why. I believe you because you were affirming me, and I always believe I'm right. I'm pretty sure I did it right the first time and then nothing happened. And that you guys are stupid. I'm gonna go find the stupid people. Found one. Found one who's only half dumb. Found one. Can we have ads? I'm gonna unpause now. The exact way that I had it before. The exact way that I had it before. I'm aware that I can click automate trade with the Cahokia market as well, but if you click automate trade with your own market, like, it's already set up a trade. This is Sanoctawambo to Cahokia. I didn't do that. The computer did. This wasn't me. So, things are... there's a ghost in the machine. Let's pass another month and then see what happens. Did anything happen? Yeah, we have trade income of 0.1 after I deleted all my trades and set it to auto. So it did a trade. It did this trade. It just didn't do any trade after the first month or two for some reason. And now it's only doing one trade, even though I told it to use all of my trade capacity. And it's only using 0.4. Now let's see what happens if we don't automate trade in this market and we do automate trade in the Cahokia market and then set it to use. We don't have any trade capacity there, so I don't even know what this button is supposed to do. Let's have it on both. Put it on both and then see what happens. Okay, now we have 3 trades. We have 3 trades, none of which I set up. We got 3 exports to Cahokia. Guys, stop speculating. Yeah, speculating doesn't help anything. Our stockpiles have to rebuild because we had to delete the market and rebuild it also, so we don't have any stockpiles for anything. So basically, I'm right, you're wrong, I'm smart, you're dumb. I actually had it clicked and set up the first time, and those of you telling me that I had to click the top right tab are full of shit. And there's like at least 3 or 4 of you. You don't have to click the top bar. It's been 9 days since the game came out and everyone thinks they're a goddamn expert. That's the problem. Everybody thinks that they're hot shit. Nobody knows anything. That's how obfuscated the game is. Nobody even knows how to play it. I don't even know what the hell a computer's doing, man, because now it's trading a little bit of marble, some tools, and some tobacco, but it's still not using all of our market to do anything, even though we have many more products that can make a profit there. So let's see if it changes on this month. Now it's selling tar. All right, so it's just kind of doing stuff. And it's making 1 extra gold trade income, which ain't much. I think I could do better. The location of Tianesta is now considered part of our patrimony. We will defend it to the last drop of peasant blood. All right, let's defend it to peasant blood then. Trickawafalop. Trickawafalop. Classic Kenshi name in there. Added to the homelands. The borders are looking slightly better, but there are some problems for sure. Stone, saltpeter, fur. These areas over here do have like 50% market access with no roads. Now that we moved the market hub. So control will become the future issue, but right now it's no big deal. Man, the little province borders here are rough. Every time I make one, there's like another giant gap. We can also go more north now that the market is here. We could just go and claim all this tobacco for the future if we wanted. Colonizers can't reach me if I never unpause because I can't figure out trading. I just don't know why there's so much we could trade. And Automate doesn't seem to want to trade it, even though it's free real estate. No game explanation for what clicking Automate Trade in a foreign market does either. King's reputation is tarnished. He's been called a ruthless warmonger despite never declaring war on anybody. Embrace it. I guess. Let them come. Let them fight. I'm just going to focus on looking at their market. and trying to find the stuff that we can make that they want, namely dyes. So we're making the dye makers right now. Livestock is real tough because of the tools and the clay. But if I start investing in clay, clay. If I start investing in clay, Husen Seekend is real far away. Where's the other? Are there any other clays? There's one to the south that we don't have. Oh. Oh. Well, we're gonna need more clay. I just don't know if I want to like land grab all this right now. We're making 22 gold a month. We're land grabbing it. Let's just land grab. We going big dog. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's one of the largest colonial charters by land that I've seen. 52,000 people in Onondaga. Are there really? There's just thousands of peasants just sitting around? Yeah, there's like 10,000 peasants. There's like 14,000 peasants just sitting around. Take it from there. 1.28 gold a month? Shamokin. Shamokin. All right, get another charter up. And then we got these two already. Let's get another one. We're going 4. This one's 2.3 a month, though. We don't want this coast to get taken from us, in my opinion. Even though it's just fish, maize, and lumber. We just don't want a border that is here, I think. Right? You know, we don't want to end up losing to Jersey. We gotta secure this. If they come in here and grab this, then that is what it is. Even though it's good clay. I think we also need the damn fish. Oh, I'm taking the fish. I don't want the fish. But I can't let another empire just take it for free. A Dirondax. Moving on in. All right, we got 4 simultaneous, and I got 16 gold a month. Still, it's not bad. I want to make at least like 2-3 gold a month from trading if possible. We'll try and set that up. Starting 2 more charters just kind of drained all our cash money. Okay, let's up the clay RGO to prepare for the cattle, the influx of cattle. The problem is it's 1.2 clay output per level, but I think the market village, not the market village. Farming village is 1 whole clay for half a cow. Oh, that's so much clay. How do the cattle use the clay? Well, we mold a lump of clay in the shape of livestock, and then we pray to our ancestors, and we go to sleep, and when we wake up, livestock is outside. Which one of you does not have a spouse? Our first cousin. Well, good luck to both of you. I hope your children are not inbred. Dye Maker 1 in the capital. Dye Maker 2 in Laterissa Mundus. And Dye Maker 3 in Gimigami. The Dyes are going crazy. So the thing about dye is each dye maker needs wood. So let me see. Lumber's great. We're doing great on lumber. Not even a concern. Let me see what the AI thinks is a good trade. Oh, I see 5 trades now. They are actually trading some livestock. They are trading some marble. They are trading some tools. So much so that we have a deficit. Great. Yay, good job, AI. We have a deficit in our own market. You're doing so good. I hope in the next, like, 4 patches you figure that out. Look, to be fair, if you put me in a computer chair in a Paradox office and was like, yo, code trading AI, I'd be like, I don't know how to do that. And someone out there would be like, yeah, it's not that easy, is it? And I would be like, well, I would simply do something else. If I don't know how the inner workings of like aviation in the U.S. Air Force works, then I'm not going to write a book about an Air Force pilot, right? Like, I would simply choose a different topic. If I don't know how to bake a cake, I'm not going to write a recipe down, you know? Be like chat and pretend. Look, our tribal AI trading supercomputer is a work in progress. That's fair. We are new to this whole trading thing. So who knows how it really works. It's mystical. It is using more of my trade capacity now, so I'll give it that. It's only got 0.89 left. And then money-wise, we're making almost a gold and a half. Gold and a half. I hope you guys are not too closely related. Good luck. Okay, since clay is going up, let's get another farming village. For some more cattle. Flavortown was one of the newer ones, and it's got 5,000 peasants there, so let's just put it up in Flavortown. Oops, someone came of age. Trying to actually, like, find them a match so that our entire family lines don't die. Our matches are all of our third cousins, though, so the inbreeding is gonna go crazy. Our king is dead? With King Adajaka Atsaningo now in power, he has been planning on moving the court. No, that's not a thing. We don't do that. You don't move the capital every time you die. So I'll take 5 legitimacy as a penalty. A marriage with a noble is a beneficial way for a country to ensure succession without foreign influence. I don't know what that has to do with our sister-in-law. King Adajaka Atsaningo will now rule. Is that the same name as his dad? No, this is Kajiagan Atsaningo. He was 72 years old and chicken. He will help us vanquish those who dare stand before us. Why do we keep hitting the worst stat at people? Our old king died naturally of old age. His cowardly conduct on the battlefield will be his legacy. We never fought anyone. We never fought anybody. His stats are buns? His stats are buns. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely right. Now, trading wasn't the only reason that we moved our market. I wanted to move the market on top of the capital so that we had like synergistic... So that we had like a synergistic lineup with control and market access. a little bit better. Wait, did you guys see another trading line? What you doing? Why is there a green line coming in here? But there's not a trade on here that's an import. The Canadians. So we can actually make some more tar. Hey, I know just the place. Mamdania. You can make us some tar. Gene Toga, we're just gonna destroy this one. Wait, did I upgrade one or no? I just turned it back on. So we should have a surplus now, hopefully. All right, I mean, we're actually trading. I don't know if it's good income, but anyway, it did increase our net income before even accounting for the extra trade income, right? So it's like the 1.5 plus is bonus. We had at least another 2.5, 3 gold income just from moving the market. And now it's a little less complicated. Plus it's just putting it on top of the actual capital with all the people. Feels good. Okay, clay time. We are extremely short on clay. Are we trading clay? Be honest. Are you trading clay? You're not trading clay. Mounties write in on their mooses to sell you some maple syrup and Canadian whiskey. We already have maple syrup, actually. It was in one of our early researches, so we have maple syrup already. So we don't need them for that. Why are the nobility upsetty? Why are the nobility so upset? Actually, oh, because we just had a new king, I guess. How does that work behind the scenes? Like, I noticed that when you get a new ruler, the people are unhappy, but where's that represented visually? Because it didn't affect legitimacy at all. We have tons of stability. Oh, you want to steal another map? Let's steal another map. I guess let's take a peek in South Carolina. More pearls. Oh my god, it's a new type of resource never before seen, appreciated for their beauty and used like gemstones throughout human history. Pearls. Beautiful. Lots of clay. Some tobacco, some fiber crops, some medicaments, some lumber, some wild game. No sign of Peepo. Your heir is underage. His Royal Highness cannot become the ruler until he is an adult. That's my prodigy. The Crown Prince is a super genius. We might actually have a good king. I do miss the matriarchy, though. Very much. Yeah, now we just have a clay deficit ever since I started automating trading. Farming villages are going crazy. Marry a noble, just any noble. I don't care which noble. So I pick this one. Community defense. Whether out of patriotic duty or lack of trust in defensive capabilities, communities across the realm are forming community militias. 15 years of faster recruitment speed. 10 years of monthly XP gain. I am tempted to start doing that, but let's just get top 1 for the recruit speed. I kind of just want to set up my own little trades. I don't know. Automated trading is kind of boring. But then again, I think it's going to be too much micro to do it the other way. We'll see. Whoever was the C hotkey chatter, that's like the only good suggestion. Hotkeys are always good. Tips. That is way faster and way better. C to confirm. Hello, Dutch Deviants. How's it going? Oh, excuse me. It's 15:11. We're cruising. We got more visibility than ever before. We got 4 separate colony efforts simultaneously, 1 on the southwest, 3 on the southeast. Does this game have numpad keybinds? I don't know. Not sure. Our money suddenly disappeared. Well, I mean, I did take away the trades. I was just letting time advance a little bit. See, we have suggested imports, but it was interesting. It wasn't importing anything. Maybe just thought we could do better profit. See, this is what I want. I want lead. I don't even know what for. I just want some. It's only for the Glass Guild. Which also needs alum, which we don't have, so it's kind of pointless, I suppose. At this time. We don't know what to do with lead. Chat, when people were digging for stuff and just trying to find cool stuff by digging, and they found lead, were there just a bunch of people who were just like, I am lead now? You know what I mean? Like, is that how it went? And then they finally figured it out, what's going on? They're like, damn, this stuff looks crazy. It doesn't look like this other rock. Let's go ahead and set up mining ops here and get some. And then they just started dying. No, first we made it into hats. Lead was tricky since it took so long. Yeah, that's true. Okay, some of you guys are wrong, though. But that's not unusual. The Romans were aware that lead could cause serious health problems, even madness and death. However, they were so fond of its diverse uses that they minimized the hazards it posed. Romans equated limited exposure to lead with limited risk. What they didn't realize was their everyday low-level exposure to the metal rendered them vulnerable to chronic lead poisoning, even while it spared them the full horrors of acute lead poisoning. The symptoms of acute lead intoxication appeared most vividly among miners who were thrown into unhealthy intimacy with the metal on a daily basis, as in the mines. Romans reserved such debilitating and backbreaking labor for slaves. Some of these unfortunates were forced to spend all of their brief and blighted lives underground, out of sight and mind. The unpleasantness of lead mining was further neutralized late in the empire when the practice was prohibited in Italy and consigned completely to the provinces. Okay. So they knew. I'm talking about like, yeah, I mean, Chad's like, they didn't figure it out for a very long time because of how slowly it kills people. The Romans knew, dude. They figured it out. Okay, other interesting little tidbits. Lead smelting, which had once been commonplace in every Roman city and town, eventually followed mining operations to the provinces. Italy, the heart of Imperial Rome, grew tired of the noxious fumes emanating from lead smelting forges. The obvious damage to the health of smithies and their families was a matter of little or no concern. Roman aristocrats lived oblivious to the human wreckage on which their ruinous diet of lead depended. They would never dream of drinking wine except from a golden cup, but they thought nothing of washing down platters of lead-seasoned food with gallons of lead-adulterated wine. The result, according to many modern scholars, was a death by slow poisoning of the greatest empire the world has ever known. Symptoms of plumbism or lead poisoning were already apparent as early as the 1st century BC. Julius Caesar, for all his sexual ramblings, was unable to beget more than one known offspring. Caesar Augustus, his successor, displayed not only total sterility, but also a cold indifference to sex. The 1st century AD was a time of unbridled gluttony and drunkenness among the ruling oligarchs of Rome. The lead concealed in the food and wine they devoured undoubtedly had a great deal to do with the outbreak of unprecedented epidemics of saturnine gout and sterility among aristocratic males, and the alarming rate of infertility and stillbirth among aristocratic women. That's crazy. Anyway, this is all from the EPA. Quite well written for just a random EPA article that I am coming across. Still more alarming was the conspicuous pattern of metal incompetence that came to be synonymous with the Roman elite. This creeping cretinism manifested itself most frighteningly in such clearly degenerate emperors as Caligula, Nero, and Commodus. It is said that Nero wore a breastplate of lead, ostensibly to strengthen his voice as he fiddled and sang while Rome burned. Domitian, the last of the Flavian emperors, actually had a fountain installed in his palace from which he could drink a never-ending stream of leaded wine. That's a fake story? Is this a Roman hit piece? That's a fake story? Prove it. Let's fact check. Now we're fact checking. We're going off on chat. We're never gonna see the Europeans. Is Nero's I don't have a horse in this race. I really don't care. Is Nero's lead breastplate real? It's actually really hard. It doesn't come up with any immediate results. Nero breastplate of lead. Vanderbilt University Medical Center. From 2004. You know what? I think they're citing the EPA article. There's the medical director of Vanderbilt from 2004 cited that is documented that Emperor Nero wore a breastplate of lead as he fiddled and sang while Rome burned is the exact wordage of the EPA article. So we're in a circular citation here. Where's the original citation? To be fair, if I was writing an article in 2004 and I cited the EPA, my teacher would be like, great job, right? You know what I mean? Like that. We didn't have Wikipedia. We might have barely had Wikipedia back then. We couldn't find all the sources. We had to go to the library and open a physical book and then write citations down from that. Okay, I found a Reddit post from 5 months ago that says in 60s, it's on r/holy shit history, where reasonable _spite _282 says Nero wore a breastplate of lead, ostensibly to strengthen his voice. He's just copying the EPA article. As he fiddled and sang while Rome burned. He just copied and pasted the actual line from the EPA article and pretended it was his own and got 362 upvotes. Okay, and if you don't believe me, here it is. There it is. Just straight up copied and pasted it right in there. 362 upvotes. That's 5 months ago. Okay, what's next? We have a Quora from 6 years ago. How deep does this go? I can't find it on there, actually. There's nothing on there. There's a Facebook post from a year ago that says, did Romans suffer lead poisoning from lead pipes? And there's a comment that says, it is said that Nero wore a breastplate of lead ostensibly to strengthen his voice as he fiddled and sang while Rome burned. We're on Facebook now. And they don't even change the wording. It's the original EPA. Citizendium.org has the exact same post, unchanged. What? Now we have a Medium.com article on Nero from 2020. That mention, oh, it just says Nero placed lead weights on his chest and does very weird breathing exercises. Okay, I don't know why it's I don't know why it says that. Did Nero wear lead weights on his breastplate? Maybe this is where it comes from. There's a BuzzFeed article from 4 days ago. What? 4 days ago? Am I in a time loop? And that says Nero probably did not fiddle while Rome burned. This is just one of many rumors that Tacitus and other Roman historians list as circulating at the time of the Great Roman Fire. BuzzFeed says it's false. 4 days ago. U/deleted. Their source is a Redditor. Nero wasn't even in Rome at the time. He was at a private estate on the coast. After Nero knew that Rome was on fire, he set out immediately to Rome and put together a fire brigade to save people and property. He then paid millions out of his own pockets to rebuild the city. We got Nero versus Tacitus. PR campaigns are going head to head right now into modernity from ancient history 2,000 years ago. How deep does this rabbit hole go? I think that's the crescendo, because now I'm getting Devil May Cry Nero wearing long dark blue coat with red inner lining for the Order of the Sword's insignia to be sewn into both shoulders. We may have jumped the shark after that. I'm just gonna go back to the game now. I did as much of my own research as I could. I couldn't find anything beyond the EPA claiming that Nero wore lead breastplates, or yeah. There you go. I tried to do my own research. I can't believe this article from 4 days ago. We don't know, I think. Definitively, we don't know. Anyway, I don't want any other lead. I think it's where... It's just... It's all from just wondering aloud what happened when they discovered lead. And I learned a lot of really interesting things about the Roman Empire, some of which are undoubtedly true. Why does it think we'll make a profit if we import? I don't understand how it thinks we'll make a profit if we import salt. It's because they have so much of it. But won't that undercut our own salt makers' price on things? I don't really understand how that works. Won't we lower our own salt price in the process? I learned that Nero wore a breastplate of lead ostensibly to strengthen his voice as he fiddled and sang while Rome burned. I learned that too. I was there when it happened. Okay, let's trade livestock. Let's trade livestock. Dyes. Some glass. We don't have enough jewelry to trade them, I don't think. But, you know, if we could make more out of stone, that would be cool. We got a lot of extra tar. Trade them some tar. And then I just want to see what their, like, market want is. Livestock. Lumber. We have a lot of lumber. Let's just trade the rest in lumber. That should be a pretty straightforward one. If we have tools, then do tools. We don't have that many extra tools. Just do lumber. All right, so for cows, I only have 0.86. Let's send them... It's unclear how much this is. This should be like 0.5. It's not, it doesn't show you the number until after the trade happens, which is really weird. The exporting market does not have enough goods to do more than that. All right, it's fine. Go down a little bit. Go down a little bit. I don't understand why they're like not all ending in zeros, or why you can't just change a slider and type in a number, please. All right, send them like 0.9 tar. And they want like 5 lumber. Just do the rest in lumber. And let's see, that's probably not going to be that much money, but there we go. All right, Husenseekend is gonna take a long time to get the clay ops up and running. There's 1,300 people there. We need 3,000. 26 a month are getting promoted to fill, but it'll be nice when they do. So just have to wait a little bit. New farming village in Flavortown is about to drive clay prices up through the roof also, so it'll take a little while to equalize. What? Unused 0.24 trade capacity. Send however many livestock that is. Trade income 1.71. I just want everyone to understand that when I clicked automatic trade, the max profit we saw was like 1.55, and when I did the trades is 1.71. So I'm just saying, how smart can the computer really be if I just learned how to do trades an hour ago and I can make more money without even trying compared to the algorithm, you know? How smart could it be? Titan Nav, thank you for subbing again. I appreciate the 18 months of sub, an hour and a half. Hello, how are you? Kata Kiwi subbed like 2 hours ago and was peeking in here. Sorry, Kata Kiwi, I missed you earlier, but thank you so much for your sub again. I have 161 gold, but the thing I'm confused by is my trade capacity keeps changing. And I haven't really figured out why. Because your pops are villages? I guess. Maybe. We don't have starving provinces, we just have a new province. Tuckahoe. Trazakandi. The location of Trazakandi is now considered part of your patrimony. It has iron. I'm not using the iron because I am a tribe and we're not supposed to be able to mine iron, so I'm being honest and deleting my free iron RGO. Because I don't wanna, it makes me feel better to do this. Feels like an exploit. We're not supposed to have it. Merry and noble. Don't care. You? Good luck. I need to build stuff. We built a local assembly? I didn't do that. You did that. We have a toll and a local assembly, neither of which are things that we want or need. All right, we need to build more furniture for the boys. Highest profit location looks like the capital, of course, and there's a bunch of people working there. So let's make some furniture in the capital. Do we have any new places for settlements? Just 2. 1, 2. In our newly settled territories. I wouldn't mind saving up for another town. I think it'd be good to go ahead and get another town. Especially since we just moved the market. All right, chill music. Relax a little. Oh man, we're getting murdered again? They came at night. Their faces were scarcely lit by the moon, their weapons shining brilliantly. They snuck into Billy Wally Billy and killed 72 people. The Kipri, the Karipi, the creepy. Where are you guys? Oh, and the place that we're currently colonizing? Well, I mean, I understand your angst. 600,000 pop? Holy shit, and we just got another 7,000 in the last month? Skip straight to 607. 600K is crazy. Must have just settled another tile. I don't know if I named Rip-A-Wham. I don't think I named Rip-A-Wham. I'm gonna keep it that, I guess. Quick Salabo. Did I name Quick Salabo? I think I did. I'm getting myself confused now. It's getting a little silly. I definitely named Skunkalunk. And Kidamau and Grandhagze. Yeah, that's 331 people minus 4 separate colonial charters. So it's unclear to me, it's going like almost 50 people per colonial charter, right? But on this screen, on the economy screen, it suggests that there's only plus 50, but I think that's plus 50 to every colony. Because we're spending 9.29 gold across all colonies. You've got to be larger than some European nations, right? Like, certainly something, yeah? Some small ones? A member of our cabinet has been faithful, but she seems to let her prominence get to her head and become insolent. She denounces our great king's policies and recently did so in public in front of foreign ambassadors. Look at that smirk, by the way. Look at that. It is very, very, very proud. We should not let open disparagement of the king kill them. No, don't kill them. They're really good. It was a good point. It was a good point. Some legitimacy down. All right, we could tax the nobles a bit more. They seem to have adjusted to their new king. We can lower some stability investments. Lower some cost of court. Make some more money. We need clay, but that's filling in. We need masonry. Oh, the masons are just kind of like filling in. Maybe I should subsidize the masons in the capital. So that way they don't have to spool up every month. It appears that Tekakwitha Atsuningo is an idiot. I'm so sorry. That seems to run in our family. They're just stupid. They're just stupid. Actually, I think I'm gonna save 200 gold and get that market building that kind of like gives you more storage space. Marry a noble. Take whoever's left. Take whoever is left, dude. I forgot to change where I'm increasing control. All right. Oh. Did we get another territory? We did. Sikanemos. Nemo? Nemo. Oh my god. It's kind of like Nero. I'm gonna name this Ost Insibly. And that place has lumber. Just gotta zoom out every so often to see if you see anybody sneaking up on us. Like, I fear like I'm gonna zoom out and there's just suddenly gonna be a country right next to me, you know what I mean? Could happen. All right, the market thing that I wanted to make, I think is called Ad Starts in 10 Seconds. No, it's called Market Warehouse. It gives you some trade advantage, a little trade capacity, makes the burgers happier, ups the stockpile for every item, by 200, so we have more of a reserve for when things get strained. But yes, the ad is starting right now. I already snoozed it twice because of the Nero side plot. It calls lumber, tools, and salt. It could only go in the capitals, so there it goes. But yeah, I'm gonna keep it paused while the ad rolls. I am, however, tired of arranging noble marriages here. All right, but the capital's looking sharp. It's not even the most profitable area in our empire, which is kind of cool. And then we're making some extra carpentry. We haven't had to do that in a while. Add, mod check. Dude, these coming of age. Oh my God, the coming of age. I hate it. All right, maybe we just do those real quick. We've kind of like run out of people. I don't know if they all got married or how many there were, but there's nobody left. They're all, it's gonna be super inbred. I don't know what to do about it. I can't make them marry lowborns because of the legitimacy hit. It'll go to 0 and we won't have enough. I don't, they're all married to each other. It's crazy. it's okay. I've done more intermarrying of our dynasty than I have ever done in any Crusader Kings 3 game before. You know what I'm saying? Like, ever. It's gotten out of hand. I don't know who's married to who anymore. Our distant cousin is married to our first cousin. They're all, every single person who's in a relationship is married to a cousin of some kind right now. I don't know what to do about that. I don't know what to do. I got an Anno ad. We'll play Anno eventually. It looks cool. Looks like it could be fun. How are the reviews? Let us see. Mostly positive, 71%. That's pretty similar to what Europa was on launch. Ubisoft Connect causing issues. Why do you need Ubisoft Connect in 2025? Cannot play the game because Ubi Connect wants me to create an account. It is not working, so I can't create an account after 2 hours. Constant multiplayer connection errors, cannot re-invite players. Game does not work with friends at all. Multiplayer blows. All right, so it seems like very much online focused. Single players seems to be people enjoying themselves initially. It's rough. I'm sure it's fun if it works. Crashing. A refreshing Anno if you can play past 2 hours. Poor performance. So no mention of gameplay. No mention of gameplay. Kind of sounds like Ubisoft. Yeah, kind of sounds like Ubisoft. I was gonna do something after you. Welcome back from the ad, but I forgot what it was. I guess we could just do a little value check, right? We haven't really looked over here in a while. We're 47 towards centralizations. We got that proximity cost down almost negative 4.76, which is cool. We're still traditionalist leaning, but we're moving toward innovative each month, whether I want to or not. So that's why state equilibrium's going down. New settlement in Kitamau. Very nice. We're still very spiritualist, 61. Aristocracy is 72. Plutocracy versus aristocracy is kind of just fine with whichever. I want to move towards serfdom. Let's see how we can possibly move towards serfdom. So we can tax the peasants more. We're only moving 0.05 toward free subjects. Free mobility of the common people allows them to migrate. I mean, I need them to be able to migrate. Right? I need them to migrate. That's... Serfdom progress, but you lose 5% control everywhere is ouch. No serfdom there. No serfdom there. No serfdom there. Was that the commoners? No serfdom in the commoners. Holy. How the hell am I supposed to move towards serfdom? There's just one thing. And then my cabinet members. I searched for serfdom, but none of these three have serfdom, but it came up on the search. This is serfdom. The filter cleared. This filter that I can see right here? It's right there. What are you talking about? First-time chatters are always wrong. It's just a fact. Uneducated masses is the only other one. So this would raise everyone's... We're raising everyone's literacy, which is kind of pointless right now. We could just say, screw the burghers, peasants, laborers, and soldiers reading. And then this can also help us move toward traditionalist, which I want, because I don't want innovative yet. So I think uneducated masses is a good one, but I would have to pass this via parliament, basically. Or else lose 92 of my 96 stability. It's probably worth. And it makes the nobles happier so we can tax them more, which I think is also worth. We were doing this for a while for research, but we haven't researched in like 30 years because we have no research. So I like uneducated masses here. That seems like the best one. And we've been expanding so fast that it's been tough to kind of keep up with the cultural assimilation. Just trying to keep our cultural identity strong. And also, it does get tough when you have 15 different cultures and 0 prestige, because you can't tolerate them without prestige, and we have no way to get prestige, so... All right. We'll just wait until Parliament comes through, and then we'll start moving towards serfdom. How about that? Ostensibly and Ripawam are now part of your patrimony. Let's go. Another noble has come of age. You're gonna marry a 38-year-old. Sorry. That's just who's left. That is just who's left. Damn, we've got maxed. Max dies everywhere except for Drosham. I'm gonna build it there, and then I think I'm gonna save up and do a yeah. I don't understand why the trade capacity keeps like highly fluctuating every single month, which is super obnoxious. I don't have the slightest clue. And then literally like every month we have more of our noble people who are in need of finding our... This guy, Odoro. Oh, it is Parliament time. How about that? Bolster the government, establish new hunting grounds, expand the road, officers, farming estates, fruit and maize is not the worst. Market expansion, we gain 10 years of 25% burger trade capacity. I don't even know what they'll do. I don't even know what trade maintenance is. How much are merchants cost when doing trades? Merchants are a company loyal to the country that are present in a market and can use their trade advantage in the hopes of a profit. I don't even know where trade maintenance is listed. Yeah, there is big money in the cattle trade. Of all of these, I feel like... How does the king? 32. Supporting the state and just giving him +3 to all stats is pretty solid. Since he's kind of young. The town of Drosham has grown rich and prosperous, and the people there are disappointed that they have not been chosen as the seat of the current parliament. They demand a building. And we gain 25% support. I'm absolutely going to give them that building for 25% support. They get an urban parliament seat. One of our colonies in Connecticut has received a surge of immigrants seeking fortune. Okay, well, it'll grow faster then. So yeah, let me look at the parliament situation, because we need tax exemption for the clergy for 5 years. They're only worth about 4 gold, so it's not the end of the world. I think it's worth doing. That way I can ask for a law change from Parliament on a specific policy. And that policy is, I forget. The policy is not available. Which one was it? I'll look. Let me confirm first. This is erasing my brain. It was education. Socioeconomic. Where's socioeconomic? Is it it's education of the masses. Traditionalist progress, serfdom progress. Okay, yeah, no, I think we want that. And if we don't, we'll change it back later. People are going to forget how to read. I don't know what that's going to do for us, but they're all going to forget how to read. The clergy estate satisfaction equilibrium is going to go down 10%. But I need serfdom and traditionalists, so send it. And I don't have to lose all that stability. We lose 25 opinion of the not away people. Who? Who cares about them? Absolutely take that one. Okay, now we're good. We managed to change the law. The 10% that reads in your country will forget. Yeah. You can see trade maintenance if you hover over an individual trade. Haven't found an aggregate version. Uh-oh. An individual trade. Trade route maintenance 0.08. For transporting goods, it's 0.05 per unit of trade capacity. Okay, so we changed the law, and now instead of increasing control in the cap, but not control, increasing or developing, instead of developing, I would like to try and change societal values towards serfdom. We're 70 toward free subjects, moving towards serfdom slowly each month. Cabinet is plus 0.18. We're losing from free mobility, but I need them to be able to migrate. Maybe we take hunting permits away. That'll make the nobles happier also. What can I give them instead to try to make up for that? They all want to go to free subjects or decentralization. I mean, to be fair, they have a 72% satisfaction equilibrium. That's pretty... They've got it too good. Too good. Take it away. They're not going to miss this. They'll still have 67% estate satisfaction. That's the majority. Oh, the clergy are moving up to 69% satisfaction. That's crazy. Nobility are trending up to 56 now. Yeah, the commoners are being spoiled. Now I can tax the nobles a bit more. Spend a little bit on some stability gains. Take some cost at court down. Hunting permits had to be revoked. Sorry, common folk. It's over. It's over for you as well, my friend. Second cousin, meet first cousin. I don't know what's going on. Everybody's married as first, second, third cousins. They're all married. I don't know what's going on anymore, but they can't just end their family line. What am I supposed to do? Recently, researchers in our kingdom have published several works with radical theses that could be destabilizing if disseminated. We could opt for the easy path and suppress this knowledge, but is peace of mind worth standing in the way of progress? I have no such thing as research progress right now. Give me the free stability all day. Not even a question. Can someone show me where Clay is? Every 5 seconds, there's an event. We only have 2 Clay spots right now. Question, is inbreeding modeled in EU5? Not to the extent that it is in CK3, but I believe it is in that you're more likely to have stupid and dumb characters. I forget what the other modifier is. It's like idiot and something else that really hampers their skills. It's very surface level. from what I can tell. We lost 5% support in Parliament. But I'm at 51. That's all I need to pass. I can't confirm that. It's just how it seems to me. Like, why else would it mention first, second, third cousins and all that? I don't know. I don't have science to back that up. I was about to do something. What was I about to do? I'm going to build a town. Not that. What was I about to do? Clay. Yes, clay. So, the clay... Where is it? That's copper. Oh, aren't we settling? Yeah, we're settling clay right now. It's just taking a while. Yeah, we're settling a brand new clay. Oh, it's 2 clay. Wait, no, it's not. That's a different one. We could settle a 2 clay. No, they're separated. Ah, cheeky. Very cheeky. I've already got 4 charters out. I hesitate to put a 5th at the moment. So we'll head toward there. This game is overwhelming to learn. Yes, there are a lot of mechanics. Some of them are in-depth. Some of them are just quantity. So that's why it's especially overwhelming, is because there's an extremely high quantity of mechanics. I think some of them are deep and some of them are incredibly shallow, but you have to figure out which is which. And at the beginning, that's the hard part, which I'm still at the beginning, so it's still hard. I will take the 2 clay for 3 sheep. Are you playing Catan? We're kind of playing Catan right now. Why is this guy a genius? Our brother-in-law? Why doesn't he get to be the king? Wait, what? Did I get the same notification twice? Oh, I got one that they married. It's giving me 2 notifications because technically 2 of my family members are getting married because they're marrying each other. That's why. I thought I was seeing double there. So it's like, good news! Your cousin got married! And it's just like the same pop-up as underneath it, but it's just a different cousin. That makes sense. Cheap out on the wedding gift because it's the same event. Yep. All right, the capital has a market warehouse now, which we took down a long time ago because it takes tools, and we have very few tools, but it does have some trade bonuses. And I do also like the idea of kind of stockpiling a significant amount of goods just to kind of have. So, if you... Actually, I think if you take a look at your market, this little bar right here can fill up. If you have enough surplus, then it'll start to fill green. So green is how much you have stockpiled of that item. So if it's not full, you're probably doing pretty good. But if it's empty, you know, we want to have some backup for everything eventually. But we just increased our total storage by 200. So it was like 327 before, now it's 527 of each thing. It'd be nice to fill some of those up just to have a reserve. The clergy have asked us to intercede in a marriage between 2 families. Well, I have a lot of marriages that I could object to, but I've chosen not to, clergy, okay? There are some reasonable objections to be had these days. They want me to prevent the marriage on mortal grounds. I'm not sure if I can do that. Love is free, and we do not want angry nobility. That's true. That's true. Keep the nobility happy right now. For sure. Marriage between 2 families? There's more than one? Oh, I don't know. Are we still in tutorial? Also, hello. Hi, Ultrasaurus. We are in a metaphorical tutorial of our own making where we are still in effect at the beginning of the gameplay. 8 days later. 70 to 80 hours later. That's also what happens when you start in North America. We're waiting on the Europeans to find us so we can change history. Change history. And we're building up our wonderful Haudenosaunee Native American empire to over 600,000 strong right now, creating a sprawling economy. Given its great influence over the politics of our country, it'd be easy to assume that the parliament members attended sessions with great enthusiasm, eager to do the most that they can. This is, however, far from the case. In any given parliament, there are some that never show up. Maybe they're still enjoying the countryside or decided to partake in the joys of the capital. The problem has got bad lately. Find the worst offenders and gain 130 gold, but you lose 5% support in parliament. Oh, there's nothing we can do. That's a lot of money. That's a year of money almost. But to make up for that, I'm barely at 51%. I would have to destroy the local assemblies of the commoners. They would lose 3 local assemblies, which doesn't matter to me. It would just matter to them. They get upset about it. You know what? They're just peasants. I don't know why it upsets the nobility, but they're just peasants. So I'm gonna say, absolutely find the worst offenders, get them into their chairs in parliament. We lose 7 stability. Then we build our support back by appeasing the clergy. Destroy 3 local assembly buildings in the process. Back to 53 support. Nobility's happy, clergy unhappy but trending up, burghers happy, commoners about to rebel. Commoners possibly about to rebel. You know what? You gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet. That's all I'm saying. So that's what I gotta do. It was worth it because now my coffers are full of 300 plus ducats, and I want to build a town. But we need to figure out where is a good place to do so. So let's look at some population density and note that our capital is here. Look at these, 15K, 14K, 13K. Those are some good numbers. Those are good numbers. So why don't we decide which of those numbers we're willing to lose some natural resources on. If you build a town on a tile, you lose 3 levels of your RGO, which is your, I call it raw good output, but it actually is resource gathering organization. But the population does support a town here. But would I rather lose salt, legumes, sand? I feel like we're gonna have enough legumes scattered around. That being said, they are gonna be in demand for trade purposes in the future, but there's so many around us. I think it's totally fine to just sack this. Pojampalo has a lot of people in it. It's a big cow town, level 5 farming village. They have a lot of livestock. We haven't invented cows yet. Somehow we have livestock. We have tamed the bison and the buffalo, it would seem. So let's get Pojampalo to be a nice new town, kind of flanking the capital. Seems good. It's a big thoroughfare, crossroads, that goes in a few different key directions. I think it would be a solid choice. It'll cost me 301 to found a town here, and it'll be constructed with glass, masonry, and lumber. We have discounts on all 3 since we make an abundance of them. It'll take like a year, and they will get started on our first ever town that is on the coast of Lake Ontario. So that'll be interesting. Domesticated turkey. Gotta find some quote-unquote nobles. Wait, are you married? You're already married. Are you married? You're married. Are you married? You're married. This is... I remember Giso saying something earlier about doing this differently. But I don't know how to set up a marriage between 2 family members from the people screen. Because you can filter here. Wait, not here. You can go people, characters, and then filter not married, and then adult. But then, how do you set up a marriage between... Okay, there we go. Child prodigy? Holy, who's this? Our niece? 100 diplomacy, 100 military, and 100 administrative, 72 diplomacy, and 100 military. That person is cracked. We're gonna have to get them into the council at some point. Why does this have a red exclamation? It cannot push further than -69 towards serfdom. What do you mean -69? Parliament has supported the state and our ruler has gotten 3 to all skills? No, not nice. Not nice. Bad. What is this? Confirm, encourage societal value towards serfdom. What does this do? Is that not what we're already doing? What happens if I click OK? Oh, it just wants me to choose a cabinet member. Same thing, different menu. Gotcha. Why is there a red exclamation here? Hello. Oh my god. We're going to a island that is long, that is also shaped like a goldfish cheese cracker. And we got the tail. Bunch of fish here. They haven't finished embracing uneducated masses yet, so we're not fully pushing towards serfdom and traditionalist from this either. It's the law is currently being passed through like 2 years, and the nobles will continue to get happier throughout, which will allow us to tax them even more, which is good. But yeah, it seems like things are going pretty well. I think taking some stability down, taking some cost of court. We're getting good money. Serfdom isn't a thing for natives. You shut up. You respect the monarchy or we will have you killed. This is your king, Atsaningo, okay? You don't know what you're talking about. We had some Aztec explorers come up from South Central America, and they told us what up. They were like, this is how you do a kingdom, all right? This is how you do a proto-feudal society. And let us know what's good. They just followed the coast all the way up and we found us and we're like, hey, by the way, this is how you get manpower. This is how you get manpower to explore. You can steal a map? Hold on, you can steal a map in this game, Mixnip? Are you serious? Holy shit. That's crazy. I think you'll find, though, that I can't steal a map from Cahokia because I don't have a spy network there. However, I do have a spy network in a different place where I have been stealing maps since before you were born. The location of Montauk is now considered part of our patrimony. We need to rename this location also. How about what about Melazinki? Let's go with Melazinki. That's a good strong name. $630,000 commoners up here. Just biding their time. All right, so we got the town coming in. Let's check on some goods balances and maybe check on our... Ooh, glass. What's going on with glass? It's probably just the town, building the town, yeah. Okay, so we're getting a little disproportionate view here. Not that it would hurt to build more glass. Glass Guild uses tools, a lot of tools. Let's start with tools. Can we build any more tools guilds? Yep. One more tier on Drosham, and then our new town will be able to take one as well. We're making stone tools. They've been working for us so far. Making them last. Trade has run out of supply. Glass from the market has run out. That's true. That's because I'm using it. We've actually like almost filled their demand for livestock. Either that or they're starting to fill their own. I don't know which. So we're not getting quite as much megabucks from that now. They do want jewelry, but jewelry takes a surprising amount of stone for us because we don't have any precious metals. So if I check stone, we have a small surplus. If I up Alabama Slamma and Huizenfurs simultaneously, then we could probably afford to find a market village that I am using to make jewelry and just upgrade it. None of these. There's one. Where is this one? Mamdania? Mamdania is good. I need money though. I'm broke. What is the plan versus Europe? You think there's a plan? This game just came out a week ago. I don't even know how to play yet. I'm just trying to learn how to play. Enjoy the ride. That's the plan. I just want to see where the campaign goes, you know? Everything's a story. Everything is a story to tell. Wallenpock. But yeah, my plan is just sit back and enjoy the ride and try to learn the game. All right, upgrade Mamdania. And then Flavortown. Corruption is one of the most common frequent factors of political and economic life in our kingdom. Several scandals over the past year have brought the issue to the fore. So much so that many influential populists are now calling for us to take action against this growing problem. Failing to do so could have dire consequences in our ability to govern the kingdom. We get 5 years of minus 25% cabinet efficiency or lose 7 stability. I will lose the 7 stability. How about that? The relentless family pop-ups are going to murder me. Your family members come of age, please find them a spouse or else their family line will die. Is tragic. Probably the biggest pop-up spam offender, actually, out of any Paradox game I could think of. Just gonna dump some money in stability. Who's not married on this list? It resets your filters every time you leave the screen too. It's great. All right, Sioe Kataraki. Sioe Kataraki. He's not a noble, is he? Oh, there he is. All right. You. Congrats to both of you. What should I use my unused trade capacity for? I was trying to make more jewelry, but we gotta wait on that to come in. I can still like start the trade and just trade a little of the extra. Okay, and let's hit him with. I wish if you have a current trade, that line item should not show up in suggested exports, because you already did it. So like, why is it still down here if I'm already trading it, right? They don't even have a demand for marble, but we'll send them some and maybe they'll be like, ooh, this stuff's pretty cool. And then they'll want more. Dude, it's crazy. How many kids are there, dude? How many children are there? You can't even marry a noble because condition trigger underscore if may not be used in an unevaluated context, comma, we cannot determine which path to go down since we lack a context to evaluate with. Use a custom underscore description or custom underscore tools tip instead. That's a pretty valid condition for not firing off marry a noble button. That's super pink, so you can't miss it. And I could lose 5 legitimacy and prestige to get you married to someone else, but I kind of just don't care. Go become a Viking in the court of the Byzantines or something. All right, we're only making like 1.36 trade income. I could just let the auto trader do it for a little bit, see if they can do better. Maximum inbreeding amount exceeded. Yeah, basically that. I should probably restart the game. I'm getting like 39 FPS. I haven't restarted in 9 hours. We're getting stone from Huizenfurs. That's gonna take a while to fill in. Yeah, I'm gonna restart the game. Who are you trading with? Cahokia. Another tribe. Quick game restart. Did they fix the thing that like cracks a huge audio noise whenever it loads in or no? I don't think so. Have you tried any other nations? Nope. The only people who have played another nation in Europa since the game launched are people that haven't got further than 100 years. No one has been able to play long enough to actually do an entire campaign yet. And I know that because Shinrir is still on the same campaign that they started with. And if Shin's not done, then nobody is. So the only reason to restart is because you royally screwed up your game. At least I don't think Shin's on the same... I mean, I think he's on the same campaign. Could be wrong. But I believe started with Norway, still on Norway. So, one campaign. Shin started a new run in Morocco. That would have had to have been like... today. Did Shin stream today? "14 hours ago. Looks like some internet problems. I can relate. Because there's... Okay, that doesn't count. They stream for an hour. Okay. This doesn't count. Internet, I'm assuming internet problems, and I feel bad because I've been there, but there's 4 VODs, 1 total hour. That does not count as starting a new campaign. Okay? As if that's some correction to what I just said. Yeah, definitely still, to verify what I said, this is the last Norway campaign. 1648. Okay, the game ends in mid-1800s, yes? Still 200 years away, and I'm not saying that a campaign needs to be finished. What I'm saying is the only reason anyone's on a second campaign is because they learned something and need to start over to like use what they learned or to learn more in different circumstances. No one's finished a full campaign yet. Actually finished it. I don't think I'll ever finish one, for that matter. So I'm not, you know, I doubt I will ever finish one. I'd like to finish a... The only Paradox games I've ever done a full, like, you see the end date campaign is Stellaris, and technically Hearts of Iron. I have played to, like, 1960 Hearts of Iron. Or, like, 1955. Which there's no technology left. It is a long... This is an endurance race. If there was a polar opposite of Hearts of Iron in terms of time investment, this is it. Hearts of Iron is like, turn it on, bzz, 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 fast forward, whip through, and bam, I'm done with that campaign. Like, for me, it takes like 2 to 3 days. And that's long compared to most people. That's considered a very long time. Commodore Insurgents gearing up. So we just got another 8th stone level. I'm so surprised we can even get this much stone. Where is it coming from primarily? Where's the levels coming from? It's a big game is what I'm saying. It's a big game. I don't know if this will get repetitive by the time you get to those 16, 17, 1800s. But I haven't lost, so I'm not gonna start over yet, and I haven't felt the need to restart. This game's pacing's way slower, but I don't mind it. Yeah, I don't mind the pacing at all yet. Ask me when it's like 1650. And we'll see. The charter we founded to colonize Quinnipiac has fulfilled its role. The only thing that's really obnoxious and tedious right now is the marriages. It's almost unbearable. If there was a mod that auto-married the people in your dynasty, I would download that immediately if I could guarantee it wouldn't crash anything. What was the name of that colony? Charter? Well, it has to be this one. Scattercook. To be honest, that's just a solid name. We're gonna leave that Scattercook. So is it endless? No, it just takes a very, very, very long time to progress, especially if you are doing things manually. Like I am. If you're not just automating every single automatable system here and just pressing 5 times speed and clicking through events. Which you can kind of do to a point. Scata cooking right now. But it ends in like 18 something. 1836. If you make it there, you're kind of a god. Yeah, automated marriages will definitely come eventually. Like, I have no doubt about that. Drosham got a 2nd tier of tool maker. Some burgers are going to get employed up in there. We're kind of burning through stone, though, aren't we? We have some excess. We're okay. Filling in with our new spots in Husin first. Then you convert your save to Victoria 3, yeah. But I don't mind the slower pacing. That being said, I am anxious to see some Europeans today, so it might be a late day or morning, wherever we are. I'm anxious to see somebody. Mahoning is now considered part of our patrimony. Okay. Iron, I need to delete that. I'm not using the bug where tribes people can get 1 RGO of iron, so we remove it until the Europeans teach us how to mine iron and coal. I don't think I have any coal either. What music is this? Legend of Grimrock 2? All right, I'm listening. I didn't think about Legend of Grimrock. Let's just listen to that soundtrack for a bit. I forgot about Legend of Grimrock, man. That goes way back. Made some old YouTube videos on Legend of Grimrock way back. Oh, man. All right, let's just start that song over and listen to the soundtrack then. So I've been building upgraded market villages to kind of pump some jewelry out so that we can maybe do some jewelry trading. I'm sorry if I'm razzle-dazzling you with like clicking different buttons and menus really fast, but early game Europa Universalis 5 is the same level of pop-up screen shift micro that late game Hearts of Iron is. You know, like when you're just slack-jawed at the end of a Hearts of Iron campaign in like 1949 and you're just trying to win this last global war so that you can get to the peace conference, choose which of the nations you want to annex, and then never play, just instantly close the game as soon as the peace conference is over. Like, getting to that point, you're just like, click, click, fast forward 4 times, click, 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 click. Okay, what's over here? Navy. Like, you just don't have time to even look at anything, almost. You're sort of just like, I just gotta get it done. I just gotta get it done. That's how it feels. Why are we losing money on Cal? Where are all my cows? What's going on here? We need to get to the bottom of something. I'm gonna cancel that trade. I'm just gonna cancel all these trades real quick, and we're just gonna reevaluate these in a little bit. We just went from a bunch of cows to like no cows. Dude, serfdom can't go up. It triggered me. Well, Bizarre G, you're kind of fucking dumb. I'm sorry to tell you, but it started at negative like 69. Now it's negative 64.87. It's only moving up by a little bit. It's only moving up by a decimal number, okay? So just chill, man. Let me explain in a little bit more detail. What it's saying is that it cannot push further than negative 64.87 towards serfdom. The game is also fucking dumb. And if you look at these charts, like on values, okay, this is an actual teach moment. If you look at this blue bar, this bar right here, the game treats this bar as positive 100 and negative 100 for some reason. Even though this little green arrow suggests it's moving positive 0.23 to the left. That's not, it's actually negative 0.23 that it's moving to the left. So if this says it can't move further than negative 64.87, what it means is it can't move further than negative 64.87 in this direction. I don't know why that is, but that's why it is. You know what I'm saying? So like this is negative 100. So it's giving me a red exclamation because a different programmer programmed the red exclamation when something was negative or not working, but a different programmer was like, nah, it should be negative 100 over here. And it doesn't link up. I don't actually think you're fucking dumb, by the way. I was just, it's 12:25 a.m. and we say random shit after 10 hours of the stream. So welcome to the stream, I guess. The game gets to me. The game gets to me, okay? Because this is dumb. This is stupid. So I can see why it is confusing. So it looks like it's not moving. He hates that chatter personally. And to be honest, sometimes I'm just projecting because I'm fucking dumb. So that's true too. We can all just be dumb together. I heard him explain it twice and I'm still confused. It's just a really super duper slow process. But you see the green arrow that it's moving to the left towards serfdom, but it's just moving such a tiny baby amount. It's just moving a little itty bitty bit. But the green arrows say it go that way to the left. Whereas the blue arrows say cannot move anymore. All right, actually, that's a good explanation as well. Do you see on this screen the blue arrows? That means that those bars are stuck. They are stopped there. Green arrow means it's still actively moving. So blue arrow is just like dead in the water. Green arrow, it's shifting over. This game is unique in that so many people look to streamers for advice. No, it's unique in that so many people come in and are like, hey, I've never spoken in here before, but do this right now because it's triggering me. And then I have to go like, no, because I know what I'm doing and you don't. Just over and over again, because nobody knows what's going on. And I've been caught at least 2 or 3 times being wrong after someone else comes in and I'm like, no, you're wrong. And they're like, no, you're wrong. And then we sit here and stop the stream for 45 minutes to try to figure out why the developers at Paradox presented the information the way that they did to create such a kerfuffle. So it's that's the situation where it's sufficiently advanced science is indistinguishable from magic. Sufficiently I'm trying to think of analogous in this game's case, it is a sufficient quantity of bugs is indistinguishable from features. It's so obfuscated that nobody knows how to play, so we assume it's incredibly deep and complex and sophisticated. But it's just a bunch of just like fake red numbers that confuse us. It's crazy out here. The king has issued many ordinances. His Majesty although the king has issued many ordinances, His Majesty is, in practice, almost powerless to enforce them. Instead, enforcement depends upon the local powers, regional nobility, and city governments that are not always as vigilant as we desire. Recently, it came to our attention that the authorities in Connecticut are particularly reticent in enforcing the king's will. If we enforce them, we get 5% max control for a bunch of years. If we don't enforce them, we lose or let them handle it, or I handle it. I'm gonna handle it. 20 years of max control and good stuff. What's up with innovative? Innovative is moving 0.02 toward innovative because I can't really stop it. So it's just slowly shifting away. Slowly. I don't know why it's purple though. Ad starting right now. 3 minutes of minerals. Turn your volume down. I'm going to stand up and get some water, take a bathroom break, and try and progress some time because it's February 15/15, baby. And all I am doing is in get your distant family married to your other distant family simulator. And I don't know how to escape it. And the filters reset. All right, how about Akacho Madawana? There's two of them, the bald one. The bald one. Okay, there we go. But yeah, we actually do want traditionalist and not innovative. So I'm gonna look at how to get some more of that. We tried to kind of balance it, but there's a lot of good perks that push toward innovative, unfortunately. All right, be right back in a few minutes. All right. Late night crew. We back. We back. We got work to do. What do I do with 189 gold? Did we build the town? Did it not do a pop-up? For the there's a town that got built, did it not? Hey, the town of Pojin Palo. Let me check this. Did you guys know if you right-click this, you can config message settings? And choose what pop-ups and what pauses your game? I'm looking for building built. Oh, I have built. I don't know if town counts as a building. Maybe that's what it is. We got a little town down here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I just realized what I did. Well, lesson learned, I guess. For some reason, it never occurred to me that if you build a town, you automatically destroy every rural building that's in an area. Instantly. And this is where all the cows were made. But now I know, so I won't ever do it again. Just took me 8 days to do it once to figure it out. Cows can kind of be made anywhere, livestock can. Now I just have to rebuild it all. It's still a good place for town, but like, I understand why that's a mechanic, and I don't have an issue with the fact that rural buildings cannot be in the same location as a town. But there needs to be a cleaner way to transition that. And because the game's already so complicated anyways that it doesn't matter if I add even more complication, I think if I was the dev, I would do something like each location has a certain, like a town takes up a certain percentage of rural, and each rural building takes up a certain amount of building space of rural, and then as the town grows, that percentage changes in favor of the town or something like that, until it eventually completely blots out the rural. Or yeah, or just get a pop-up that says you'll lose the buildings or something. Basically just make it more of a smooth transition from one to the other. Okay, but lesson learned, lesson learned. It'd be cool if just there was some way to like invest your budget into converting a area into like more urban or more rural kind of. I think adding more data to each location might bloat save files. Yep, you figured it out. What I just suggested is definitely the straw that would break the whole camel's back. I don't even think they can add a DLC to this game. I think if they added a DLC, this game's far too complicated, and it probably would just break the game by adding any new or different features. I think we're at capacity here, brother. I did that when I moved my capital and didn't think about how that would destroy all those capital-only buildings. Yeah, I think everyone's gonna do it in some way. That's actually a brilliant way to represent slow urbanization. Yeah, some kind of urbanization, basically, because, like, Baby's first town is just going to be, you know, very, very small. But hey, suddenly we got 11,000 people who can work in a town, I guess. Let's get them some jobs. I need to simultaneously rebuild, because I was looking a second ago and noticed that we have a drastic shortage of livestock suddenly, and I had to cancel those trades. That'd be why. That would be why. And the real problem is it was nice and close. Flavor Town is still pretty close to the capital. Arzu is still the it's not just the closest anymore. We got more maize over here. Yeah, we got a lot of maize areas now. Because I was gonna say, there's 6,000 people in Arzu, and there's already a farming village here. So let's upgrade that. We can also, okay, here's a question for chat. Is there a benefit when you're looking at farming villages, market villages, the different types of rural settlement areas? Is there a benefit to stacking them? Like if a level 1 versus level 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Like if you have 5 areas with level 1, is that the same as a level 5? In a single area? You can't just say no. There is some bonus. What bonus? I read there was an efficiency bonus for more stacks. What? The bonus is 1.2% for 3 levels in building. 1.2% additive multiplier. .6 per extra level? No, this is for 3 levels, brother. It's 0.4. It's 0.4% per level. Age multiplier 0.6. So does that mean that it's higher efficiency in an earlier age and a lower efficiency in a later age, or lower efficiency in an early age, higher efficiency in a higher age? It's in production efficiency. That's what we were just looking at it. This is the same information. Exact same info. Is it, maybe it is a 0.2 per age? Chat, how are you guys mathing that? So hang on, you're saying it starts at 0, and then a second level is 0.6, and then a third level is 0.12. So 11 levels will be a 6% improvement. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Now I gotta figure out where to build some more. I guess Flavor Town is about to be a cattle farm, Omega cattle farm, I guess. I think I lost 5 levels, so I need to build back like 5 levels. I think I'm just gonna let Flavortown eat at least 1 more level, and Arzu, let's just queue up 2 at each. Stack them up, and then see where all that goes. I don't remember what other building was in Pudge and Paulo. Is the issue. And I have no way to see a history of a tile, as far as I know, that'll show me what used to be there. But I do know I need to get some other types of buildings up. Usually the best one to start with is the Tools Guild. You can never have too many tools. This is so weird. When you go back and forth to this page, it changes the buildings page. And then when you go off of it and back onto it, it goes back to what it was. Like the whole UI changes, which is interesting. These pop-ups are gonna kill me. Just the Marriage Nobles one. The other pop-ups are mostly fine. So we have some unused trade capacity, because I kind of froze the trades because I was a little unsure of what was happening. I want to get some trades back up because we're just losing money. So let me see what they're short on that we could maybe profit off of. Dude, they'll pay an arm and a leg for jewelry. But it's really hard to make for us. It takes a lot of stone. So a bunch of market towns do really increase trade capacity if you stack them enough, because each level's worth 0.1. So I'm starting to see the benefits of that. And I had already been using a lot of market villages in order to sort of shore up our crafting. We got a lot of towns with terrible control and terrible access that have tens of thousands of peasants. So I could actually, that's a good idea. If I was okay with not increasing control, I could switch to expel people from those areas. And that will try and like force them out, reduce migration attraction, and then simultaneously encourage migration to somewhere else. Getting a little too meta. You think using your cabinet members is meta? Well, I guess you are supposed to use your cabinet. That's true. This guy's using his cabinet. That's illegal, man. He's making products here. All right, which one of these is making... Not glass. This one. All right, Flavor Town. Well, that's exactly where I just sent them, isn't it? I'm curious to see... Okay, let's just take a note. Flavor Town is 10,350 pop. I'm going to write that number down. I want to see if it changes. Dude, I hate metagaming so much. I'm trying to lower control in my country chat. I hate metagaming so much. I am physically chasing the UI off of the screen because I don't even want to be able to read what is in my outliner. Farming Village where? Doesn't matter. May 1515. +0. They're migrating to Elemental P. They're not migrating to where I want them to migrate to. They're going at like 343 a month. Yeah, they're all going like, you can't help. Encourage migration, I'm telling you, it's just the worst cabinet action. It doesn't do anything. It does 0. Even if you combine it with expel. They'll just go wherever they want instead. I don't know why it doesn't work for you. It's so weird. I mean, I can see where they're migrating now. Not a single person will go to the place I'm encouraging migration to. We'll go another month. Local shrine in Drosham. What does that do? Local clergy power, conversion of clerics blocked. Okay. Same with the promote action. It gives a big number and then 0 pops promote. It must be bugged. Curious. Well, I'm gonna stop doing that then. Because I'd much rather be increasing province control. Where the big money is. And assimilating pops into our culture and such. I had to combine them. That's what we're doing, Crimson King. We're doing that exact thing. That's what we're talking about. Oh wait. You're encouraging migration. No, I need you to change society values toward the serf. The serf. Namumpum has reached the age of 16. Please, please, devs. The game would be so much more fun without the Marry a Noble minigame. Oh yeah, the trades. I got sidetracked. I'm just gonna let it do auto trade for a little bit. An unforgivable affront. They're killing my people, sneaking into my tents. 36 people in Volugop are dead. How many levies can we summon? That's a navy. 5,318. That's a lot more than there were before. We're gonna have to recruit some camp followers at some point, but I'm gonna wait until I see some other people to get the camp followers train going. All right, spy network. Let us steal a map and antagonize everyone. How do they know where everyone lives? How do they know who lives in Georgia? Our spies have managed to gain access to the map of Georgia. The land of clay. Many clay. Many stone. There's a bunch of, some good cotton. Huge clay. We're almost to Florida, man. I can almost steal another map. Antagonism's getting a bit rough. I have unused trade capacity. Despite putting the market on auto, we'll see what happens. All right, farming village in Flavortown, tier 1, and a farming village in Arzu. And then a tools guild in Pojanpalo. All right, get that tools guild immediately upgraded, in my opinion. Arzu's getting a second farming village. Yeah, they're stacking the farming villages. All right, we're trying to get the cows back in stock. We are very negative on livestock right now. It's kind of bad. Probably just need another one. Trying to pick somewhere with high enough population that still has decent market access, but you can't have everything. There's like 4,400 people in Arzu. I'm just gonna stack Arzu because they have maize. We're never gonna build a town there, so just get it to like 5 out of 6. Coming of age, classic. Every few seconds, dude. Almost out of nobles. Surely they're in Florida. Okay, is this actual like full line of sight? As in, is this like no fog of war at all anywhere we have a map for? We never have to update those maps? Since we felt it necessary to tighten up the quality standards of the army, a host of recruits they must be declared unfit. We lose 15 manpower. I don't think that matters. I don't think we can do any exploration right now anyways. We could just use manpower for the regulars. 15 dudes, unfit for duty. So sad. How are the taxes looking? Tax the nobility a bit more. Take cost of court down. Wait a second, why are we negative 0.7 on demand? Blacksmiths. Oh, did the new tools guild try to default to using iron, which we don't have? Genius. We have the most tools we've ever had, actually, as a surplus. This is kind of crazy. Good amount of stone, too. There's a bunch of stuff we could do that use tools. We'll run out eventually if I just keep building things. I need to figure out what else should go in my brand new town. Did I never build a bridge to Gene Toga? Is Forest Village any good? It's just kind of like food production +1 and leather. It's kind of meh. Meh. I guess we should build a stockade on Pojapalo soon. Ooh, the granary, of course. Gotta get a granary in there. I like having level 3 granaries for just food stockpiles. I never know what's gonna happen in the future, so making sure the towns have food, making sure they're getting the bonuses from the granary with the food capacity. We make a ton of food. Madawana is now considered part of our patrimony, dude. The tendrils of our empire are growing. Chat, give me a letter. F. Fozzie. L. Fozzie Lockdown. Fozzie Lockton. Oh yeah, sorry, you're right. My market, when I set it back to auto, I didn't increase the little lever. Thank. You're right. Oh my god, there's only one noble left. You guys are screwed. There's no noble left. That's it. There's no one else to marry. Imagine having sheep or stud farms. Couldn't be me. I hate that from this screen you can't see your market summary when you mouse over a good, which is kind of what I use to decide whether I should build a thing. Gotta open the actual like market screen instead of the build menu. We could build a library. Drosham could have a library. I like the pop promotion speed, literacy rates up for everybody in the town. Eventually institution growth also creates some demand for paper and books. Which we have no, why do we have no books? Oh, it's because I'm building a library. A vicious cycle, isn't it? A very vicious cycle. That doesn't mean I shouldn't build another scriptorium, though. Scriptorium in Sanoctawambo goes pretty good. And then Papermaker Guild. Also in Sanoctawambo. Goes pretty good. But I'll put it in Laterus Amundus. Laterus Amundus needs some extra builds, I think. The Europeans are the friends we made along the way. Yeah, the auto trader's not auto trading right now, so I don't know what it's doing. I'll just do it myself. I don't know what to do with you, friend. Second cousin. There's nobody to marry you. I apologize. Okay. Every time I build a library, I kind of build some books and some paper behind it just to feed it. Capital still got 7,000 able peasants. Population's up to 21K. It's going to be the first city by easily. Easily. I was going to say by far. Oh. Someone to marry the other person. Hickon Quash. All right, Hickon Quash. You found a mate. You two were meant for each other, I guess. Pojimpalo, need to find something for 10,000 peasants to do, bro. What can 10,000 peasants do in a city? They're just all sitting around. They all had farms, and we destroyed their farms, ransacked them to build a town here, and now we don't have work for them. I don't know what to make them do. We got another idiot child who can't do anything. I wonder why that is. Gonna subsidize like 4 masons at all times. Just so we don't have to keep firing people and like spooling it back up. Are you trading yet, game? No. It has decided not to do trading. Auto trading, sometimes it just doesn't fire. I have no idea. In biology, I'm pretty sure there's an inbreeding coefficient for genetics. I'm sure there is. We're just in a weird situation where there's literally no marriage options, so it's either inbreeding or it's the game's fault, not really like the societal fault. Like there's 650,000 people, plenty of different cultures, plenty of diluted gene pool. But the game doesn't let you marry a random lowborn unless you want to lose all of your legitimacy to 0, which is, you know, expensive to rebuild. And we'd only be able to get like 9 people married and then we'd run out. And then they'd all be stuck anyways. So it's either they inbreed or their family line dies out anyways. So I guess we just take our chances. Just because they didn't account for us actually playing over here, I guess. It's crazy how far the market can reach even with low market access. It's pretty wild. I didn't expect the market to go this far to the south. I gotta do some manual trade. Here you go. There are ducat symbols in our eyes. Wait, what? Oh. Hold Alt. There we go. They have a need for like 0.5 dyes. We can make money off that. Do we have extra rings? A little bit, not much. Send them like 0.1. How do you send them 0.1? Whoever decided you can't type a number in here. I want to talk. All right, well, they get 0.07 jewelry. Wow. They still have no demand for marble yet. So we're just gonna send a very slight amount. I don't know what I'm accidentally clicking. Do they have they do have demand for tar. 0.64. I'll send them 0.7. They do not yet have a demand for tobacco, but we're gonna send them some tobacco. The first taste is free. And they have a demand for lumber. 3 lumber? And we have like 8 extra, so we'll just send 3. And they do want glass, and they do want brew. I don't know how we send brewery down there, but I have like, they want 0.7. So I'll send them 0.8. See, because if we're exporting beer, sorry, if we're exporting beer, then we're shrinking our own supply, which will drive prices up and sort of help our economy in more ways than one. And then glass, they already have an excess. They might want some weapons. I have like 0.61 space left. They want like 0.12 copper. And I don't really have room for anything else. How did you do that? What did I do? Not sure what I did. All right, we're just gonna try sending all these things. What's the plan? The plan is I'm just learning the game, learning EU5. I'm just gonna along for the ride, see what happens. You know, see where the story takes us. We're gonna stick around and find out what the plan is. When it comes to playing in North America and Europa, I think the plan is basically, was it Mike Tyson that said everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth? We built a new farming village in Flavortown. We need more, and our zoo. Okay, I want to see if that helped equalize the cattle. Because I accidentally deleted all of my livestock. We don't have cattle. I just keep calling them cows. They're livestock, okay. I wouldn't mind having a little more than this. I like this song. I need money. Yeah, I know about the locking trades. It's just the auto trader wasn't actually making any trades for us. And I had it set to the exact same thing I had. It didn't make any trades, then it did make trades, then it didn't make trades. So it's been very inconsistent. Anyone experience what happens when the English show up? Just watch the stream, brother. Okay, stop trying to get spoilers. I don't want any of your spoilers. You just gotta wait. I want to know the ending now. Tell me what happens at the end right now. People are impatient. Yeah, I'm telling you. Femboy fan, I'm telling you. People getting crazy impatient, man. I'm just trying to make sure I built up my economy so I can trade some stuff. Double granary, like it, like it. Farming village, farming village. All right, I wanted to see about another farming village. Name not found. You're not gonna make the biggest profit. But you got 6,000 people chilling there, so I'm gonna give it to you. $54 gold and 81, and that's I have 54.20. Come on. Yeah, I mean maybe Europe burned down and we're all safe forever. In these times of rapid change, our traditional ways have led to a revival of the agrarian community. Perhaps we ought to encourage this revival to reap the benefits. Gain 7 stability, move toward traditional economy and communalism. It's fine by me. Encourage it. Get some free stability out of it as well. How are the trades going? Trade income 1.18. They're not great, but it's better than 0. Because we're not trading the cows that were so much a part of our little profiteer network right there. Yeah, maybe they all died of plague. Could have just wiped them out. Apocalyptic scenario. Maybe a super volcano erupted over there. Our cabinet member's spending habits raise some eyebrows. She's spending large amounts of money, way more than anyone in her position should be. That's okay. I am not going to remove her from cabinet. She's too powerful. 100 diplomacy skilled. Turn a blind eye. My diplomacy. I do love development. We do love development. Moomageddon? Moomageddon. How we doing on clay? A very nice surplus. All right, well, we can just do some more cows then. If pop-ups would stop popping up. Emboldened by a religious censorship, the clergy have begun sponsoring art. We got a well-known statue to add to our collection. I don't really care about art in the game. It's kind of weird. Another person wants to be married. Too bad. Pop up, pop up, pop up, pop up, pop. We're not even in the 1600s yet, and we're already hitting like Omega pop-up spam. It's crazy. I'm just having trouble keeping track. Because every time I think about what I want to do, pop-up distracts me. Wouldn't mind building a road into here. Scriptorium in Sanocta-Wambo, the capital, making some books, and then we should have some paper coming up right behind it, I think. Children can have better education. Oh, you're not stupid. That's so good. Have a diplomatic education. Can we steal a map? I can steal a map. Let's see what's going on in Florida. Wait. We do not have the diplomat to perform this action. All right, I need to actually spend some money on diplomacy for a minute. Turn back. Sleepless nights. What's up, Icer Joker? Yeah, I'm gonna be going pretty late because I'm gonna go stir crazy if I don't find out where the Europeans are also, you know? I wanna know. But I keep getting flooded with people becoming 16 and needing to arrange a marriage with other like-minded cousin individuals. And not being able to click on them for some reason. This gene pool is super messed up. First cousin just married distant cousin. All right, that one they might have a chance. We built a granary in Pojan Palom. They also have the audacity to put every single pop-up right in the middle of your screen. Instead of just copying the Crusader Kings, like almost all these notifications could be on the Crusader Kings 3 news feed that's like right over there on the screen. That just kind of pops up nicely, neatly. You can right click it to dismiss it if you want. If you don't, it'll go away after a while on its own. And just put the little news feed over there and just have it scroll. But their newsfeed is just this block that pops out, and it's a scroll bar that doesn't even automatically go to the top of the scroll bar. You have to manually scroll it up to the top and see what you've been missing, and then close it again so you don't have to look at it. I feel like I'm making a web page on Angel Fire back in 2003. I think you can stop it popping up. That's not the point, brother. I need to know this information, just not the way that it's being presented. So if I don't pop it up, I won't know it's happening. I already know about I've already customized this. I need to know about these things, just not in this format. All right, you guys are just gonna get married to concubine, I guess. I don't know. Farming village level 5 in Arzu. 3,300 people left. I say just run it back. Let's go level 6 farming village in Arzu. They're gonna have maize and they're gonna have cows. There's the paper. Show me paper. Good surplus of paper. Book, surplus of book. Library should be well fed. We're bringing the cows back. It took a while, but we're bringing the cows back. Show me clay. Small surplus of clay. Can I up the RGOs? Who's on Sigand? You go up, and we just got a new one, Wallenpock. Did I name that? Did I name Wallenpock? I don't think so. How would you compare this to EU4? I never played EU4, but I have been told by hundreds of people that it has a 5 to 10% similarity and it is an entirely different game. It is an amalgamation of Europa Universalis 3, Victoria 3, Imperator, and Crusader Kings 3. They just try to shove them all in there. So almost none of what you learned in EU4 will translate into this game. Another coming of age. How about Wazen Grimrot, the clay mine. How much does clay make in money? Not much, 0.38. I'm gonna need some roads stretching down here eventually for the places that I do want to tax. Right now it's not too big a deal. Rebel movements, are they okay? Everybody seeing? Oh, why are the commoners are still very upsetting. Did I do something to piss them off? Or are they just taking a long time to kind of get back to break even? Probably that one. Great news! Our traditional economics focus is borne fruit. We reap the benefits this year. May the people rejoice. 5 years of big food output and some free stability. I'm lagging. And we can try and hold Parliament. If the game will let me. Ana Jutta. A lumber spot? How about Ogrenton? Ogrenton. What would you call a location that is a forest with a river? Like a location name. Ogrenton, where they make the trees. A meadow, yeah, like a meadow. Glade Falls. Grove. We'll go with Grove. Why not? All right, let's see what can happen. A census. Pass for stability. Expand. Sand and salt. The roads. The roads. Fund the farms. Fruit and maize. Promote urbanization. A free town in Flavortown. I know it's called Flavortown, but we just moved all of the livestock from the town in Pogenpalo to Flavortown, and I can't do it a second time. We just built 5 levels of farming village there because we just killed 5 levels of farming village in Pogenpalo. So I can't do that again. So there's not going to be a town in Flavortown. This is the exact spot. I can't keep shuffling them around. Building a town is not even too big of an obstacle now, money-wise. So I think it's better if we just try and save some money up and get the road one. Level 2 farming village. All right, we should have enough cattle excess to do some trading now that we've pumped those numbers up. So I want to see the weakest trade. And delete the weakest trades and then put in... They don't even have cattle as a suggested export. Are they just good on it now? Did they somehow fix their own situation? They're just not paying very much for livestock. They're paying an exorbitant amount for jewelry. I love that they're paying for my marble even though there's no demand for it. It says they're paying a bunch for tools. Let's try tools. Why does it say we have no trade capacity in Cahokia Market? I'm the one trading, you goober. There should be a button on other people's market to allow you to initiate a trade with them on their page. Like, why do you have to go back to your page to do that? Sloppy. We have 0.79 excess. Did that start the trade? No? I'll just do it from this page. I don't really understand it yet. Alright, that's good enough. It's trying to use your trade capacity in their market to trade. Yeah, it's not great. We're not making that much in trade, but at least we vaguely know how to trade now. Let's go ahead and steal that Florida map like we were going to a little bit ago, yeah? What's going on down there? Oh? That's water. Our spies have managed to gain access to maps of Florida. I thought that was like, it looks very teal, so I thought it was a country. That's just Lake Okeechobee. Lake Okeechobee. There is not a... Well, let's go further up the coast this way with the next one then, I guess. No one's home, chat. Nobody's home. But at least we'll be making a lot more money like this. We have to discover the colonists, not the other way around. That's so funny. Well, I guess I'm just gonna start another charter. Because again, if I lose, like, this is gonna be some insane border gore if we lose this, but it's 2.36 gold. It's kind of hefty. And it's really far away from the capital. So it's mostly just here to protect border gore. We're not actually gonna be able to use this for a very long time. But then again, neither did they. It's only the 1500s. I don't know where to take the pops. Oh, I keep taking them from Kani and Kahaka, which I guess is fine. All right, a new charter to finish off Jersey. What do you see if there are colonies? Because they would create new markets. They may not necessarily be able to create foreign markets yet. So they might just have a little colony with no market. The colony comes before the market, not the other way around. We now get clay from Husen Sigund. A little spare. And the clay immediately being put to use for... okay, we might have overdone it on the livestock. We're just going to leave that alone. Yeah, if they were to colonize right next to me, they would just be inside my market and trade with my markets. They wouldn't need a market. That's also my understanding. I turned on the building built notification myself, Steak Tips. It doesn't do it by default. I just, when I'm building 10 buildings simultaneously, I'm too ADHD to remember if I built something where, so the pop-up just is like, oh yeah, I queued up the farming thing, and I like to go look at it and see how many there are. So I actually turned that one on. Because I like the building notifications because it reminds me that I queued something up. And then I can be like, huh, do I have too many livestock? Yes, I do. Am I negative clay? Yes, I am. I made some mistakes. No, not really. Not really, but... we'll catch up on clay. They're filling in the job right now. Room for 1,000. Okay, let's actually... I need to save money for roads. But there's always another thing to build, such as 4 settlements. Also to see what your pesky estates are building. Absolutely true. Tells you it tattles on the estates. Like, for example, there's a toll castle. And ostensibly, they always hop to the newest locations and build up, like, as soon as we colonize them. The nobles come in, swoop in, throw down some toll castles. Holy coming of age. The coming of age is what kills me. These two are about to marry each other. The ruler's nephew and the ruler's first cousin. Don't worry about the dynamics there. They're gonna have a happy life. Alright, we're just popping up settlements in all the empty spots to promote population growth. My original goal was just to balloon pop. We haven't even been pressed for food. So food is no concern of ours at all. We have food out of our eyeballs if we want. It would be no issue to scale up food production. And also, if you want to keep tabs on your food, you can actually go to production, and there's a food tab just hiding in there. And it'll give you a nice little rundown by food balance of your most productive areas to your least productive / most consuming areas. Now, that being said, I'm not really sure where to see. I guess you could just see... where do you see overall food? I guess you could look at your economy, and if you're selling more food than you're buying, then you're good. Because our capital is buying food because they're a very populated town. They don't produce that much. So I guess you get an idea from there. But I find the food breakdown tab pretty helpful. Because I can see that they are producing some food locally. but mostly buying from the market and stockpiling their own. And there's our stock. Market food is 12,750 out of 12,750, positive 434. And you can also just open up yield goods menu and just search for food there. Oh, that's food bearing goods. Oh, I didn't even know you could search by food bearing goods. It's kind of interesting. So maybe you could do 2 birds, 1 stone. You know, you have a shortage of both food and wool. You get some food from sheep. You get some wool from sheep. You could do both. Ah, another chatter who confidently thinks that my cabinet on serfdom ain't doing anything. We just had this conversation less than an hour ago, but this time I won't call the chatter a fucking idiot. But no, it's working. It's working. But thank you for trying. It's going to negative 52, which on the bar will go around here. That's negative 52. This is positive 52. That's negative 52. The way that you can tell if anything's happening is you go to your values page, and if there's a green arrow, it's moving. If there's a purple arrow, it's moving slowly. If there's a blue arrow, it's not moving anymore. It is staying right there. So now we're at negative 52, down from around negative 64. And we're currently trending towards serfdom, a little bit at a time, 0.26 a month. And you know, you'd be right to be confused, because if you mouse over it, it says changes with plus 0.25 towards serfdom, but it actually means minus 0.25 because that's how they coded it. But it is shifting slowly. Very slowly. Almost imperceptibly so. Across the country, an increase in the formation of commons between our commoners has been noted. Of course, the burghers complain that the commons are an outdated method, one less productive than their conversion into enclosures. The commoners vehemently oppose this idea. Listen, I already got rid of your commons, so I don't really care about your commons. I will uphold them, actually. I changed my mind. We get traditional economy, 7 stability, and Shamokin gets bountiful harvest for 24 years. 24 years is a long time. Ultrasaurus, do you get this too, where people just, like, do you see how often this happens? People just come in and they're like, your thing's wrong and not working, fix it. And just over and over, like repeatedly. Does that happen to you? I feel like it's specific to me. As in, not like only exclusively, but just I'm a magnet for it somehow. I don't really understand how. Also, shout out to Ultrasaurus, who's been hanging out in here. Been playing some Enshrouded. Ad starting right now because it's been 10.5 hours and I'm not quitting yet. I'm not ready to quit. That is my entire stream some days, depending on the game. Fair enough. Fair enough. It does heavily depend on the game, but I feel like it doesn't matter what I play. I'm doing it wrong. I'm just always doing it wrong. It's an included feature in the Go Live button. That, you'd think that, but I'm sitting there, I'm watching Shinrir playing Europa for hours, and I don't see anybody tell Shin what to do. I just think you guys don't respect me, okay? You just assume I'm stupid and dumb and don't know what I'm doing. Is that the vibe that I give off? That I'm just some dumb schmuck up here? Don't answer that. But I'm sitting there and nobody's like, hey, turn off your thing. Hey, build your spy network done. Someone was telling me the other night your chat self-moderates. No, they just rat out anybody that they even perceive might get responded to negatively. So someone will post something and like 6 people will all scatter underneath it, and then it's like, well, I don't even see the original chat message. If they had just kept typing normally, it would have drawn any attention to it. And then like 6 people scatter, and I see the animation out of the corner of my eye of like, I don't really know what it is. I just see like 6 in a row and it catches my eye, and then I look over and they've ratted out the person who could have just kept on scrolling through chat innocently. Bunch of rats in here. They just tattle on everybody. Throw them all under the bus. Does anyone happen to know via the Twitch Rewind feature what year we started in today? It wasn't. Was it 15? Were we in the 1500s? There's no way I've only done like 19 years, right? Or was it? No, it was like 1487, wasn't it? I want to say it's been like 30 years. Okay, it's been like 30 years. That's not a lot, but it's not as little as I had feared. I just want to see when the ice finally breaks on all this and the fun's over. I want to know when they're actually going to show up, knock down our door. We might be able to see first landfall too. That's what's crazy. We've just been stealing maps from the other tribes to get vision on everything. I feel like they need to change how Fog of War works. Don't you think this game would be 10 times more interesting if you had to build like little outpost buildings in different areas to maintain Fog of War? And then people could just be doing stuff outside. Like, how would you know? Or you get messengers, or you have diplomats that are like interfacing with other countries who do have that information, so you get the information from them instead of just like, you've got a map, therefore you have perma vision on every land forever. It seems like troops can still be invisible. It seems like troops can still be invisible. How long do these people live for? They're late 60s. Seems like we had one person live past 70. Have to build embassies in each country with your money to enable diplomacy. Yeah, they have an embassy building. Lifts Fog of War on that location. But what I'm trying to figure out is, what is the Fog of War here? I don't see it visually. Is there a Fog of War here? If so, the graphic is almost invisible. The Fog of War is the dark gray. What? Like this? Oh, like this? Oh, that's so poorly rendered, brother. That's not good enough. You, it's this? You have to strain your eyeballs and do this to even see the difference. Oh man, it's just gray everywhere. Yeah. Part of it's because it's snowy, but it's still just like when you zoom out, it becomes gray no matter what. Oof. Yeah, they gotta change that. You can't even tell. I just assumed I could see anywhere on the map, no matter what. Yeah, there is a Fog of War. Yeah, okay, if you still can't see it, I guess like this, like I have visibility on here because it's slightly lighter, and then not there because it's darker. And only at one zoom level, otherwise you have to guess. Yeah. Oh, that's not good. They got to come up with a better way to render that. Like I have vision here, but not here. Oh man. Oh man. You will see territory change and stuff, just not unit movement. Okay, so we still see territories. We can only build an embassy in a location with an owner. We cannot build an embassy in a rural settlement. Requirements not met. They have to be the capital. Do we know where the capital of Cahokia even is? It's got to be this. We can only build an embassy in foreign locations where the owner has at least 100 opinion of us. All right, well, we should try that. We should try that. Let's improve relationship. I didn't really think about this before. I didn't because I didn't know that there was a fog of war thing. New goal? Yeah, we got a new goal. What's our opinion right now? 60? Deteriorating yearly? Okay, let's start improving opinion. Pump a little more money into Diplo spending. Okay. Slow child. Minus 0.33 ability increase. Oh no. I'm sorry. Our family line has failed you. That guy, I guess. I was gonna save up money for roads. Trade has run out of supply of jewelry. We're out of trade. What happened to my trade capacity? I gotta say, chat. The auto trading versus manual trading, sure, there's a lot of annoyances there and a lot of hiccups. The worst is that trade capacity keeps dynamically changing so frequently that even if you want to set up manual trades, you can't. Because randomly you just lose trade capacity for I don't even know why, I'm not sure. And then a trade just fails. And I don't know how to troubleshoot it. So, like... I'm just gonna set the rest to automate. Let it do its thing. I don't know if it will do its thing. Did we get another area? We did. We almost got Long Island. Chat, give me a letter. The inbreeding is affecting their brain power? It probably is. Z? Zillawatt. Going with Zillawatt. I really don't think we should move any further southwest, but also it'd be nice to grab a couple extra coal spots. Not to mention saltpeter. Keep it away from the Europeans. Dong. Usually when you see rebel movements, it means we just like colonized an extra area. We got 4 separate charters going on simultaneous. Nobility are pretty happy. Can shoot them with some more tax. Oh wait, the clergy are really happy because their 5 years is up, so I can tax them again. They had 5 years of tax breaks. Stability's chill. Is North America so devoid of people? Well, it's devoid of nations. We have population-based countries all around, but they don't really have any unique gameplay mechanics. They just kind of exist. I'm sure it'll be developed via a DLC. The location of Massa Womack. Did I name that? I guess if you can't tell, does it matter? I don't think I named that. How about Rigamaroli? We have Cord Zillawatt. Fantastic. Rigamaroli. What do you do? Lumber? All right, we don't need that right now. We just land grab and land grab, blobbing out. We are just blobbing out. I feel like we're gonna need to take the rest of Massachusetts just to get the stone. It's hard to save up for roads when you're just spending all your money on chartering. What is this music? Oh yes, the Mummy Demastered. It's actually a good soundtrack. The problem is that it's like DMCA-able for some reason. I've definitely had my VOD muted before playing it. Good, really good soundtrack though. Kind of has no right being as good as it is, actually. Chad, how you feeling? How you feeling, soundtrack-wise? What do you got? What kind of vibes you got? Marry a noble. Building oh yeah, I was building settlements. I forgot. I got room for 1 settlement, 2 settlement, 3 settlement. All on the frontier. World of Warcraft Barons music. All right, I don't have Barons music, but I'll hit you with this. How about it? Settlements going up. Children need a better education. Prodigy, the inbreeding is working. First cousin, son of our first cousin, son of our third cousin. I don't know how this works. Super genius. Train them in administration. I'm literally in the Barrens right now. Well, there you go. Unmarried adult heir. What? Chat, I don't want to alarm you. but our son is a super genius. He is cracked to the max. 100 admin, 88 diplomacy, 67 military. He was a genius. The breeding program is working. But there's no one to marry except this 65-year-old. I might actually have him marry a lowborn and take the legitimacy hit. We're going crazy. To the disgrace of the kingdom. We gotta find someone else. We gotta get some new DNA into this bloodline. You know what I mean? And preserve the genius genes. She has 75 administrative and 72 military also. So she's not great at diplomacy. She just, you know, doesn't have a lot of tact, but she's pretty smart. And she is also an architectural visionary. Grand visions coupled with a great understanding and talent for keeping costs down makes this ruler a great asset to us. First noble smart enough to not inbreed. God. Why? What is wrong with this? How do we not have enough stone? The granaries and constructing 3 settlements at the same time, I guess. I feel like I haven't built a mason in forever. What kind of employees? It's not like a rural building, so you can build it in the capital. All right. Oh, it's already built in the capital. We're just upgrading it. Okay, that's fine. The nobility and the burghers of the kingdom have decided to reward our good governance by making generous donations. 116 gold. Oh, don't mind if I do. Alright, let's not spend so much on diplomacy. Trying to save some money to build some roads. 9 diplomacy, though. I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. Our ruler's nephew? But it's not royalty? I don't know what's going on there. He's already got 2 spouses. This is so dumb. Okay. Anyway, let's save up like, I don't know, 300-ish gold. If one of these charters could end, we would start getting a bunch more money from these charters being finished. Like, they're working on it. Geniata got some furs for us. Let's change the name of that. Chat, letter? Letter? I summon thee. F. Fatty. Fatigondo. Fatigondo. %69% market access. That's not bad. New settlement in Ogrinton Grove. And a new settlement in Rigmarole. And a new settlement in Fuzzy Lockdown. Many such cases. Guess what? It's spy time. It's high time for spy time. I need to steal more maps. We can either steal the Gulf of Mexico. I think I'm just gonna go up. We need to go like all the way to the edge up here. Is this New Brunswick? Because what if they're up here like right next to us and we didn't know somehow, you know? New Brunswick has many fish, many furs, many wild game, many legumes, omega fish, and a little bit of fiber crops. So just like fish, 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 fish. Got more fish than you know what to do with. Mason in Sanoctawambo. All right, let's go ahead and parliament it up. We got 337 gold. I could build a couple roads. Hold it in the capital to promote centralization, and then use the nobility-funded expand gravel roads network to get cheaper road building and faster road building during this period of time. Then what we're gonna do is see what they want. Grant privileges. They want primacy of nobility. Other, like, the power gain is the only bad thing. It's actually not that bad. Discipline is for the army. Progress to quality is also the army, and it's also like what we want. It's already toward quality, so it's really like not bad other than the power. More power equals less tax, better levies, better forts. I think I'm just gonna give it to them. And because we don't really, like, I don't really care that much about the, I guess the power is good for the trade income, but they've already got a bunch of buffs, don't they? Let me see their power. Where's their power? They've already got a 50, 50, 40, 50, 36%. What's another 100% in the damage bucket? Is that a mistake? I mean, we are in an aristocracy, so I think it makes sense. I'm just gonna give it to him because I want the big buff. Let me see if I screwed up. I don't know what their power is gonna update to. We'll find out. All right, I want to ask for a year of additional taxes from Parliament. Spend 50%. They want a tax exemption for 5 years. No. We gain 25 opinion of the people of Atrakewi. Don't know who that is, but the nobility are pissed about it. And then I'm just going to unpause. And we are about to pump those taxes up for a little while. Oh, sorry, everyone. But we need to borrow some money. 35 gold a tick. For just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just ask. It's only 1 year of extra taxes. Only 1 year. But we're gonna try and just use that to build some roads. Addressed festival grounds complaints. The commoners lose 10% satisfaction. What if we just did that right at the end? I just need to remember to do it before Parliament finishes. What's up, Flower Finney? We're trading with Cahokia right now, but that's it. It's 1521. We're kind of cruising. Gallant. Our son is gallant. Let's go with diplomatic for you. How do you do expensive education? It'll cost 250. I guess I should do that for my heir, maybe, to guarantee better heir. Or like my heir's heir, if he has one. He's already a genius, so we got kind of lucky with him. All right, I need to take a look at possible road building locations. Across the country, this is the third time we've seen this event today. I don't know why this one. I've been upholding the commons and just gaining stability instead of pissing everyone off. Fine with me. Third time we've seen it today, though. It's crazy. Okay, roads. So, what I like to do for roads is go to location ledger. Either sort by tax base and just kind of look around and see where we are making money, but we don't have any roads. Do we have a road in Defara? Defara and Shrimpelesdat. Let's see. Here's Defara. There is a road there. Where is Shrimpelesdat? Way up there. All right, there's a road up there too. So we kind of got what we can get from there. Trying to increase taxes, basically. Bim Bim Bop, definitely. What about Simo Butts? Yes. What about Mokonomo? Yes. Okay. Gaitov Milan? Yes. Okay, so maybe that's not the best way to find roads. Where do I want to build roads and just go from there, I suppose? Music's going crazy. I don't know where to build roads. Chat loves roads. I freaking love roads. It's hard to know which RG... Is there a screen that sort of suggests which RGOs could be the most profitable for you? Like, on the good screen, maybe if I filter to raw materials? It's a good idea. And then sort by market prices. It stands like, I think we have a road into the marble already, if I'm not mistaken, but that's going to be good when everybody else shows up. But this is a great filter. You can filter your own market by good type and then sort by market price. It's interesting that it considers dyes a raw material. Are there just like dye RGOs elsewhere? I guess there would be. Production goods RGO builder shows the most profitable ones. Well, I've used the RGO builder before, but this is... Okay, so it's just sorting predicted. It's not predicted, it's just as is. I guess what I'm confused about is when I see salt appear, and I have a surplus of salt of nearly 60% more than demand. Or then, you know what I mean? That's not going to be that profitable. Previous to this screen is better? I mean, it kind of shows the same info. This is sort by maximum profit per level. That's all buildings, but I was looking for RGOs. So the RGO builder kind of has it. So let's just try and connect roads up to fiber crops and salt. Fiber crops, salt, and fur. Some kind of fur. So we got fiber crops fairly close to the capital. Some roads already. It'd be nice to get some roads up into here. It's been a while. We never really developed this area, and there's fruit up there. I think that's a really solid idea. Highlight mass build RGO in OpenRGO. What? I don't know what chat's talking about. Highlight mass expand. So yeah, it just thinks that there will be a shit ton of salt profit in 3 years, but if we already have a surplus of salt, can anyone explain what it is thinking is going to happen? Like, if I create more salt, do we demand more salt? Is that a mechanic? Even though it's kind of equalized over the last 100 years or so that we've been doing it? From trade in other markets. We don't have any other markets except for one, and they don't want salt either. Salt base price is so high that even if you dump the price, it'll still make you money. Okay. That kind of makes sense. But salt, fruit, and fiber crops are up there. Lumber... It just can't. Like, we already have so much lumber, right? Plus 9 spare out of 24 demand. Okay, I agree that salt is good. It's already got... This is the only salt for miles around. We could try and... Well, no. We do have one down here. All right, I'm just going to finish this road then. Let me see... Capital? All the way down here. See, it wants to take a different path for 434 gold, which I don't hate. If it thinks this is the fastest path, then I'm not opposed. I guess the only thing I'm afraid of is it kind of looks like it's building outside of my own territory. But I don't think it is. We could just create an entirely new path out here to the edge. I think just to get started, I still want to do this fiber crop and fruit connection. It wants to do... I don't like necessarily just clicking from the capital, because it wants to do so many different roads that are going to be really expensive. Oh, there's a fiber crop right here also. That we control. All right, let's do this one. Because this one makes sense, because we're eventually going to want to build around Lake Ontario anyway. So we go boom. Then boom to that fiber crops. Then from... We can always connect up to those fruit later. Now I think we save money and try to connect to the other... Well, yeah, the other salt. Maybe make a new road or something. You can never have enough lumber. You can. You have a max of 33% price increase, which we have. And have had for the entire game. But yeah, we got a lot of wood. We've had that. It's 33% max per build material. Nizori has reached the age of 16. All right, you got a sick mohawk. Yeah, it's too bad the burgers are broke. I think my burgers are just broke. They have no ducats. I don't know how to... I just tax them too much, I guess. The burgers have no ducats. They build no roads. It's kind of funny. The parliament members of Drosham hold influential positions in the parliament. This is not good, and they want to lobby against our current efforts. All right, what do we got? 37% support. We could just let it fail and lose 7 stability. It's not the end of the world. I think that's fine. Just let it fail. I don't want to do tax exemption or festival ground complaints. Though I do need to build any road that I can build before Parliament is done to get the road discounts. So I'm just gonna watch this like a hawk. And let it ride. Okay. Banned books. This is like the 3rd time we've seen banned books today too. We get that. If we, it's too bad. We could lose the stability and then get it right back, but I can't unpause while this event is on the screen. That's very unfortunate. All right, it's a little too close for comfort. Just build whatever road you can afford. Are there any resources over here besides, like, coal will be useful eventually? I guess this stone? We can't afford 500. Well, we can get the road started to down there. How about that? And then, how much is this? I could take out a loan too. $112. I'm gonna take out a loan. I gotta take out loans more often. It's like a pretty solid play. We need roads down in here into our new territory anyways, leading up to the capital. We've been very reticent on that. All right, how much would it cost to go one more? $180. Chat, you think I should go a mega loan? Would I make? I wonder if it would be cheaper with the 20% versus the loan interest. Probably not. I have to take out like 3 more loans to get this road built. Which is exactly why I'm gonna do it. Let's go. Give me that discount. All right. Look at this. Look at this infrastructure. We can't afford all this, man. See, I need masonry. All right, you know what, chat? You were right. I needed more lumber. Because I just queued up I've never queued up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 simultaneous road builds. So it probably wasn't the best deal. But then the rest of the time we'd have so much lumber that for 49 out of 50 years we would have plus 40 lumber that we can't use. Just so that when we do build a road, we get a discount, brother, when we build 10 roads at the same time. It seems that Parliament members have finally realized how beneficial that our proposal would be. It's too late. The issue fails, lose 7 stability. And now I gotta pay, the loan back. Repay all possible loans. Declare bankruptcy. See, here's the thing, chat. Why do I have to pay 74 gold on a 51 gold loan? Did you guys lie to me earlier? Did all of you lie? This is 9% yearly interest. It hasn't been a year. You guys told me I only paid 52 gold. But that's clearly not true. This loan says, take out a loan for 60 months with a yearly interest of 9%. It has not been a year. So, mathematically speaking, if I owe 74 gold on a 58 loan, early repayment of the loan, you agreed to 60 months interest. That's not how loans work. You don't get penalized. That's not how credit cards work, man. You go to the credit card, you slide the credit card, it doesn't charge you interest until it stays on your account. You pay it off early, you don't pay interest. That's how it works. You can't repay just the loan. Chat, if I borrow $50, if I borrow $100 from you, and you give me a 10% yearly interest, and I pay it back to you in a month, you prorate me on the month of interest. That's how mortgages work on fixed terms. That's a mortgage, man. This is not a house mortgage. We're not taking out 60-year mortgages to pay for a house. This is like a country issuing bonds. All it says is, take out a loan. A loan is the amount of ducats that has been lent from the lender and will need to be repaid with a monthly interest, which is wrong terminology. This is a fee that each loan has, which is paid each month to the lender. A loan can be helpful when a country needs ducats immediately. Taking a loan will increase the debt of the country. At least the estates invest it to your country, so it's a win-win. Estates are taking advantage of the streamer. It's like an interest-only loan with no ability to prepay. Bro, I'm never clicking this button again. I made a mistake. Chat told me earlier, they said, multiple people in chat said you're only paying the small number. The large number is what happens if you don't pay. Quote unquote. Go back and watch. Go back and watch and read the chat. Because we took out one loan and I didn't go to this screen and didn't see this information and we just repaid it from the first screen. Time to declare bankruptcy. Streamer took too many loans. Well, it's just a dumbass button to press because I just took out 4 loans to save 20% on building roads, but they're charging me 9% yearly for 60 months ahead of time. So I'm paying 5 years of 9% interest on my primary. So how do you even make it do anything? I can get a better rate on a house in 2025. Time to start a bank? We don't even know how to mint currency. These guys just came out and handed me $150,000 worth of wampum to go buy roads with. These motherfuckers are just coming out with truckloads of beads, and we're just like carting the beads down the road to build gravel roads, man. System sucks. We have repaid our loan from the estates of 5158. But that's what chat read and then lied to me and told me I paid 5158. But I paid 73.64. Loan sharks, man. Loan sharks. Anyway, I'm just gonna pay him back now. Because in real life, if you were locked in to a 60-month contract where you're paying the same thing whether you pay it now or in 56 months, in real life, you could try and invest that money and try to make more money back. But in this game, you can't, because I don't have any assets that I can cash in order to get liquid to pay off the loan when those months are up. Right? So there's no benefit in me trying to like put that money elsewhere for 60 months and try to make some big cash. Because we don't have any way to exact liquid to pay off the loans when 60 months is up. I would just either have zero or I just have that much money by that point. Nah. Not again. Never again. I'm just gonna sit here, pay him back, wait for the roads to be done, and go on down the way. The charter we founded to colonize Shamokin has fulfilled its role and has become a functional colony. Shamokin. Our diplomat improved relations with Cahokia as much as he could and is heading home. We'll deal with him in a second. The location of Shamokin is now considered part of our patrimony. Where's the music? The charter we founded to colonize Montauk has now fulfilled its role and has become a fully functional colony. All right, we just got 2 back to back. I don't have enough people to marry off all these family members too, I can tell you that. I'm leaving Shamokin as it is. Shamokin can stay, but I need to delete the coal because we don't have coal mining technology, and I'm trying to play an honest game here. What was the other spot? What was the other one called? I don't even remember where I was chartering. Montauk. Ah, oh, yeah, it was the Long Island one. Long Island. How about... I was gonna name it Hot Dog Stand. I knew it. I couldn't figure out how to spell dog. That wasn't just dog. Hot dog. That's more Boston-y. That sounds like it should be in Massachusetts instead. Doug. What is there? Just fish. It's all fish. Always has been. Unmarried heir. No one to marry. Okay, a couple things. We're not taxing them like crazy anymore, are we? No. Nobility are max taxed? Whoa. Clergy need to be calmed down. Burgers can be... yeah, they're max taxed. Got some money back. Let me pay that loan. I'm gonna forget. All right, rip money, goodbye. Money gone. And then, oh, diplomacy. We need to build a... what is their relationship to us? 107. Okay, so we just need to save up enough money to build the embassy. Our society grows closer and the community has greater say in the lives of individuals. In the order of things, councils have begun to be formed in small towns to manage the allotted lands. Villagers see it as the right and duty of the community, but nobility wants some control of their own. Allow the councils of the people enforce the land distributions of the nobility. Yeah, I want to stay toward communalism. All right, Cahokia. Cahokia. We're gonna make our very first ever embassy. Presumably. It's funny that doesn't highlight the capital for you. Can I help you? Dubious spending. Our council members' spending habits have raised some eyebrows. Once again, it's like the third time today. I don't necessarily want to remove my 100 diplomat from the cabinet. They still got maybe 10 good years. Sack some legitimacy, gain some development. Love me some repetitious events. Okay, then we have a daughter who's got an unmarried. Who's that guy that we just saw? Skahamat. 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 Which Skahamat? There's two Skahamat. This one. Pretty smart. Okay, we should be able to afford this now. Pause. We gained a core. Nahantuk. Chat, please provide a letter. Provide a letter. A letter of the alphabet. U. Olda Pancock. Olda Pancock. That's a good name for a new territory. What do they have? They have stone. Oh, yeah. I need that. Anyway, I got distracted. Capital's here. Building. Embassy. Why does it have an X? It has an X like I can't build it. Maybe I can't. But it doesn't say why. Baited? This is because I don't have enough lumber available, so it won't even let me start. I don't know. That's never happened before. But it could. I'm just gonna pump up lumber in Ebaleep. And Hethelfreet. Pump their mining ops up. God, these stupid coming of age pop-ups are gonna kill me, man. Nomak, why are you here at 2:30 in the morning? Get out. We're all marrying our cousins in here, so unless you want to get in line to be a noble, to marry one of these people's cousins, then I suggest you turn right around. And get out of here. I'm just kidding. Hello, Wing Benny. It is late, though. I was looking at the clock like, ooh, it's 2:30, and I'm hungry. Hello, Verbara. Hello, Wing Benny. Hello, Derby McDirkface. We're all marrying our cousins in here. What a sentence to arrive to. Yeah, it's, we're playing as a native North American tribe in Europa Universalis 5. We're in the 1500s. The fact that no one from Europe has found us yet is a little ahistorical because no one's even on Florida, which they would have done already. We haven't seen any Chris Columbuses around here. But the reason why we're marrying our cousins is because the devs didn't, like, account for someone playing in North America, even though you're totally within your rights to pick them as a nation. We formed a kingdom of the Haudenosaunee, who are often referred to historically as the Iroquois Confederacy, but this is their name. And we're playing as them. And it's like the devs, they created some custom content to play as this. Like there's some unique events for playing at it as it, but your characters, your family lineage, they grow up and they want to marry nobility, but there are no other nations around us who are considered nobility. So there are other tribes around us, but they're not considered like nations. And so they're not considered royal. So because there's no nobility, the only nobles are us until we meet someone else. So we can only have our people marry each other, or they can marry lowborn individuals, which drains your resources. If you pick lowborn, you run out of legitimacy, and then you can't marry your kids off to any more lowborns. So it's pretty broken. So it's either marry your first cousins or your lineage dies. Those are the two options. We've had a bunch of people's lineage die already and completely dead end at different stages of the game because I was too lazy to try to marry these people off, so they were celibate for their entire lives. And their family line is dead ended now. So that's kind of where we're at. But anyway, hello Nomak, how are you doing? Get a shout out in there for your boy Nomak. Playing some Final Fantasy Tactics in the early morning. How has the Ivalice Chronicles been treating you? Have you beaten the game and restarted on the hardest super secret unlock difficulty that only opens after you get to the credits? But thanks for coming by. I don't have too much steam left in me because I want to stream again tomorrow. I saw a gravel road get made though. We built a couple gravel roads already. I didn't see the other ones pop in. But yeah, if you're in my chat and you haven't already followed Nomac, hit that button in your chat. Go check him out. Catch him for the next one. Thanks for dropping by, dude. We got a road between Flavortown and Glurmenglop, which are historically accurate names for this region, before the Europeans renamed everything, of course. How do they cross over from here to there? I don't actually see a connection. Do they just walk across this? I started on the hardest and am paying the price for that. It seems like a really difficult game. It seems like a really challenging game. Hey, pumped up control nicely to like 58% up here for fiber crops. That'll result in a nice monetary swing. And this is fish, which we don't care about as much. Gravel road from Droppy Dam to Tiakandia. That's going up to 94% control. Trying to just catch up on which ones have been built. And then Alabama Slamma, again, very historically accurate name, to Sanamakara. Producing some medicaments. But yeah, this is a very complicated game, so if you just got here and it looks complicated, it's because it is. And I don't understand how to play it, and I also don't know how loans work. So that's the moral of the story. That's kind of where we're at. Trying to make money, trying to grow my empire, and we're gonna see what happens when the Europeans show up, because I expect some fireworks. And I've been spying on another tribe and stealing their maps. So I'm gonna steal another such map for Quebec. Let's go see, show me Quebec. All right, now we can see way up there. Mini furs, much impassable terrain. Lots of wild game and lumber and Tremblant Massif. The Gatineau Hills. The French. They're in here in spirit. Maybe the Aztecs conquered Europe. Perhaps. Perhaps. It's 30 years old, back when the game didn't care about your desires. Yeah, Ivalice is made in a different era where they're like, people are paying a lot of money for this game. How can we make it longer? I know. Kill the players so they keep restarting over and over again. Most likely. Do we think we can build this embassy now? How do we still have no available lumber? Import from the market? Is there something funky going on behind the scenes with trade? We are indeed exporting most of our lumber. I knew that. Yeah, I knew that. I definitely knew that. Yeah, I knew that. Just exporting like 3 units of lumber. Why are we still so short on lumber? I'm confused, man. I guess it's called lumber, not wood. My bad. See, now we have plus 9.43. Because it's being built in their market, not yours. Okay. So I don't actually have a shortage, but why can't I build? It doesn't actually tell me. If you look at the screen, there is no error. Like if you look over here, it says you can't do that because the requirements are not met. But if I do this, the requirements are met, but I still can't build it. Which is interesting. Why is the name of the market different from the name of the country? Because our market is in our city of Sanoctawamba, which is our capital. So it's based in the market. A country could have more than one market. Does it show when you remove the filters? Nope. Negative. 404 error. Game does not consider Cahokia tribe as another nation. Or something. Maybe can't build it because it's a tribal kingdom or a tribe or something. If there was missing lumber, I don't think it would matter. It would still let you queue it up, and the missing lumber would simply make it take more time to build. The money investment is what matters. I've never had a building not be able to be queued because we had a deficit. It'll just increase the deficit. It won't stop it from being clicked. Well, we pumped up our lumber anyways, and now I can go back and ship them some more. Don't get comfy, Johnny Guitar Hand. I'm about to peace out of here. About to